She quickly stretched out her hand, and a huge mirror appeared in front of her. In an instant, she saw in the mirror a long, straight black Lolita wearing a black swan skirt and bright lipstick. Her mind went blank, and she took a few steps back in a dull manner. She remembered that this was a formal dress she wore before the promotion ceremony even longer ago, when she was only a 12 or 13-year-old Miko. This reappearance did not recreate her grand occasion 4,500 years ago at all, but rather reappeared even longer ago. A sharp and frustrated cry. Ding! You have triggered a special achievement. Everything can be transformed, and you have gained 200 basic experience. Whether intentional or not, this is enough to show that the host has a very healthy psychology. You have obtained permanent bonuses: shooting speed +5, physical strength +5, endurance +3, defense breaking rate +5. Xia Xiao clasped her hands together in great surprise, her eyes sparkling, and said in surprise, "Mom, you have become so young. So cool." Her eyes flashed with surprises, and then she rushed over quickly, immediately hugged her waist. "Mom, you are so soft." Then her eyes instantly fell on the sluggish Lin who was placed on Xia Xiao's head. Her eyes instantly exploded with anger. This guy has turned into a little lowly. Hateful. Damn it. Do you want to die? Snap. Lin was instantly grabbed by that slender hand like a mouse. The witch god looked at him angrily, gritted his teeth and said, "Didn't I tell you? I want you to reappear me 4,500 years ago. Didn't you hear clearly? It's 4,500 years ago, not 7,500 years ago." Explanation. I need an explanation. The witch god shouted. "Auntie, please be patient. There are indeed some technical problems. I didn't expend too much mental energy at that time, but the load and pressure you put on me, Aunt, were dozens of times that of Zio. So there may have been some confusion when positioning the time. Maybe. She has indeed become a little younger. Is this just a little bit? I have lost the proud figure that I have developed for more than 3,000 years. Auntie, this is wrong. It is impossible for normal people to develop at this age. And since it is a reappearance of the past, shouldn't Auntie experience the joy of youth more happily? I think you did it on purpose. You bastard. I have long seen that you are not a normal person. No wonder you would approach my daughter, you despicable person. Shameless and obscene lowly manipulator. You are so good at this. You are finished." Lin was shocked. He immediately felt that he had been hugely insulted. It was obviously just a small accident, but he was put on the line all at once. "Auntie, you can take medicine randomly, but you can't talk nonsense. I have always been a very serious person. If I am really a nasty lolicon, then why don't I just pick a time when you are taking a shower to reproduce you? Wouldn't that be more exciting than now?" As soon as Lin finished speaking, he immediately realized that he had made a mistake. Although in front of him was a harmless-looking heavy-duty Lolita, she was still essentially a little mother, the terrifying head of the witch god. "You try if you dare. Give it a try." Powerful mocking voice instantly came from the distance behind her. "Dad, are you awake?" Xia Xiao hugged Lin and ran over in surprise. Titan's head looked at the witch god with a ferocious sneer and said, "Yes, after hearing the noise, I woke up quickly. Come here and prepare to laugh at her." Then under the dull gazes of Lin and Xiao, the Titan's head sneered around the head of the witch god that had turned into a little Lolita, going back and forth. The Titan sneered like a connoisseur and said, "Tisk, tisk, isn't this the famous witch? I haven't seen you for a few minutes, and you are like this. So, this was you during your, not even fully grown, time. You're so short, even among our Titan race, you're this short. Oh, at that time, you already knew how to apply lipstick. Quite skilled. Did you also learn to wear black silk stockings? Very avant-garde. I thought you were the kind of wicked witch from your childhood to adulthood. Turns out, you had such a silly and cute phase." The Titan's skull extended a tentacle, adjusting the large rabbit ear headpiece on her head. The famous witch wearing such a headpiece. Ha. The Titan's skull began mocking shamelessly, laughing loudly, clearly in a good mood and very pleased with himself. "You think you're a bunny girl." The Titan's skull laughed even louder. The god of witchcraft gritted her teeth, clenching her fists, her face turning bright red. In an instant, the god of witchcraft raised her head in anger, almost tearing him apart with her gaze. However, due to her extremely young appearance, even if she glared angrily, it was hard to convey a threatening feeling. "A brute with muscles in his head. You can handle sophisticated magic. Stop boasting. Besides, with your size, even if you wanted to hypnotize yourself, it's impossible." The Titan's skull sneered. "Who says I'm going to use self-hypnosis?" The god of witchcraft raised an eyebrow, and in the next moment, to the shock of Lin and Little, two tentacles shot out instantly, directly lifting the nearby small mountain. Swoosh. Lin and Little suddenly looked up, staring at the small mountain thrown into the air. Because of the incredible speed, the small mountain turned into a bright spot almost instantly. Ding! The light point disappeared. It's gone, Lin exclaimed. Threw it so high. Little marveled. The real Titan never uses those flashy things. I've lowered my defense to the minimum. Can you compare to me? Can you? Boom. A huge roar. In front of Lin and Little's astonished eyes, the small mountain thrown into the sky slammed onto the Titan's skull amid his mocking laughter. Rolling dust dispersed. The Titan's skull lay on the ground, its long tongue hanging out, viscous brain fluid bubbling out, and all the surrounding tentacles twitching. Your dad isn't dead yet, daughter, why are you crying? The god of witchcraft crossed her chest, temples twitching. Little wiped away tears and said, Doctor, brother cried, so Little cried too. Crying once earns me 50 coins. The god of witchcraft closed her eyes, clenching her fists. This won't do. She felt that if she continued to let her daughter and this guy be together, her once dignified daughter would eventually become abnormal. Does this person even know the difference between himself and normal people? Stop crying for now. The god of witchcraft opened her eyes, twitching. He went through so much trouble to knock himself out. Can you see if you can revive him? Lin wiped away the tears from the corner of his eyes, thought for a moment, and sensed the balance of his mental power. Then he pondered, my mental power has bottomed out. Even if we exclude other interference factors, with my current mental power, I don't have 100% certainty. The god of witchcraft sneered, this is easy. If you lack mental power, I can give it to you. You can use it to revive him. Can it really be done? Lin remained calm. Immediately, Lin figured out another way to use past memories. If normal methods didn't work, as long as there was an opportunity to knock the opponent unconscious, would he then be free to do as he pleased? Unmentionable images suddenly flashed in Lin's mind, but he quickly dispelled those wicked thoughts, and his expression returned to stability. Since that's the case, initiate. In an instant, a dazzling light, influenced by Lin, surged around the Titan's skull. Just as Lin felt his remaining mental power rapidly depleting, a majestic, somewhat chaotic spiritual power was infused into his brain, rapidly replenishing his consumption. Don't move. Continue the reproduction, came the faint voice of the god from behind. Clearly, the small goddess provided him with tremendous support in terms of spiritual power. With this backing, Lin had no worries. He closed his eyes and precisely located the time point that needed to be reproduced. After some time passed, Lin accurately positioned the time 3001 years ago. Perfect. Lin smiled slightly, but just as he was about to withdraw his spiritual power to complete this nostalgic reproduction, the god's voice suddenly sounded mysteriously in his mind. Go further. Lin was surprised, but it's already 3000 years ago. Add another 0. A brief silence. What does adding another 0 mean? Lin was shocked, asking rapidly in his mind. The god squinted and said, no big deal. This old guy just mocked me a while ago. Do you think I can swallow that? Continue taking him forward. If he dares to trouble you, I've got you covered. Lin said, but if we add another 0, won't everything be gone? The god sneered, don't underestimate him. Although he's useless now, he was the war god of the Titan clan back then, hailed as the strongest Titan. He has lived for years, far beyond what you can imagine. Lin exclaimed, are you sure? Are you sure nothing will happen? The god narrowed his eyes, stop talking nonsense. I already said I've got you covered. Things had come this far. Might as well. Lin gritted his teeth. Continuing to manipulate his spiritual power, he continued to locate more distant time periods. The continuous influx of powerful spiritual energy from behind almost reduced his consumption to negligible levels. Finally, the time point was fixed at 30,010 years ago. Now it should be enough, right? Well, add another 5,000 years, give him a super double dose. After a few more minutes, Lin said, what about now? The god pondered, since we've added this much, it doesn't matter. Add another 2,000 years. Consider it a gift for him. Keep going forward. Pull him to the end, then I'll make some fine adjustments. Finally, after a total pull of 50,005 years, it was finally over. No more going forward, because that was already the starting point of life. Going forward would require separate calculations. The god pondered, is this a bit too much? Of course it's too much. We've already pulled to the end. It would be a miracle if things turn out good. The god thought about it and seemed to agree that it was a bit excessive. A few minutes later, with a dazzling burst of light and a roar, the lengthy reproduction, lasting for over 10 minutes, finally came to an end. The Titan's head, gradually recovering from unconsciousness, immediately felt the changes in his body. Although the curse and power remained unchanged, the completely different sensations on his body made him instantly tremble with excitement. His consciousness became urgent. Finally, after 3,000 years of death, could he once again stand upon the earth in his peak appearance, the magnificent Titan giant, the defender of the earth, the terror of the sky. With 2 giant axes that split the heavens, he boldly broke through the dust of his memories, revealing flashes in his consciousness. He slowly became excited and enthusiastic. Finally, could he recreate the bygone years. In the next moment, the light slowly dissipated from his body, and in front of him, there appeared a vague figure of his young wife and daughter, and that human who sat on his daughter's head, covering his face and looking extremely awkward. He immediately wanted to open his strong and powerful arms to give them a big hug. He wanted to tell them, "Your strong husband and father, he's back. He's back." The emotion was truly moving. But just as he was about to open his arms, he froze for a moment, then suddenly realized something was wrong. Where were his arms? His powerful arms? Something was wrong. It seemed a bit off. Then he saw that he seemed much smaller than before. Even in front of his daughter and the crazy woman, he had to tilt his head up to see. Even compared to that human, he seemed a bit diminutive. But wasn't he supposed to be reproduced in his appearance from 3,000 years ago? Finally, he subconsciously looked at himself. On the ground, a fertilized egg the size of a soccer ball emitted a strange and terrified sound. Lin slapped his forehead with a snap, closed his eyes, and his face contorted in pain, with the corners of his mouth twitching madly. Damn it, the scene was too intense, he really couldn't bear to look. This is outrageous. It's truly outrageous. Uncle, please don't blame me. I'm just a tool, manipulated by that little devil. I have absolutely no connection with all this. I am still kind. Suddenly, a system prompt sounded in his ear. Ding, you triggered a special achievement, the beginning of life. You gained basic experience 200. The beginning of life special achievement, obtained when successfully using the past remembrance skill to recreate the target as the beginning of life. This indicates that you are a compassionate person, willing to let others experience the birth of life and its hardships. You gained a permanent bonus, Constitution +2, Endurance +2, Compassion +1. She grabbed the fertilized egg, about the size of a soccer ball, and chuckled while covering her forehead. Oh, isn't this the famous Titan god from years ago? Disappeared for a few minutes, and this is what happened. Squeak, squeak. The fertilized egg roared in anger. The witch god sighed, "It's unnecessary, really unnecessary. I know you want to go back in time, but there's really no need to make yourself this young." The Titan fertilized egg angrily jumped up, finally unable to resist, and knocked her down to the ground in one fell swoop. "You useless waste. You dared to mock me before, but back then, you used to come running after me every day, pursuing me. Otherwise, did you think I would marry an old guy like you who's tens of thousands of years old?" Squeak, squeak. The two clashed violently, shaking the entire earth. Meanwhile, watching this scene from the side, Little chuckled and instantly waved her delicate arms. "Dad, go for it. Mom, go for it." Little, did something remind you of the past? The evening breeze blew. She looked particularly peaceful, serene, and beautiful. Yes, unknowingly, she raised her head, opened her eyes, and looked at the dark sky. Her eyes filled with hope. Mom and Dad used to fight like this often, just like they are now. Once they fought so fiercely that even the house collapsed. Little was scared and hid under the bed, crying all night. She smiled, rubbing her moist eyes. "I thought Mom and Dad would never talk to each other again. Maybe they wouldn't even be together. So I was scared the whole night." But the next day, she hoped, hugging her legs and looking at the sky. They acted like nothing had happened, happily applying ointment to each other in the living room, treating wounds and saying intimate things. Their smiles, as if the quarrel from last night had never happened. She turned her head, smiling at Lin like an elf. Later, I found out that it was just their way of getting along. They loved each other deeply, but when they encountered conflicts, they would fiercely beat each other up. Lin was speechless, strange way of getting along. Well, maybe this is their unique way of getting along. But Little is really happy. Do you, Doctor, not see it? In fact, Dad and Mom no longer harbor any malice towards you. Lin was stunned. He looked at Little's parents who were fighting in the distance. Slowly, he somewhat understood what Little meant. Yes, no matter who it is, even a demon from hell, there must have been something beautiful they once stood for. The hands of the big and the small gently touched. One big, one small, but unexpectedly harmonious. As if everything was silently speaking, the mark on their foreheads revealed the gradually approaching understanding. I might forget, I might never be able to become a normal girl, but thank you, my doctor. Countless light points slowly emerged from Little's body, her face still adorned with a beautiful smile with teary eyes. Her golden hair gradually feathered, and her delicate face and body slowly became ethereal. A sudden burst of light made Lin instinctively close his eyes, and when he opened them again, the hand in front of him had disappeared, as if everything just now was an illusion. Lin stared blankly. Inside, suddenly, for some reason, it felt empty. He closed his eyes and said nothing. It wasn't until he felt a strange touch on his hand, opened his eyes again, and saw that the hand was gently reaching over, softly touching his hand. He saw Little's familiar face on the other side. Doctor, and back to normal. Yeah, back to normal. A sincere smile appeared on Lin's face. Can you change back anytime? With me here anytime you want. I promise. That's great. If you change back, you must become Little's dentist. Of course, I definitely will. Well, that's it. Perhaps my life is destined to deal with creatures from hell. If so, then, it's not necessarily a bad thing. A faint curve appeared at the corner of his mouth, and he gently held the tentacle that Little stretched out, as if accepting something. The black mist surged, and the sky remained pitch black. Unconsciously, it seemed to hear a system prompt in his ear, but it quickly disappeared, as if it had never appeared. Your recovery +1. A whole hour passed. With the fading of past years, the brief reappearance of the heads of the god and titan, they eventually returned to their original forms one after another. It was like a dream, as if they had never fallen into hell, as if they were still living in the world they had always known, unchanging. Back to normal, the head of the god fell silent, an unusual occurrence. The two stopped their bickering and returned to reality. It really makes one nostalgic. The head of the god raised its head, showing a hint of a normal smile. Then its gaze fell on Lin. With the movement of the massive head, she once again stood in front of Lin like a mountain. She looked down at Lin for a long time. She grinned, revealing a sinister set of teeth, and said, although I still don't like you very much, it seems I don't dislike you as much. Hey the hell? Lin felt his scalp tingle from her laughter. Lin breathed a sigh of relief, then smiled, extending his hand and giving the godhead a thumbs up. Clearly, after this incident, he had successfully gained the approval of Small's mother. At least, it was no longer like before, where he was treated as a toy Small liked. As for the attitude of the Titan head, well, although there seemed to be no change, it was clear that the intense anger and murderous intent from before were no longer present. Uncle, is there something you need? Lin stared in shock. For Small's father, this immensely powerful ancestral being, it was definitely not false to say that he felt uneasy, because the Titan head's dislike for him was even greater than the god head's. The Titan head raised its tentacle and said, come with me. We need to talk privately. Private talk again. Lin already had a psychological shadow about the phrase private talk. Lin blinked and said, can't we talk here? The Titan head gave him a look that said, it's either talk here or die. Lin immediately nodded and said seriously, all right. Uncle, we can talk however you like. Even if it's talking until we bleed, it's not a problem. A few minutes later, Lin felt nervous and had a strange feeling, as if he had followed his girlfriend home and was being interrogated by the father in a dark room. But what kind of joke was this? The relationship between him and Small was clearly very pure. Do you know what I hate the most in my life? It's those bastards who dare to kidnap my young daughter. Usually, when I encounter such people, I just crush them directly. The Titan head indifferently licked its strong and ferocious tentacle to show off. Lin was sweating profusely, saying, Uncle, you've misunderstood. There really isn't anything between Small and me. We're just ordinary good friends. And think about it, how could I, from such a small race, possibly kidnap Small, such a powerful giant? Size doesn't match at all, is that so? But for some real bastards, they can always come up with various tricks to make their sizes match. Lin stammered, oh, I don't quite understand. The Titan head continued, you don't need to pretend in front of me. I can clearly see that you have the ability to control your body, right? Use your ability a bit, adjust your to the appropriate size. The issue of size is easily solved, isn't it? At this moment, Lin's mind and body suffered a tremendous shock. At this moment, he didn't even know how to respond to this sentence. This is not right. Something is wrong. Are you threatening me, or are you teaching me hands-on? This idea is too dangerous. Heh, the Titan head turned coldly, interrupting him and indifferently looking down, saying, you still want to pretend. If I'm not mistaken, you should have already found out my daughter's preferences. You probably also know that. My daughter likes shiny things the most, enjoys being treated to a big meal, likes someone giving her a bubble bath, enjoys going out for a stroll and adventures with someone. He maliciously chuckled. Likes being cuddled to sleep at night. You scoundrel. Lin stood there hollow, muttering. Before, he didn't know, but now it seemed like he knew everything. Uncle, are you really sure this isn't hands-on teaching? But even if you know these things, trying to kidnap my daughter is impossible. As long as I'm conscious for even a moment, I won't let my daughter out of my sight. Lin hollowly said, "That's really good." The Titan head squinted its eyes, indifferent, and said, "Unless you can figure out the chaos in my patterns. But you surely don't know, I only get chaotic on odd days, intermittently clear on even days, and only on the last day of the week do I give my daughter a day off. Only on that day will I let her go out alone without someone accompanying her. And I sleep very soundly. Even if she brings back something, sleeping me wouldn't hear it." "But you definitely don't know these things, right?" Lin said. Yes. All right. The Titan head indifferently said, "What needs to be said has already been said. I originally wanted to eat you now, but my dental health hasn't been good lately. Seeing you easily satisfies my hunger, so I might consider not eating you for now. But don't think about quitting halfway." The Titan head squinted its eyes, revealing a threatening and terrifying set of teeth. Those huge, razor-sharp teeth glimmered with a terrifying light, as if saying, "If you dare to back out, I can chew you up like a dessert at any time." "Understood. Thank you for the guidance, uncle. This is forcing someone into prostitution through coercion. But I really just treat Small as a good customer, a good friend, nothing more." After a while, the Titan head resumed its indifferent expression, standing with its tentacles, saying indifferently, "That's enough about my daughter. But you probably have many things you want to ask me. If I'm in a good mood, I might give you a chance. You seem to not be the original inhabitants of this world. So, who are you?" Lin hesitated. This was indeed a doubt that had been in his mind since he encountered this whole family. Because in the system introduction, they seemed to have fallen from a higher world to this dark world. And the Titans, in various legends on Earth, they were a very powerful race, almost godlike. The Titan head raised its head indifferently, saying, "Of course, we are not the original inhabitants of this world. I think you should already know. We are Titan giants. We are a supreme race that can rival gods." Lin trembled. The Titan head continued indifferently, "And your world, what we call the Dead Realm, is a dark world abandoned by the gods. Curses, chaos, misfortune, resentment, all the garbage and the deceased who shouldn't exist in reality are dragged into this world, never to be reborn. Of course, aside from that trash, there are also many self-proclaimed sacred organizations that will more or less interfere with this world, even sending troops to battle the monsters in this world." It glanced at Lin. "And there are also many innocent ones like you who accidentally fell into this world for various reasons." Lin contemplated. For a long time, he earnestly raised his head, saying seriously, "How can I leave this place? Return to my original world?" Hearing this, a sinister smile appeared on the Titan head's face, as if it had heard the world's biggest joke. His tone began to subtly become chaotic. "Leaving. Yes, you can leave, because you are the living. But wanting to return to your original world is not that simple. There are countless stars in the sky. And you, without a beacon, how can you find your world among countless starlights?" Lin looked at him seriously. His hands slowly clenched. "It seems you really want to go home." The Titan head maliciously smiled, saying, "Yes, who doesn't want to go home? Who wants to stay in this malicious world?" He grinned, raising his eyes with malice, full of mockery and chaotic gaze, staring at the pitch-black night. 3,000 years, I've been cursed and suppressed here, 3,000 years. Hatred, anger, my fury never burns out. The more I think of the past, the curses torment me, but the more they torment me, the more unwilling I become." He suddenly laughed maniacally and maliciously. A large number of viscous, black tentacles spread out from his eye sockets, nose, ears, and mouth. And on each tentacle, a burning black flame ignited with a crackling sound. Lin was shocked and immediately raised his head, saying, "Uncle, ha, I want to go back to my world, burning them all, devouring them all." Chaos and anger began to burn in the Titan head's eyes. Those burning tentacles, like viscous burning streams, spread unscrupulously across the wilderness. System prompts kept urgently sounding in his ears. Apparently, the previous conversation made the Titan head recall past calamities. "I don't want to be trapped here, become this monster, suffer, let my wife, my daughter, suffer." In an instant, he raised his head with a sinister expression, glaring at the pitch-black sky. "Heaven, you can't suppress me, you can't bind me. Someday, I will return from this hell, burning you all." A chaotic roar. Under Lin's gaze, the Titan head, with its vast burning tentacles, leaped towards the pitch-black sky. The huge head burned with raging anger, like a spear tearing through the sky, vowing to obliterate all the darkness that dared to bind him. Lin stared in amazement at that head, watching it turn into a fireball, rushing towards the pitch-black sky in a destructive manner. But it was almost at the moment when that figure was about to disappear from view. Whoosh! Lin suddenly saw countless black chains burst out from all directions on the dark ground, piercing straight towards the sky. Each chain was dozens of meters thick but almost transparent like nothingness. It was as if his leap had triggered some cold curse. Almost in an instant, that father who had just leaped to break through the night was immediately bound by those chains from the boundless heights. Boom! The massive head heavily fell to the ground, creating a burning crater. Those chains, like snakes, mercilessly lashed onto his head, leaving one after another ash-like scars on his head and cheeks. Ha 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 ha. The Titan head laughed sinisterly, enduring the terrifying lashes. You can't trap me, you won't let me die, and you won't live either, ha ha ha. He tore apart the sky with mad laughter, wanting to leap again, wanting to break free from the world's constraints. But those void chains instantly bound him again, pressing him firmly onto the earth, continuously burning his head. But he still laughed, angry, and resisted. As he said, the more they bound him, the more furious and unwilling he became. Lin quickly rushed to the edge of that crater. His eyes immediately reflected the crazed Titan head, bound in the center by cursed chains. Not only did those void chains bind him, but they also whipped him madly. Is this the reason for his chaos? Lin deeply observed. Is it a curse? If it's a curse, if the curse is the source of this unwillingness and anger. In an instant, Lin suddenly raised his head, his expression freezing. Almost in the next moment, he suddenly leaped down, his expression calm. Tentacles surged out from his shoulders like an exoskeleton, allowing him to swiftly move like a spider, heading rapidly towards the direction of the Titan head. His expression was calm. He moved like an agile cheetah, swiftly weaving through the rising void chains. If it's a curse, if it's because of this that he suffers. He instantly grabbed his own wrist, and beams of glaring light burst from his eyes. Maybe they can. Almost at that moment, Lin leaped up, passing through countless gaps in the chains. In an instant, a dazzling light burst from his hand, enveloping the Titan head's head. In the distance, upon seeing the countless void chains emerging from the surrounding wasteland, the expressions of both the witch god and Little changed dramatically. She almost instantly understood what had happened. It was her husband triggering once again the curse rooted in his soul. Not good. Without a second word, the witch god's head jerked abruptly, her face full of seriousness, as she swiftly flew towards that direction with Little. Little's face turned slightly pale as she said, "Daddy, has it happened again?" Clearly, she had witnessed similar scenes more than once before, especially during her father's chaotic periods, when the endless fury couldn't be restrained, and he repeatedly tried to break free from the world's shackles. Those void chains would appear, ruthlessly suppressing him again in this world. It was the materialization of the curse, and also the shackles imposed on them, binding them for eternity. The witch god's eyes flickered with light, gritting her teeth and saying, "Let's hurry over. This damn fool always acts up at the worst times. I hope that little guy hasn't been affected." Upon hearing those words, Little's face immediately turned pale, and her entire expression became anxious. The face of Lin appeared in her mind, making her immediately uneasy. "Doctor." They swiftly moved forward. Finally, a few minutes later, they crossed the burning wilderness. As soon as they entered, the witch god's head immediately noticed something abnormal. Because every time her husband fell into madness, the curses unleashed were invariably terrifying, often tormenting him to the point of severe injuries before relenting. But for some reason, just after she entered this place not long ago, she suddenly felt that the violent curse inexplicably weakened, although the degree of weakening was not significant. But this had never happened before. She looked surprised, not quite understanding what had happened. Or here, the witch god's head, with Little, rushed to the edge of the crater that had been smashed open. Her gaze became serious. As soon as she saw the scene inside, the witch god's head instantly revealed a shocked expression. In the center of the large crater, the Titan head was still bound by enormous chains, his eyes occasionally confused, occasionally clear. And not far away on the ground, Lin lay in a state of exhaustion. At this moment, his left hand was struggling to climb, dragging the already unconscious Lin, trying to crawl to a safe place. "You arrogant motherfucker. Who did you think you could heroically brush away the curse from this big guy? That's a root-level curse. Too naive. After this, there won't be a 5-ton feast for you. Don't expect to earn my forgiveness." The left hand struggled to drag Lin to a safe area. Little exclaimed, "Oh, it's Doctor's moving left hand." Meanwhile, in the center, the Titan head had become significantly more lucid. Apparently, the weakening of the curse had greatly alleviated the curse that would have taken a long time for him to suppress. "What is this?" The witch god's head looked astonished. 1 hour later, accompanied by a trace of mental power circulating in his mind, the mentally exhausted Lin slowly woke up, and as soon as he opened his eyes, he saw Little's puzzled face 2 stories high. Doctor, you're awake." Before Lin could come to his senses, the system prompt sounded in his ears. Special achievement, obtained when using limited curse ability on extremely high-level cursed beings and successfully partially reducing the curse. Lin instantly woke up, then sat up straight, opened his eyes, and said, "How's uncle?" As soon as he finished speaking, a strong voice of concern came from behind him. "I'm fine." Lin turned around. Then, he immediately saw the Titan head not far away, looking at him with a serious expression. His eyes had regained clarity, apparently having escaped from the previous chaos. And, whether it was an illusion or not, Lin could clearly feel that the Titan head now seemed to have a touch of wisdom and dignity that was absent before. This could be sensed from the way he looked at people, no longer the gaze suppressing with anger and malice, but truly like a living being. Humanity. The Titan head stared deeply at him and said, "You weakened. My curse." Because of the curse, it was difficult to restrain his anger, and once the boundless anger was guided out due to some trigger, he would immediately fall into immense madness, because he was tormented by past anger at all times. This made him desperate. But just as the curse surged and almost pushed him into madness, the teenager somehow weakened the intensity of the curse in an instant. Although the degree of weakening was not high, but this instantly increased the proportion of clarity in his consciousness. Lin rubbed his throbbing forehead and calmly said, "I just tried it out, never thought it would actually work. This is another ability. I can temporarily remove curses from the target for 24 hours. But my current strength is too weak to completely remove the curse from you. However, I've weakened it by about 15%. Upon hearing this, the witch god's head instantly showed a trace of shock and astonishment. How is this possible? Because she was the witch god. She understood better than anyone the terrifying nature of the curse that tormented them. That curse could make them immortal but also bind them tightly in this dark world, driving them insane. Even she couldn't completely suppress this curse. Wandering Soul Alley. Lin smiled and extended his hand, waving towards the small family, saying, "Let's stop here. Zio, uncle, aunt, I live at 55 Wandering Soul Alley. If you have time, feel free to come and visit me." Zio said, "But doctor, I can't bear to part with you." Lin reached out and gently patted his head, saying, "You have to be good, Zio. We'll see each other again. I'm your dentist, and you can come anytime when you have time." Of course, Zio couldn't stay with him all the time. Although having a root-level companion provided a sense of security, Lin knew that the appearance of root-level creatures in this dark world would undoubtedly attract a lot of attention and unnecessary trouble. Moreover, Titan and Witch Head would definitely not stay either. Their conditions were special. If they accidentally fell into chaos, Wandering Soul Alley might be leveled. Titan looked deeply at him, saying, "You have to be careful. Yesterday, you boldly led my daughter to eliminate that organization, and you must have attracted a lot of unnecessary attention. But still, if anyone dares to bully you, just give Big Brother a message, and none of them will survive." Lin was immediately moved. Indeed, Uncle's words gave an indescribable sense of security. Finally, did he have a reliable support in this dark world? Lin immediately asked, "But how can I contact you?" "Write a letter." There was a brief silence around. Just as Lin wondered why the air suddenly quieted down, Zio said, "I can't read. If there's no translation, it'll be troublesome." Lin was surprised. But indeed, for root-level creatures, there was simply no reason to learn the language of this dark world, because they had no reason or need to integrate into this world. "What is this?" Witch Head hesitated. Lin smiled slightly, saying, "Vision stones." Vision stone, a mysterious substance that connects visions. After use, one can transmit their consciousness into a vision. Each time you go to a vision, you need a vision stone as a medium. That's right. The informant had mentioned that vision was the fastest way to communicate over distances in this dark world. Simple, efficient, and extremely convenient. A few minutes later, Vision, a huge eyeball, hovered in the pitch-black sky above the square. Its surging gaze was like a massive beam of light, illuminating the entire square. On the square, there were virtual shadows everywhere, and outside the square, it was still a pitch-black area that couldn't be seen clearly. It was already late at night, but on the Vision Square, virtual shadows were still dense. This place corresponded to the vast area in the consciousness world, and there was a large crowd. At this moment, there were still many virtual shadows discussing the footage released by the daytime informant. In other words, those 3 root-level bounty hunters appeared here in our area yesterday. Yeah, you also saw that image, right? It was in the neighboring Wandering Soul Alley. According to reliable information, the headquarters of the Devil Association has indeed been destroyed. I have an acquaintance outside the Devil Association who said he couldn't contact the main brain anymore. He's now very scared, feeling that he could be eaten at any time. I think there will be many dark creatures coming here to investigate recently. Wait a minute, since those 3 root bounty hunters were in our area, do you guys think they might come to Vision too? As soon as this was said, there was silence all around, followed by waves of sarcastic laughter. Don't be ridiculous. Is your brain sick? Vision is the only order in the dark world. How could those truly chaotic existences possibly come here? Yeah, it's simply foolish. I've never heard of a root-level creature appearing in Vision, not before, and definitely not in the future. Exactly. Do you think all root-level creatures have a clear consciousness like us? Most of them are a nameless and bizarre aggregation. How could they come here? If those 3 root bounty hunters really come to Vision, I'll immediately stand on my head and flip 100 times around the square. I'm telling you, even if God comes, I won't stop. Laughter echoed all around, and the previously bustling square was instantly emptied. All the virtual shadows crowded into a corner of the square, looking in fear at the 3 terrifying beings in the center of the square. Who brought them here? Who brought these ghosts here? This is something they never expected. In the square where they were, creatures of origin level actually descended. And damn, it happened 3 at once. And, for the first time, they saw that the supreme will of the realm, due to the descent of these 3 beings, urgently elevated their desolate little place into a big city. Because in the realm, different squares are divided based on the total consciousness of the current area. Level 9 is the lowest level. Also, the place with the least total consciousness. And the descent of these 3 origin level beings directly promoted their remote place. In the center of the square, Lin smiled and opened his arms, saying, Zayek Xiao, uncle and aunt, welcome to the realm. Zayek Xiao widened her eyes in surprise, gazing at the surroundings. Titan's skull looked around warily, then his gaze fell on the giant eye above them, staring at them. He instinctively felt a threat, squinting his eyes and saying, Realm, Supreme Will, I've heard of it, but this is my first time here. Lin's mind stirred, saying, Uncle, do you know something? Titan lifted his head, saying, Are you talking about the Supreme Will? I only know that it's a will that descended on this world a long time ago. Its existence is much older than mine. He sniffed, his gaze flickering, and said dangerously, It's terrifying. Also powerful, and can create such a consciousness domain corresponding to the entire dark world. Its position is above mine. Lin pondered. He had thought about this question before, but it was too distant, and with his current abilities, he couldn't touch it at all. Titan lifted his head, saying, But don't worry, such a will won't pay too much attention to a specific creature. It doesn't care about many origin levels in the dark world. It won't mind. Is it because it's not threatening? The more Lin thought, the more he felt the depth and horror of this world. Lin stopped thinking about those unattainable things. A slight smile appeared on his face, saying, Well, the realm does provide a convenient domain for the creatures of the dark world. By using the realm, no matter where you are, you can contact me and leave a message. Last time, while exploring various functions of the realm, he remembered there was an independent channel that could pull in some people. Found it. In an instant, Lin saw the changes in the rune on his arm. In addition to the realm channel and regional channels, a new independent group appeared. Indeed, the various functions of the realm were indeed rich, making Lin doubt whether the so-called Supreme Will had a connection with the world he lived in. Without hesitation, Lin immediately sent invitations to Zayek Xiao's family. Watching the group, which initially only had him, rapidly expand to 4 people, Lin felt particularly gratified. With this independent small group, it would be much more convenient to contact them in the future. But the channel name needed to be changed. Not bad. In the future, if he encounters reliable and affectionate high-level patients and their families, he can pull them into his independent group. After joining the group, they would all be a family. Doctor brother, are you there? Here. Good, good. Zayek Xiao learned to chat so quickly. That's really talented. Why is it a VIP members group? Because Zayek Xiao is my first VIP customer, so I chose this name. I think this name is more reasonable. Hey, why does Zayek Xiao have a strange title in front? Exiting the group chat, Lin was speechless, rubbing his forehead. He turned to look at Zayek Xiao's parents, who were stubbornly confronting each other with their teeth clenched. He always felt that this group would be very cheerful in the future. Zayek Xiao said, Very interesting. Doctor, do you need a dark stone every time you come in here? Lin smiled, saying, Yes. Zayek Xiao curiously asked, What if it runs out? Lin gently patted her head, saying, It's simple. Zayek Xiao, you just need to find a passing creature and kindly ask them for a realm stone. They will give it to you. Xiaoxiao exclaimed. Really? Will they really be so friendly? Lin raised his thumb, smiling. Definitely. Got it. Thank you, doctor. Ghost Lane. Bloodsaw Apothecary. Lin, exhausted, returned to his attic and collapsed onto the bed, closing his eyes. Finally back. So much had happened in a single day, and even the experiences of this day could match up to his monotonous life of the past 2 years. He had bid farewell to Xiaoxiao and her parents, but with the realm, future contact would be easier. Sleep, rest for a while, then quickly change jobs. Too much experience has accumulated. Lin closed his eyes, lying on the bed, and soon entered the dreamland. Early morning. In the dark fog of Ghost Lane, 2 tall figures slowly appeared. One was a muscled man covered in stitched-up scars, looking hideous. The other was a 3-meter-tall noblewoman wearing a gorgeous gown. Are you sure those 3 origin bounty hunters are gone? Bloodsaw asked with some concern. The puppet lady stood dignified, arms crossed, glancing at him and said, I've been observing. They left a few hours ago, but I really didn't expect you, a stitched-up creature, to actually bring out such an amazing disciple. Bloodsaw frowned, holding a razor. It's not my concern. I don't know how he got acquainted with that level of existence. It's only been a few days since he left the shop. The puppet lady raised her head, looking at the dilapidated shop door in the distance. Here we are, she said firmly, gripping her hands. Such an excellent young man. If he stayed in this remote place, it would be a great loss. Regardless, they should make contact first, leave a good impression, and then gradually introduce their daughters to this handsome young man. Soon, they arrived at the door of Bloodsaw Apothecary. Though indirectly, the puppet lady raised an eyebrow. Bloodsaw chuckled. No, my disciple is a very dedicated person. I told him to look after the shop before I left, and he will definitely take care of it meticulously. If we go in without saying hello, he might attack us directly. Thinking about this, he felt relieved. After all, this was the dark world. And more importantly, his disciple had gained his respect in the past few days. If the bounty hunter had really left him some powerful items, going in without notice might lead to serious injuries. Saying that, he happily walked to the door and knocked 3 times, shouting towards the attic, Disciple, your teacher is back. Open the door. Attic. Lin, who was sleeping soundly, reflexively opened his eyes, sitting up straight like a zombie. Teacher's voice. He was startled. He grabbed the bone-cutting knife and revolver from beside his bed. The next moment, Bloodsaw's shout came from downstairs again. Lin, open the door. Your teacher is back. I need to rest. Got it. Lin quickly shouted, I'm coming, please wait. I really missed you, teacher. Without saying a word, Lin quickly put on his clothes, grabbed the bone-cutting knife, and hurried down the stairs. Outside the front door, Bloodsaw smiled slightly, a hint of satisfaction on his ugly face. Did you hear that? How considerate, how affectionate. He's my favorite disciple that I've adopted in recent years. We treat each other like father and son despite being master and disciple, and our relationship is deep. The puppet lady also had a radiant smile. Yes, indeed. He seems to be a very nice young man. Bloodsaw walked to the door, feeling extremely pleased. He already felt the breath of his disciple approaching rapidly. In his mind, he instantly pictured the scene of his obedient disciple looking at him with tears in his eyes after opening the door. A reunion after a long separation. A bone-cutting knife suddenly stabbed through the door, poking Bloodsaw. At the same time, Lin's shout came from the other side. You fooled me the day before yesterday, and now you're pretending to be my teacher again. Should I stab you a few more times? 3 more stabs. Bloodsaw stared with wide eyes, tremblingly reaching out. Hi, I'm really your teacher. Another stab. Puppet lady couldn't speak. Is this your Bloodsaw Apothecary's welcome ceremony? Something's not right. This is too hardcore. No, it seems like his disciple mistook him. Wait a minute. The puppet lady urgently reached out. But in the next moment, a long hair instantly spread out from that gap, then precisely looped around Bloodsaw's head. It was like someone throwing a loop, accurately catching a giggling loli far away on the 2nd floor. Instant tightening. Puff. Bloodsaw was instantly pulled onto the door, struggling desperately on the door, grabbing the door and struggling hard. I can't breathe. Stop. The puppet lady finally became urgent, banging on the door forcefully, and the door, along with the blood-spraying Bloodsaw, fell down. He really is her teacher. In the hall, Lin, holding the vengeful spirit hair that was already tied to the beam, looked stunned, watching his teacher, who was stabbed multiple times, spraying blood and struggling for his life. Ding. Congratulations to the host for triggering the achievement, Deceiving Teacher, and Destroying Ancestry. You have gained basic experience, 200. An evil achievement, triggered in any situation, has a chance to be obtained when stabbing your own teacher, and causing severe bleeding. This indicates that you have taken a solid step toward the chaotic and evil camp, and you have gained permanent enhancements. Strength +3, agility +2, happiness +5. After about 10 minutes, in the backyard operating table, the puppet lady stood there with a painful expression, pacing back and forth. She turned her head, looking at the blood-spurting bloodsaw lying on the operating table, and then at Lin. "Can you save him?" the puppet lady asked anxiously. Lin held a needle seriously, saying, "No big deal, my teacher's vitality is extremely tenacious. 6 stabs are nothing to him, not to mention, I am his disciple who has inherited his superb medical skills." Ding! A bright light flashed on the needle. Lin's expression was calm, eager to reach out. Ding! Bloodsaw's sanity -1. "Wait a minute." Bloodsaw, who was spouting blood, weakly reached out, pointing to the cabinet. "Stop the bleeding first, then anesthetize, then sew it, step by step. Don't skip." Lin shook, saying, "Yes, teacher." Lin immediately turned and came to the counter, rummaging through it, and then found several bottles of hemostatic and anesthetic drugs. Calmly taking out a syringe, he glanced at the major artery of his teacher. "Stop." Bloodsaw weakly reached out, preventing him when Lin was about to insert the needle. "Inject into the vein. Inject into the vein. Inject into the vein. I've said it so many times. Don't just see which blood vessel is thick and insert it there. Too thick is not good either." Lin trembled and said, "I'm sorry, teacher. I still need to deepen my learning." Quickly administering a shot to his teacher, applying anesthesia, and stopping the bleeding, Lin squinted his eyes and picked up the sharp needle again. Ding! A flash of light passed. "Teacher, I'm done," Lin exclaimed. "Do you know how to stitch?" Bloodsaw trembled. Lin, holding the needle seriously, said, "Yes, teacher. Every time you stitch someone's wounds, I observe very carefully." Bloodsaw sighed in relief. "That's good." And the anesthesia had already been administered. It shouldn't hurt much. After all, having been around him for 2 years, Lin had learned some real skills. "Let's begin then." "What the heck? What's going on? Why does it still hurt like hell after anesthesia? Does this guy have some passive skill that automatically causes pain to others, even after so much anesthesia can't suppress it? This is unacceptable. In the future, when it's the first time with a girl, it will definitely hurt her to death." Sewing experience +1. After about 10 minutes, Lin calmly took out scissors and carefully cut off the thread from his teacher's stomach, patting the beautiful bow on top. Gently sprinkling a composite drug on it, the task was successfully completed. "Teacher, the surgery was very successful." Lin earnestly raised his thumb and said, "Inside and outside, as well as the back, everything that should be stitched has been stitched, and I guarantee there are no mistakes." Bloodsaw had already foamed at the mouth and fainted. "Teacher," Lin exclaimed in shock. Bloodsaw, with a pale face, leaned against the operating table, looking at the bandage on his stomach. "Lin, you didn't leave anything in your teacher's belly, did you? Like scissors, a ball of yarn, a couple of needles, gloves, or your single eyeglass?" "I guarantee not, teacher." Learning from mistakes, this apprentice has long since corrected this habit. Bloodsaw sighed in relief and pulled out a metal detector from his pocket. He carefully scanned his stomach for a while. After not hearing any beeping sound, he truly relaxed. The puppet lady looked at this absurd scene in astonishment. It always felt like this young man wasn't as normal as she thought. Bloodsaw exhaled and patted Lin's shoulder, his face showing a gratified expression. "Not bad. Although you stabbed your teacher several times, making me really want to give you a few slaps, being so decisive and stabbing without knowing who's outside. That's quite the style of your teacher's younger days. The pupil surpasses the master." He felt relieved. Lin earnestly listened to his teacher's advice and said, "I dare not forget the teacher's teachings. Teacher said that in the middle of the night, no matter if it's a guest or not, stab first and assess the situation later." Is this a joke? What kind of teaching is this? She looked at these two earnest fellows, looking at Bloodsaw, who was stabbed once but now looked very content, and Lin, who quickly took out a pen, seriously recorded Bloodsaw's words. She always felt that there was some kind of wicked mentorship between them. "Bloodsaw, you wooden-headed guy, did you forget something important? Weren't you planning to question him? Also, you believe whatever he says, don't you? Haven't you seen during the day when your disciple was riding a primal creature all over the place? He clearly hasn't been afraid." He was obviously laughing happily. "Disciple, what about those primal hunters? The news has already spread in the area." Bloodsaw wiped his red eyes and asked. Lin said, "Teacher, you already knew about it. That was the night after you left. A guest who came to the shop for a toothache. Such a huge head. Almost scared your disciple. Shit himself." Wiping away tears, Lin continued, "But thanks to your disciple's quick thinking, Improvisation. I cured the toothache for that primal level creature. Otherwise, your disciple would really have cracked. Teacher, what about you? That day you said you were going out, so how did you end up involved with the Demon Hunter Association? The Bloodsaw smiled bitterly and said, it's a disaster caused by me. You probably don't know, right? I used to be an elder of the Demon Hunter Association. The Bloodsaw raised his head and said, a few days ago, I suddenly received an invitation from an old friend, saying that a research I had always been interested in had made significant progress recently. So, they wanted to invite me to the Hanging Tower for a gathering. I didn't think much about it. Although I haven't been to the Hanging Tower in 10 years, I would never have thought that what awaited me wasn't research and discussion but a coup, including him. Back then, he, along with other retired elders who had followed the old chairman in establishing the Demon Hunter Association, were all invited to the Hanging Tower, and it was there that the current association president, the Heart-Eating Demon, announced the restart of the Colossus Project. The Colossus Project. Lin hesitated, his heart stirring. Yes, the Bloodsaw sighed with a deep voice. Since the Demon Hunter Association is no more, there's no harm in telling you. After we discovered the remains of a fallen technological civilization a few hundred years ago, we analyzed various technologies and knowledge within it. All the knowledge pointed to the colossal weapon that civilization created 3,000 years ago. But after subsequent research and analysis, both the President and I vaguely sensed that the shattered Colossus, which fell into our world, might possess a terrifying power surpassing the root level. And what's even more frightening is that the Colossus is an artificial creation, a terrifying weapon composed of both machinery and flesh. Can you imagine what that means for an organization deeply involved in machinery and modification? Len's gaze deepened. Fanaticism. Yes, this is like a group of lowly enthusiasts who have been confined in a pitch-black cage with only male creatures around suddenly seeing a cute little lowly appear in front of them one day. The excitement and wildness are something ordinary people can't comprehend. We searched for fragments of the Colossus throughout the world and fervently wanted to reconstruct it. This lasted for hundreds of years. Lin's mind moved slightly, and he asked, why was it postponed later? Because we deciphered something. The war, a vast war that extended across countless worlds and civilizations. At that node 3,000 years ago, it broke out, and the technological civilization that possessed the Colossus, which could be considered one of the peak civilizations in countless worlds at that time, even comparable to gods with the support of Colossus technology, still failed. The entire civilization was destroyed, and the prideful Colossus made of flesh and machinery shattered and fell into this dark world. Curse, we have a strong premonition. If we really manage to bring the Colossus back into the world, some terrible curse will be triggered. Like there's some existence that won't allow the Colossus to reappear. 3,000 years ago. Is it again 3,000 years ago? Lin pondered upon hearing these words. Bloodsaw closed his eyes and said, it's precisely because of that strong premonition that we temporarily put aside the colossal plan and separated the valuable colossal fragments we collected among us elders. Lin immediately thought of a certain creature in the backyard and exclaimed, little treasure. Bloodsaw was surprised, you actually know. Without saying a word, Lin quickly got up and rushed to the backyard. Then the sound of the cellar door being pried open resounded, followed by angry hissing. The next moment, to the astonishment of Bloodsaw and the puppet lady, Lin came running with a struggling, angry giant tongue in his arms, saying firmly, well, I've guessed it. Because the only valuable thing in our pharmacy is this guy. Hiss, hiss. When the bloody puppet came before, little treasure helped me a lot. We've become quite close. Hiss, hiss. Bloodsaw nodded, saying, yes, you guessed it right. It's a component of the colossal I brought back from the association that year. Don't be fooled by its appearance as just a tongue. It has a strong self-awareness and is the most mischievous among the components we found that year. Lin, holding little treasure in confusion, asked, teacher, do you mean that each component differentiated from the colossal has its own independent consciousness? Bloodsaw fell silent for a moment at Lin's words. That's right, it's very strange, but in this dark world, it's not something entirely new. Teacher, what are your plans now? The Mage Association has been destroyed, and you should continue to stay here with your disciples, right? I did think about settling down for a few days, but this time I might not stay here for long. Lin was surprised. Bloodsaw smiled bitterly and said, the Mage Association has been annihilated. But many research results within the association were the painstaking efforts of us elders. I cannot allow those achievements to leak out just because the association is gone. Although the Hanging Tower is destroyed, the major branches of the association in the dark world still exist. And not long ago, he received information that Before the hanging tower was destroyed, the heart-devouring demon had transferred most of the association's data to several secret bases. Bloodsaw stood up, patted Lin's shoulder, and said seriously, I indeed misjudged you before. From your experiences in these days, it's clear that you have the ability and qualifications to stand on your own. Rather than following by your teacher's side for a lifetime, you should forge your own path. Rest assured, the teacher will always be the towering man standing behind you, and I believe that in the peaks of this dark world, you will surely have your place. Lin stared at the serious and gentle expression on his teacher's face. For a moment, Lin felt an indescribable warmth. Yes, 2 years, falling into such a sunless world. Terrifying, bizarre, absurd. Beliefs shattered time and time again, and cognition challenged repeatedly. If not for the shelter of his burly teacher time and time again, allowing him to adapt, change, and understand in this darkness, he would probably have died on the second day of crossing. Thinking about the past 2 years, Lin finally smiled and closed his eyes. Yes, finally got the teacher's approval. He smiled, opened his eyes, and reached out to Bloodsaw with a determined smile, saying, Rest assured, teacher. Although I may not have much talent, I promise you that I will make Bloodsaw Pharmacy the best pharmacy in this dark world. Seeing the confident and youthful smile on Lin's face and his energetic declaration, the puppet lady stared blankly, feeling her heart beating irregularly. Indeed, youth is admirable. Although he seemed abnormal before, suddenly becoming normal, he exuded an indescribable charm and vitality. Even an old woman like herself couldn't help but want to lure him into a dark room and pamper him. Her mind immediately conjured up scenes of tender, juicy, and aged beef. The puppet lady quickly shook her head, getting rid of the bizarre thoughts in her mind. A serious face. No, this is going too far. Such a vibrant young man, if not left for her daughters, would be unfair. She immediately formulated a plan in her mind. Time passed quickly. After the conversation, they temporarily settled here. Bloodsaw and Lin returned to their respective rooms. Soon, the thunderous snoring echoed from Bloodsaw's room, while the puppet lady in the adjacent guest room couldn't sleep. Wearing her oversized robe, holding her surging chest, she paced back and forth in the guest room, lost in thought. Boom, boom, boom. 3 knocks on the door. Lin, lying on the bed with his eyes closed, instantly sat up straight like a zombie. Lin, are you there? It's your aunt. Lin was startled. Aunt? Is it the old lover of his teacher? It's so late. What is she doing here? Immediately, he quickly got out of bed and walked to the front door, hesitating as he looked outside through a small hole in the door panel. Instantly, a surge of waves reflected in Lin's pupils. Swish, swish. Wide-eyed, Lin opened the door and said, Aunt, it's so late. Is there something you need? The puppet lady, with a smile on her face, stood in front of Lin with her 3-meter-tall figure, making Lin appear especially petite. She was about to speak when she noticed 2 lines of nosebleed flowing from Lin's nose, and asked in confusion, Lin, are you bleeding from your nose? Lin wiped away the nosebleed and rubbed his temples, calmly saying, It's nothing. I've been feeling a bit feverish lately. A little rest will fix it. The puppet lady didn't think much of it and smiled, glancing up and down at Lin with a playful look, sensing his vibrant and handsome appearance. However, the puppet lady did not forget the purpose of her visit. Yes, the puppet lady's face showed a hint of discomfort. She covered her forehead and looked somewhat weak, saying, I've been busy outside these days, especially after helping your teacher deal with those puppets from the Mage Association. My energy hasn't recovered, and my whole body is sore. I've been feeling weak, and it's hard to sleep at night. I don't know what's wrong, so I thought of asking you to check on Aunt. Click. After the puppet lady came in, Lin immediately closed the door. As soon as he turned around, he saw the puppet lady stretching in a big yawn, making strange sounds of satisfaction. The surging waves seemed to surge like a tide. Lin was shocked. Damn, Aunt, take it easy. Do you know that revealing your figure so casually in front of a young man can cause a considerable psychological impact on him? But Lin, being a doctor, quickly regained his composure. He quickly put on his white coat, pulled out a chair, and sat opposite the puppet lady, calmly taking out paper and pen, asking, Aunt, do you feel uncomfortable anywhere? Can you tell me specifically? The puppet lady, with a sly smile, raised her eyebrows and said, Not sure. I've been feeling tired, sore back, muscle pain, all over pain. And, I don't know why, I just feel powerless. Lin pondered, recording, Have you been overworking? Haven't had enough rest and adjustment these days. The puppet lady adjusted her sleepwear collar, weakly saying, I'm not sure. The sleep quality has been good, but I just can't seem to exert any strength. She seemed to tug at her collar, catching Lin off guard. Lin quickly regained his composure. After a moment of contemplation, he asked, "And, let me check your pulse. Let's see what's going on." The puppet lady, with a smile, held her forehead and said, "That would be great." Saying that, she raised her sleeves, extending her hand weakly. She secretly observed Lin's reaction. Of course, she didn't really have any illness. She just wanted to use this as an excuse to connect her daughters with him. He probably wouldn't be able to diagnose anything. And later, she could easily have him prescribe some blood-activating and stasis-dispelling medicine, or maybe give her a massage, or something. And then, she'd give him a proper thank you gift. It was perfectly reasonable. Lin gazed deeply at her and said, "If I'm not mistaken, the strength brought by the magical secrets within you has concealed certain abnormalities in your body. If you don't believe me, you can temporarily suppress the magic and see what happens." Madame Puppet was skeptical. She double-checked. Bloodsaw's disciple wouldn't deceive or play tricks on her. This, impossible. Nevertheless, she skeptically extended her hand and quickly made several mysterious gestures, accompanied by a rumbling halo lighting up all over her body. The magical energy flowing in her veins quickly gathered visibly in front of her chest. Using a special method, she temporarily transferred all the magical energy in her body to her heart. In this way, except for the heart, every part of her body became a fleshy body without magical protection. Almost at the moment of removal, Madame Puppet's expression suddenly changed. Cough. Her face suddenly changed color, and she coughed violently. A tremendous pressure spread from her bones to her brain in an instant. Bones seemed to creak as if unable to bear the load. Her body also became stiff and sluggish. In that instant, she even had a strong illusion, as if she were still in her puppet form from years ago, as if she had never turned into a fleshy body. How can this be?" she exclaimed. "Madam, if my guess is correct, you weren't originally a fleshy body. According to my diagnosis, there should be remnants of some curse hidden in your body, gradually eroding and causing changes in your body over time. The most obvious manifestation is the impact on your bones and flesh." Supporting his chin, Lin said seriously, "Your bones and flesh seem to be transforming into a wooden and fibrous state." Madame Puppet trembled all over. This is impossible. The blood curse has already been lifted. Wooden fibers. Almost instantly, her mind recalled her state before encountering Bloodsaw. A puppet, a monster with wood as the skeleton and plant fibers and resin as the flesh filler. Her face turned pale. Lin calmly said, "This transformation has probably been going on for many years. The reason you couldn't perceive it is because you've become accustomed to driving your body using magical energy rather than relying on the body itself. And this has further weakened your body. Under the influence of magical energy, you may not feel anything unusual. Still, once you encounter a special situation where magical energy is exhausted, this physical degeneration will immediately bring you intense backlash." Lin narrowed his eyes and said, "If this were discovered a few decades later, by that time, just removing the magical energy might cause your body to collapse." Madame Puppet's brain instantly went blank. She mumbled, moved her lips, but couldn't say a word. How could this happen? She just wanted to pretend to be sick, let the young man give her a massage casually, prescribe some medicine, and then smoothly use this opportunity to connect with him and her daughters. How did he manage to diagnose so many illnesses just by a casual checkup? "It seems that fate has destined me to help you cure your condition." Yes, it must be fate. Otherwise, why would this madam come to my room in the middle of the night to ask for a medical examination secretly? Could it be that my aunt's luck is so strong that even the master's wife, with just one look, wants to drag her into a dark room for some embarrassing play? Thinking about it, it's impossible. Madame Puppet suddenly turned pale, grabbed Lin's hand, and hugged him to her chest, saying, "Really, child, do you really have a way to cure Auntie? Rest assured, if you can really cure Auntie, Auntie will do anything for you. Even if we secretly roll the bedsheet, Auntie won't refuse to cooperate." Damn it, this has touched upon my moral blind spot. Is the world so open-minded? And don't say strange things. If you continue like this, I dare not treat you. Lin coughed, awkwardly withdrew his hand, and said, "There's no need for the bedsheet rolling. I am a very upright young man who can't stand two taboo experiments, and my orientation doesn't allow me to choose two prominent figures. Compared to a robust girl like Aunt, I still prefer." Of course, he dared not say the last two sentences. "Well, let's talk about business first. I found some remnants of a curse in Aunt's body. This indicates that you must have used some method before to eliminate the curse's impact. Can you tell me what method that was? I need to prescribe the right medicine." This method was not mentioned in the system's diagnosis explanation. Madame Puppet was momentarily stunned. Then her pale face suddenly turned somewhat red, saying, "Are you sure you want me to say?" Lin raised his head with dead fish eyes and said calmly, "Of course, I am a doctor, a guardian of the white robe. I must understand enough information to prescribe the right medicine, understand?" Madam Puppet hesitated and nodded. Then her face turned slightly red as she said, "Actually, it's very simple. In the method of curse removal passed down in our sect, as long as you can find a creature with strong feelings for you, and then, at a moment of emotional outburst, let the other party send you to the peak of ecstasy." She seriously pointed a finger and said, "When you are very high, you can suppress the blood curse in your body." Snap! The feather pen in Lin's hand fell to the ground. He was completely stunned. For a while, he didn't know what to say. Madam Puppet earnestly leaned forward and said, "It must be when you're very high. Otherwise, the effect will be greatly discounted. Do you know what it means to be very high?" "Lin," he said, "it probably isn't what I'm thinking." Madam Puppet vigorously nodded and said seriously, "That's right, it's exactly what you're thinking." Silence surrounded them. Lin sat dumbfounded on the counter, and the massive puppet lady leaned forward, staring at him intently. If Lin glanced downward slightly, he could see. The scene was as bizarre as it could be. Lin rubbed his eyes forcefully, tilted his head back, and said with a headache, "How about you go try with my teacher again?" Madam Puppet said earnestly, "I didn't know beauty or ugliness when I was a puppet. Now that I'm big, I regret it. Besides, your teacher can't make me very high anymore." "Why?" "Because he has a problem." "What problem?" "Because he has some issues." Lin was stunned. "What issues?" Madam Puppet, as if recalling something very unpleasant, squinted and said, "You men, you fear the most about that issue." Lin's gaze instantly went hollow. This explosive and terrifying news was like a nuclear bomb being thrown into a fish pond, causing countless radiated grilled fish to explode. Shouldn't this be information that a disciple shouldn't know? No way, no way. "Teacher, I swear, I really didn't intentionally find out. In my heart, you've always been a robust and invincible man. Wait a minute, let me straighten things out." Lin extended his hand, quickly regaining composure, and tried hard to calm his expression. He immediately recalled the solutions given by the system to those symptoms in his mind. Emotion, climax, suppression. Lin captured those key words. He furrowed his brow, brainstorming. "Madam, let me ask another question. Have you ever thought that removing the curse inside you might not necessarily require that? It might just need an emotional trigger. What do you think?" Madam Puppet sat down, hugged her chest, and closed her eyes. "I've considered that, of course, but things are not as simple as you think. Honestly, before I met your teacher, my original form was a cursed puppet." Lin was stunned. "And puppets have no emotions, no morals, no shame, no joy, no sorrow. Or rather, it's not that they don't have them, it's just challenging to evoke them." She opened her eyes, and her voice softened. "We, in our line, chose the most peaceful method, which is to find a trustworthy living being, gradually build a bond with them, and then, little by little, induce our emotions in the process of interaction. Finally, during that moment, have a complete outburst to undergo transformation. And besides this method, there are others, but they are too cruel, such as inducing extreme despair and resentment through immense torture, allowing the puppet to experience the most painful feelings. Alternatively, destroying everything she cared about, friends, former relatives, everything beautiful and cherished. In their extreme sadness, transformation would likely occur. Compared to these extreme methods, undergoing transformation in joy is the best way. Because, for them, still in their puppet state, that is a way to induce inner emotional responses. The deeper the emotions, the happier they feel during that moment." Lin pondered. "I see." He then raised his head, saying deeply, "However, it seems that this method is not permanent. At least, your curse hasn't been completely removed." Madam Puppet closed her eyes and sneered, "You'd better ask your teacher about that. Teacher's wife, you are no longer a puppet. You don't need emotional induction anymore, right? It should be possible to suppress the curse with purely physical emotions." Madam Puppet was startled. "Do you want to try it?" Madam Puppet stared at Lin, her heart pounding. How to try? Could it be? Bloodsaw's disciple suddenly became enlightened. Could he really want to? This is too taboo. A few minutes later, in the pharmacy, Lin stood calmly in front of the alchemy pot, slowly stirring the bubbling and viscous liquid inside. Madam Puppet stood disappointedly with her arms crossed, sitting there with closed eyes, a few black lines appearing on her head. "Is this alchemy?" Lin asked. Madam Puppet closed her eyes and said, "I thought it was something else." Operating table. Madam Puppet sat in amazement on the operating table, watching Lin raise the table and adjust it to a semi-reclining position. Then she saw Lin using handcuffs on the table to restrain her hands and feet. "Are you playing around?" Madam, please don't say strange things. This is just a safety measure to prevent you from moving recklessly. Lin squinted, picking up a needle. And to prevent accidents, I'll temporarily inject a certain amount of anesthetic into your limbs. But all this is for the final treatment. Are you still okay to continue? Madam Puppet hesitated, saying, if it can suppress the curse, then anything goes. Lin nodded. Then he placed the dozens of potions he had just brewed in front of her. Madam, if you can endure until dawn after drinking these potions, I guarantee that the curse inside you will be significantly suppressed. But please remember, don't make too much noise. Madam Puppet looked at the pink potions and hesitated, asking, so what exactly is this potion? Lin took a deep breath, closing his eyes. Let me tell you when your curse is suppressed. Because it's really hard to say now. Because it's really hard to say it out loud. In the operating room downstairs, there were suddenly bursts of inexplicable and high-pitched screams. I can't take it anymore. You're finished. You're done. I will definitely not let you off. Oh no. Wah. Continuously, there were piercing, desperate, intermittent sounds coming from downstairs. At the same time, Lin's ears were bombarded with system notifications. Various notifications kept washing over Lin's eardrums, but he closed his eyes, blocked his ears with cotton, and pretended to be asleep, selectively ignoring everything. Gradually, with the passage of time, the desperate and intermittent words couldn't form coherent sentences anymore. Good boy, I beg you, come in quickly come into this room. Really, just come over and talk to me. I'm serious, wow, I can't take it anymore. Really can't take it. If you feel embarrassed go call your teacher also okay, wow. Not only the Bloodsaw Apothecary but the entire Ghost Soul Lane had spent a sleepless night. The next day, which sister or aunt is awake all night long? Simply outrageous. Too much. I really can't stand it. Is it really lasting this long? All the way until morning. Whose general is this so brave? Haha, looks like I'm the only one unaffected. Well, getting old. Can't stand these things. But I have to say, that girl should tone it down. Chanting continuously for 5 or 6 hours is a bit excessive. Why does it feel like it's coming from the direction of the apothecary? No, I have to find an opportunity to go check it out. In the morning, Ghost Soul Lane was empty. In the rolling black fog, a few ghostly figures occasionally appeared, all looking listless and absent-minded. Bloodsaw Apothecary. After silently counting for 6 hours, Lin opened his eyes, calmly got up from the bed, put on his white coat, and wore a mask and gloves. Lin quickly went downstairs and arrived at the door of the operating room, removing the boards nailed to it. He hesitated for a moment, then knocked on the door. Knock, knock, knock. Aunt, how do you feel? Lin kindly asked. There was no response from inside. After much consideration, Lin finally took out the key from his pocket, deciding to open the door and check. Just as he stepped in, Lin saw that there was no one on the operating table, and there were signs of damage on the table, indicating that Puppet Lady had freed herself after the anesthesia wore off. And in the next moment, Lin immediately saw Puppet Lady in the corner with a vacant look, disheveled clothes, a flushed face, and her body occasionally twitching. A broken appearance. As for the scene inside the room, it couldn't be described in words. In general, it was a mess. Then he checked her pulse, conducting a comprehensive examination and diagnosis. The heartbeat is fast. Should be a reaction to prolonged adrenaline secretion. The fibrosis of bones and flesh has undergone a significant reversal. There are signs of a substantial weakening of the curse inside the body, indicating that the treatment is indeed effective. A satisfied smile appeared on Lin's face. He reached out and shook hands with Puppet Lady. Good news, Aunt. The hidden illness in your body is gradually improving. After a few more sessions of treatment, I believe the curse inside you can be fully suppressed. Puppet Lady's body visibly trembled, especially when Lin shook hands with her. A seemingly reflexive response occurred. Puppet Lady murmured in a daze, "You're a devil." Special achievement. There is a chance to obtain it when one or more opposite-sex individuals reach an indescribable stage in any form and by any means under any circumstances, which people cannot, or at least should not, do. You have gained permanent bonuses: Endurance plus 10, Constitution plus 10, Happiness plus 10. Lin numbly ignored all the system descriptions of achievements and directly took out the reward the system had just given him. Tantalizing elixir formula. Quality, high grade. Introduction. People cannot, or at least should not, research this kind of elixir. However, this doesn't necessarily mean it's not an excellent elixir. Due to its intense nature, please use it appropriately. Do not chug a bottle, or the consequences will be at your own risk. Formula. Succubus Body Fluid X1. Hellfire Bud X5, Slime Mucus X1, Spider Demon Sac Fluid X1, etc. And how do you feel? Has the curse in your body been suppressed? After finishing the tea, feeling the cool breath rushing to her brain, the puppet lady's consciousness quickly recovered. She mumbled, "It seems indeed effective. The abnormality in my muscles and bones is much better than yesterday." Lin smiled. "This is targeted treatment. Curses are different from others. The key is to find the right breakthrough." The puppet lady recalled the night of nightmares she had experienced yesterday. She shivered involuntarily, although what Lin said was not wrong. Using that extremely hateful elixir did indeed have a better effect than intimate activities. This young man could actually endure not sneaking in quietly, because she swore, under those circumstances, if he had come to the operating room, she would definitely not have been able to resist, and who knows what might have happened. For a moment, as she looked at Lin, her gaze became a bit more ambiguous and fond. Lin remained calm, but in his heart, he probably already knew what the puppet lady was thinking. Although I, Lin, am occasionally unconventional, I won't mess around with my teacher's former lover. I would be crazy to venture into troubled waters after boldly proclaiming all those things in front of my teacher yesterday. It would be terrifying to have the teacher find out that I've taken advantage of this situation. Lin absolutely didn't want any connection with this lady after this. After this incident, he must keep a safe distance and not give her any chance to take advantage. By the way, Bloodsaw, I called him yesterday. He didn't hear it. The puppet lady curiously asked. Lin closed his eyes and said, "Rest assured, to prevent some inexplicable misunderstandings, I gave my teacher a small amount of sleeping pills. He's sleeping soundly." The puppet lady teased, considering it so thoughtfully. "You even dared to drug your teacher. What else could he do? Should he let the teacher wake up and see her trapped on the operating table in that lascivious state? I guarantee the teacher would come with a knife on that day." Rather than explaining after a misunderstanding, it's better to nip the misunderstanding in the bud. After the small practice, Lin had already learned to be shrewd. "But anyway, thank you." The puppet lady smiled, her chin resting on her hand. "If you hadn't identified those issues for me, by the time I found out on my own, it might have been too late. From that perspective, you are indeed more outstanding than your teacher. Tell me, silly boy, what reward do you want? In return for your kindness, how about this? If you don't want money, I'll give you something else. What do you think?" Lin was puzzled. He instantly thought of the system prompt about the special reward. Could this be it? Lin hesitated. "What?" The puppet lady's mouth curled up, and she slowly extended her palm. Mysterious waves of magical runes swept over her hand. Snap! A thin book engraved with magical patterns appeared in her hand. Under Lin's curious gaze, she smiled and pushed the thin book toward Lin, saying, "I believe you'll find it interesting. Although I know you're friends with those 3 bounty hunters, they definitely won't stay by your side forever. News of the Mage Association's destruction has already spread through the vision, and there will surely be many creatures with ill intentions coming here to investigate. Don't you want to have more means of self-defense?" Lin lowered his head, picked up the thin book. The large characters on the title page instantly caught his eyes. Puppet Manor Comprehensive Puppet Handbook. Puppet? Lin wondered. He opened the first page of the booklet. What caught his eye first was an exquisitely detailed illustration of a puppet. Beneath the illustration, a densely packed description of the puppet's information was revealed. First puppet, Kang Xuan Yu. Cleanup type puppet with extremely powerful curse abilities, adept at using curses to launch wide-ranging attacks on targets. Personality, mature and eloquent, emotional development, combat rating, energy consumption, high. Appearance, female, lifelike medium-sized curse puppet, adult body type, black straight hair, blue pupils, right eye destroyed, often covered by a flower bud. Notable features include a white robe and blue sash, 175 centimeters. Second puppet, Requiem Song. Combat type puppet with extremely strong melee abilities, capable of becoming a sharp knife on the battlefield through precise assaults and berserk abilities. Personality, insane and pathological, emotional development, combat rating, energy consumption, extremely high. Appearance, female, lifelike light curse puppet, Lolita body type, red hair and eyes, often uses a 3-meter-long heavy scythe. Almost uncontrollable during combat. Notable features include the scythe and red hair, 151 centimeters. Third puppet, Lustrous Lamp. Maid-type puppet. Female, excellent household assistance abilities, a perfect housekeeping puppet with outstanding management and financial skills, allowing her to adapt quickly to any environment. Personality, lively and amiable, emotional development, combat rating, Energy consumption, small. Appearance, female, lifelike medium-sized puppet, maiden body type, blonde hair and blue eyes. Often manages the puppet mansion in the absence of the lady. The first head maid of the puppet mansion wears a maid outfit, perfectly simulates human emotional expressions. Notable features include a smiling face and demure demeanor, 160 centimeters. Lin flipped through the booklet, captivated by the introductions on each page. Each puppet had a detailed illustration and related information, all intricately crafted to resemble real humans, yet possessing an indescribable eerie beauty. All of these, Lin was astonished. The puppet lady smiled faintly, supporting her chin. All of them are excellent puppets, carefully selected and brought back from cursed individuals worldwide. They are my daughters. As you can see, each one excels in their own field, and after my meticulous refinement, at least in terms of appearance, they are more readily accepted by the normal world compared to my ancient wooden puppet. She continued to introduce, leaning forward with a charming smile. So, what do you think? Are you interested in any of them? If you are, Auntie can rent them to you anytime. They can serve as bodyguards, maids, and of course, if you're not afraid of death, they can even be your playthings. Lin, can they all be taken? Lin curiously asked. The puppet lady's smile instantly brightened. Yes, Lin shuddered instantly. Wait a minute. Why is she happier when I say I want all of them? Does she have some evil intentions? In an instant, Lin remembered the curse inside her. Could it be that her real goal is not to thank me but to make something strange happen to me and her puppet daughters, and then help her daughters break the curse? Lin, use my body. No way. Absolutely not. Although I'm occasionally perverted, I can't possibly be as thorough as the teacher. Realizing the puppet lady's intentions in an instant, Lin's heart trembled madly, but he still maintained a calm expression on his face. I didn't say I don't want. Let me take another look. Lin sweated. The puppet lady bloomed with joy again, her smile radiant. Lin pondered and then asked, I understand the combat rating, but Auntie, what does this emotional development level mean? The puppet lady blinked and explained, this is my judgment of how difficult it is to stimulate their emotions based on my many years of interaction with them. The higher the star rating, the easier it is, and the closer they are to real humans. Without hesitation, Lin quickly ruled out all puppets with high emotional star ratings. Best to choose one with no stars. He didn't want to go too deep. And what about energy consumption? Lin continued to ask. The puppet lady chuckled. Just like you flesh and blood creatures, when you're hungry, you eat. They also need to consume energy. Otherwise, they may move slowly or even stop working. But my daughters are quite advanced. They can convert blood, curse energy, or energy blocks into their own energy. Lin thought for a moment and muttered, so they also need to be maintained. The puppet lady. Are there any dolls that can still move even if they don't eat? Madam Puppet closed her eyes and clenched her fists, seemingly annoyed. Was this guy really that stingy? Denying food and expecting the puppet to function. With a displeased expression, Madam Puppet replied, well, there is one. My seventh daughter has some cleanliness issues. She dislikes blood and energy blocks, and she has her unique way of recovery. Curious, Lin asked, what is it? Madam Puppet took a deep breath, extended her slender hand, and placed a bronze object on the counter. Lin was surprised. A winding key. Seventh doll, Black String Moon. Control and cleaning type puppet. Female, extremely powerful in both combat and control. Proficient in using threads formed from secret energy to manipulate the target's movements, leading them to self-mutilation or breaking their necks. Personality, none. Emotional development, combat rating, energy consumption, variable. Appearance, life-size lightweight puppet, lowly physique, silver hair, black eyes. Wears a dark golden long skirt and a black small hat. No specific preferences or personality traits. Noteworthy, there is a winding keyhole on the back that distinguishes her from other puppets, allowing compatibility with various types of winding keys for recharging. Height, 146 centimeters. Lin stared at the Gothic-style puppet girl in the illustration with amazement. Even from the drawing, she seemed more like a real puppet, exuding a mysterious beauty and an unusual sense of horror compared to the other puppet girls. She lacked a bit of popularity compared to the other puppets. Winding up, strong combat abilities, no emotional troubles, and a lightweight puppet too. Lin almost instantly made his choice. That's her. Lin earnestly raised his head and declared. Madam Puppet was momentarily surprised and then slightly frowned, showing some reluctance. In truth, she hoped Lin would choose her eldest daughter and third daughter because they were normal enough, with sufficiently high emotional development. This meant they were more likely to form a bond with the young man and be better at restraining the curse. Although the seventh daughter had extremely strong combat abilities and even defeated her older sister in a full condition one-on-one battle, it was because her emotional development was too low. She had no concept of holding back, making her aggressive and difficult to control. But how about changing to another one? Or picking another one? Madam Puppet tried to persuade Lin. No, one is enough. Was he kidding? The emotional development of the third puppet was too high. If, by any chance, something happened and he inadvertently triggered something that deeply affected him, it would be disastrous. And also, young man, you can try her out for 30 days for free. If you're not satisfied, you can contact me anytime for a replacement when I return. How about that? Lin smiled. Deal. Ding. Congratulations, host, on triggering the achievement, Puppet Miss. You have gained basic experience points plus 200. Puppet Miss Phase Achievement. Obtain a personal puppet through any means. You have received a reward, Spirit plus 1, Constitution plus 2. Now, he just had to wait for the delivery. The groggy Bloodsaw finally stumbled into the front hall. He rubbed his head, feeling a bit confused and downcast. Strange, was it because I'm too tired? How could I have slept so soundly? Lin quickly approached with a cup of tea, handing it to his teacher. He cleared his throat and said, Teacher, you just had surgery yesterday. Feeling a bit tired is normal. Drink this tea specially prepared by your disciple. It nourishes the kidneys and clears the mind, very invigorating. Give it a try. Seeing his respectful disciple, Bloodsaw's mood immediately improved. What a filial disciple, waking up early to serve tea and even giving a back rub. The decision he made back then was indeed correct. Thoughtful, Bloodsaw was very pleased and drank the tea, feeling refreshed. Ding. Bloodsaw's favorability towards you plus 5. By the way, disciple, last night before going to bed, the teacher thought for a long time. I don't know if you have any thoughts about this. Putting down the teacup, Bloodsaw turned to Lin, his expression becoming serious. Do you want to become a real doctor? At this statement, Lin was momentarily surprised, asking, Are you saying? Bloodsaw faintly smiled, a profession. You are still just my apprentice for now. But if you want to continue developing, you must choose a profession that suits you as your main direction of development. Bloodsaw's first profession was a flesh-altering specialist, the second was a pharmacist, and he also dabbled in surgical procedures. However, he wasn't considered a true doctor. So, if you want to pursue the path of a doctor, I suggest you join an association or organization dedicated to this field. It will save you from many detours. Bloodsaw's words were sincere. Lin pondered, recalling the rare job transfer task given by the system. Seeing Lin's expression, Bloodsaw smiled slightly, asking, It seems like you already have an idea, right? Lin didn't hide anything. Looking serious, Teacher, have you ever heard of the profession of a night doctor? At this statement, Bloodsaw was momentarily stunned. Then an astonished expression appeared on his face. Night doctor, where did you hear this term? Lin was about to come up with a reasonable excuse, but Bloodsaw didn't continue questioning. Instead, he solemnly said, I know about this organization, Night Doctor, also known as Night Walking Doctors. They are a group of lawful and kind lunatics. Lawful and kind? Lin was astonished, asking, Is there such an organization with these principles in this dark world? You must understand, this was the dark world. Hell, qualities like lawful and kind were rarer than winning the lottery here. Bloodsaw shook his head, his gaze serious. Don't misunderstand. They are not the lawful and kind you might think. They labeled themselves that way. Lifting his head, Bloodsaw became extremely grave. If you encounter them, it's better to have some illness. They believe that all living beings in this world are sick. Their purpose is to give redemption to the creatures in this world. In simpler terms, if you meet them without any illness, they will try to find something wrong with you. If they can find it, they will help you cure it. But if they can't find anything, Bloodsaw's gaze sank as he looked at the sutures all over his body. He gritted his teeth and said, They will cut you open and continue searching until they find something. Ding. Bloodsaw's sanity -1. Lin exclaimed, so dedicated. Ding. Bloodsaw's sanity -2. Respect. Dedication. Bloodsaw looked at Lin as if he was staring at a stranger, frowning. You call this dedication? Lin thought for a moment, then coughed and, somewhat embarrassed, lowered his head, saying, Sorry, teacher, because it always feels like a group of people working hard to heal everyone, although it seems a bit fanatic. Bloodsaw's mind buzzed, and his gaze became somewhat vacant. Very good people. He didn't know how his apprentice had such absurd thoughts, but it seemed he was indeed very interested in this profession. Staring deeply at Lin, he said, Although I don't know where you heard about this organization, to be honest, they are indeed one of the few highly skilled medical organizations in this dark world. but I still advise you to reconsider joining that organization because those who can be absorbed into that profession are not normal beings. Lin pondered, saying seriously, I am normal. Bloodsaw squinted. Alright, answer me a few questions, and we'll see which camp you lean towards, and then you can choose your profession accordingly. Lin was momentarily surprised but then agreed, sure. Bloodsaw thought for a moment and asked, alright. The first question, do you have compassion? Lin had a puzzled expression. After a moment of thought, he subconsciously opened his system panel and nodded, saying, yes, a lot. He had 3 love points from the system reward. Bloodsaw said deeply, second question, you are a doctor, and on the road, you encounter a patient unrelated to you. He is severely injured but harbors ill intentions towards you. Will you help him? Lin carefully considered and then said, if I don't know he harbors ill intentions, I will definitely go help him. After all, I am a white angel and cannot sit idly by watching someone die in front of me. Bloodsaw said deeply, what if you discover his ill intentions while treating him? Without hesitation, Lin replied, cure first, then advise kindness. If he remains unkind, I'll kill him. Bloodsaw wiped the cold sweat from his forehead. All right, third question. You are a doctor and you have a patient. There is a significant dilemma in front of you. You have the ability to cure him, but during the treatment, it will cause him extreme pain, and he might even die. How would you choose? Lin, after hearing the question, thought for a while. Does he want to live? Bloodsaw nodded, yes. Did he hire me to cure him? Bloodsaw hesitated for a moment and said, yes. Lin then raised his head, smiling, simple. Since the purpose of hiring me is to save him, I will definitely do whatever it takes to achieve that goal. As for the process, I don't think it's very important. Bloodsaw, still unsure, asked, what if he dies midway due to the immense pain? Lin seriously replied, necromancy, suturing technique, mechanical modification, flesh modification, puppet modification. Necromancy, curses, there's always a way to resurrect him. Bloodsaw, shocked, asked, what if he can't be resurrected? Lin furrowed his brow deeply, thought for a long time, and said, do you want to hear the truth or a lie? Bloodsaw hesitated. The truth, your most genuine thoughts. Lin frowned, hesitated for a long time, and said, firstly, I wouldn't let such a situation happen, but if it did, I would blame myself and feel remorse. However, as long as the employment relationship is still intact, I will find every possible way to preserve his body until I revive him. I won't easily give up due to objective and subjective reasons. Bloodsaw was stunned, unable to say a word for a while. If this was truly what he thought, this guy might be scarier in the future than those chaotic and evil guys because of his sufficient paranoia. Because if you change the question to killing, it would be somewhat eerie. Bloodsaw took a deep breath and said seriously, let's put this topic on hold. Fourth question, suppose your closest person makes a mistake, and the mistake violates the law. What would you do? Lin chuckled. Of course, I would stand by the side of my closest person. Bloodsaw asked, why? Lin earnestly said, laws are irrelevant. Bloodsaw, what if he indiscriminately kills innocent people? In which world? Your world. Lin thought for a moment and then said, I don't like indiscriminate killing, but if his explanation convinces me, I would consider standing by his side. But if he's just doing it for pleasure, then I would probably kill him. What if it's the dark world? Lin was puzzled. Are there innocent people in the dark world? Bloodsaw took a deep breath and said seriously, the last question. If I order you to kill someone you don't want to kill, would you do it? Lin was puzzled. Teacher, would you give me such an order? Bloodsaw clapped his hands, irritated, assuming. I said assuming. Lin thought for a while and said, it's hard for me to answer this question because I don't know who you would ask me to kill. If it's your loved ones and parents. Lin didn't think twice, raised his head, showed his white teeth, and said seriously, I would kill you first. A loud explosion. A bump appeared on Lin's head, emitting a faint smoke. A few minutes later, Lin sat in front of Bloodsaw. Puzzled, teacher, were you testing which camp I belong to? Like lawful good or something? Bloodsaw closed his eyes, took a deep breath. Nonsense. This guy had nothing to do with lawful good. From his disdain for the law and his readiness to kill himself, he couldn't be associated with the entire lawful camp. But at the same time, he couldn't be chaotic and evil either, because this guy obviously had his own set of morals and values, completely different from those lunatics who only knew how to kill. Bloodsaw lifted his head, serious, what do you think is the essence of a doctor? Lin thought for a moment and then said seriously, to save lives, help the wounded, ensure that good people can live happily, and let bad people die peacefully, so that everyone is no longer troubled by illness and pain. Bloodsaw hesitated. What do you think is happiness? Lin replied seriously. Being free from illness is happiness. Bloodsaw was drenched in sweat. This is the standard so low. Why were this guy's values so close to those of the night doctors? This wouldn't do. Lin eagerly asked, Teacher, what camp do I belong to then? Bloodsaw thought carefully and finally reluctantly confirmed the answer, saying seriously, if your answers to those questions reflect your true thoughts, then you probably lean towards. Although you have the aspiration to become a night doctor, I, as your teacher, do not oppose your choice, but Bloodsaw looked at him seriously and continued, becoming a night doctor is not something you can decide just like that, because no one knows where their headquarters is, and even if you happen to encounter a wandering night doctor, I'm afraid by the time you propose a recommendation, that night doctor would have already dissected you. Lin smiled slightly, flipped his finger, and raised his thumb, saying, Don't worry, teacher, I have a special way to find the night doctor's headquarters, because he had a special job change mission book given to him by the system. Seeing Lin's confident appearance, Bloodsaw shook his head. Forget it, since it's the path he chose himself, there's no way for him to intervene. After all, a newcomer is not afraid of the tiger. Without experiencing the beatings of this world, he can't understand the hardships of the future. Bloodsaw lowered his head, looked at him profoundly, and said, Since this is the path you've chosen, I respect your choice. However, in the next few days, you need to be prepared. I won't stay here for too long, so I will give you a devilish training during this time. Hopefully, during this period, you can significantly improve your medical skills and survival abilities. Bloodsaw stood up with a cracking sound, indifferent, and grabbed the chainsaw next to him, pulling it out. Although I'm not a professional doctor, in these 10 years, I have explored some unique techniques. Today, I will teaching you how to use a chainsaw to perform surgery on a patient quickly and accurately. This is a technical skill. Lin was amazed and delighted. Teacher, you're awesome. What will we use for training? Little animals. And it was at the moment when he just finished speaking. Bang, bang, bang. A knocking sound came from the front hall, immediately followed by a hoarse shout. Is there a doctor here? Just passing by, and my stomach has been acting up recently. Can someone diagnose me? Here, Lin and Bloodsaw turned around simultaneously, with movements extremely neat and uniform. Black mist filled the air, and the sky was pitch black. Lihun Street. On the dark streets, gusts of gloomy wind swept through, and the thick night seemed like an iron curtain, making it look especially eerie. And at this moment, a young man with a pale face was crawling and rolling along the street, running forward in fear. In the darkness behind him, occasionally, there would be mysterious and eerie laughter, making it inexplicably creepy. What the hell is this place? I clearly was just on the road a moment ago. How could? Bai crawled, trembling, running forward. He knew he might have encountered a supernatural event, because just half an hour ago, he had just left school, preparing to go to a bar for a gathering organized by a few friends. In order to take a shortcut, he followed a nearby alley according to the Didi navigation. But he really didn't expect. The navigation directly led him to such a ghostly place. He could be 100% sure that he was not in the Magic City right now, because whether it was the surrounding buildings or the environment, they were completely different from the modern style. Damn you, Diddy. He cursed anxiously. Could it be that he really encountered a supernatural world? On the roadside in front, a woman with long hair and wearing a red dress standing there, her back facing him, as if waiting for someone. Her figure looked extremely beautiful from behind, with long hair hanging down, giving a melancholy beauty. A living person. Bai, panting, was stunned, because this was the first living being he had encountered on this road. He couldn't care less now. The most important thing was to quickly figure out where he was. Excuse me, miss, can you tell me where this place is? It's my first time here, and I'm a bit lost. He stopped behind the woman, gasping for breath, and asked. Black mist surged. A gentle breeze swept. The woman, as if she hadn't heard his words, remained motionless, standing there like a statue. He reached out and patted the woman's shoulder. Crack. Before he could finish his sentence, the woman's head instantly turned 360 degrees, revealing a face that seemed like pure white dough, and a large amount of blood flowed from her neck. Bai's gaze instantly became hollow. Welcome to Lihun Street. The face, as white as dough, slowly revealed a mysterious smile. Bai immediately trembled and let out a horrified scream. He fell to the ground in an instant, and then immediately got up, crawling, rolling, and running frantically towards the distance. A ghost. It's a ghost. At this moment, his face turned pale, hands ice cold. He didn't care about anything else, tremblingly ran towards the front. But it seemed like this road would never end. In the distance, he saw two tall and thin men standing by the wall, holding umbrellas. However, as he gradually approached, he saw that it was not two people at all. It was two people whose halves were connected together. Creak, creak, the sound of sawing flesh and blood. With just a glance, Bai was immediately scared, shivering and soulless, because that person was using a chainsaw to saw the connection between their two bodies, and a large amount of minced meat and blood splashed out. After running for a long time, he finally stopped, bent over, and gasped for breath with great effort. A large amount of sweat dripped from his forehead. But it seems that those two monsters didn't catch up. Drip, drip. Suddenly, footsteps echoed in front of him. His body stiffened instantly, and in the next moment, he saw a pair of red cloth shoes stopping on the ground in front of him. Something was standing in front of him at this moment. He dared not look up. His entire clothing was almost soaked, but he finally endured the fear, slowly raised his head, and looked at the figure in front of him. In an instant, he saw clearly the person in front of him. It seemed to be a 6 or 7-year-old girl, wearing tattered clothes, hugging a doll with obvious signs of stitching on its arm, with a bright smile on her face. But what was terrifying was that one of her eye sockets was bloody and hollow. He trembled, almost wetting his pants. "Big brother, how come you also have 2 heads?" Bai froze. 2 heads? What is she talking about? He clearly only has 1 head. And it was at this moment that he suddenly realized that since just now, he had been feeling the instability of his body, as if he was carrying something. He subconsciously turned his head and looked at his left shoulder. In an instant, 4 eyes met. His eyes almost came into close contact with a woman's severed head. His eyes were hollow, because he recognized that head. It was the woman he had encountered before. Bai almost crawled and rolled forward, crying and crawling. And behind him, there was a continuous laughter of the doll. "Big brother, don't be afraid. 2 heads are better than 1. From now on, you have a companion. Good friends, good friends." The blood doll bounced around with the doll, like a ghost, circling around Bai, and the bells on her feet made a crisp sound. Click, a lightning bolt cut through the pitch-black fog. Bai breathed heavily and suddenly rushed to the end of the street, raised his head, and his terrified eyes reflected a huge castle. Strangely, the head that was on his shoulder just a moment ago and the laughter of the doll behind him suddenly disappeared, and the words on the huge castle were reflected in his eyes. He didn't recognize those characters, but for some reason, he could understand the meaning of those words. House of Happiness. Creak, the sound of a door opening. The decaying gate of the castle slowly opened in front of him automatically, like an invitation, a mysterious call. He murmured, his legs moving involuntarily as if controlled by a mysterious force. "Welcome." Several days later, Blood saw Pharmacy, accompanied by the constant system prompts in his ear. Dressed in a white coat, with an electric saw on his back and a night demon surgery knife on his waist, Lin calmly stood in front of the door, bidding farewell to his teacher. "Go." Blood saw flexed his robust biceps, saying heavily, "A true doctor is not enough to learn only theory, because only practical experience can demonstrate your value as a doctor. The teacher has already arranged an outpatient order for you, and the deposit has been paid 500 skull coins. If you complete the mission perfectly, the customer will give you the remaining 15 coins. Do you have confidence in getting this outpatient fee?" "Yes, and not only that, but even more significant." Bloodsaw looked deeply at him and asked, "How significant is it?" Lin lifted the knife, confidently saying, "I guarantee to bring back 15,000 coins for master." A breeze blew, and fallen leaves fluttered between the two. Bloodsaw wiped the cold sweat on his forehead, patted Lin's shoulder with a solemn tone, and said with embarrassment, "Teacher just wanted to motivate you just now, to boost your morale. But please don't really cure the patient and then rob them, it's not good. Just take what you deserve. Although this is a dark world, business still needs to be done steadily. Don't kill the goose that lays the golden eggs, understand?" Lin nodded. "Understood. Teacher, just wait for my good news." Bloodsaw was full of satisfaction. It was like seeing his silly son finally go out to work on his own. Such feelings were really beyond the comprehension of ordinary people. "Go." Bloodsaw wiped the moist corners of his eyes, saying, "Take the order and head to the Lost Soul Street next door. If you can't find the location, remember to ask for directions. You are no longer the weak waste you were 2 years ago. Show some courage, understood?" After completing this mission, you can try to find the night doctor everywhere. Lin's eyes also moistened, saying, "Yes, teacher, you also take care. Remember to drink the tea I brewed for you, good for the kidneys and against wear and tear." After more than half an hour, Lin stepped into the pretext of Soulless Street, and strands of cold wind blew from under his feet. Lin lifted his head and looked at the decaying and dilapidated signpost at the street corner. Compared to Wandering Soul Alley, the feeling of this street is even more eerie and terrifying. and his destination is the happy family on Soulless Street. According to the instructions on the order, the family of 3 urgently wanted to invite a doctor for a consultation. As for what illness it was, he would only know once he arrived. The dim light of the soul lamp dispelled the surrounding mist. Speaking of which, Lin carefully stepped into Soulless Street. The black fog here is noticeably thicker than that in Wandering Soul Alley, and the sinister atmosphere makes people feel uneasy. Walking in a place like this really gives me the creeps. Lin frowned, looked at the address on the order, and stopped at a crossroads. How do I go from here? After all, he rarely went out, and he was not familiar with the environment here. The surroundings were still filled with thick black fog, making it challenging to find the correct address. In the dense darkness, mysterious laughter echoed again. It seemed as if pairs of eyes were staring at him from the darkness. Since he stepped into this place, the unsettling feeling of being watched from all directions had not stopped, making him extremely uneasy. Lin's gaze fell instantly on the woman standing with her back to him at the intersection. Long hair, wearing red clothes, her silhouette indicated she was a beauty with a killer back view. Should I ask for directions first? Lin hesitated. Then he cleared his throat, adjusted his collar, making himself look more serious. A handsome, faint smile appeared on his face as he walked boldly behind the woman. Excuse me, miss. It's my first time here. Could I ask you how to get to the happy family? Creak. At the exact moment Lin's hand touched the woman's shoulder, her head suddenly rotated 360 degrees, swiftly turning to face him. She revealed a pure white face that looked like a mask. Suddenly, she broke into a creepy and sinister smile. Splat! A large amount of blood twisted out from her neck. Welcome to. Before she could finish her sentence, Lin, scared out of his wits, swung his shoulder upward. Several teeth shot out, and her head rotated more than a dozen times around her neck before slowly coming to a stop. The female ghost was directly stunned by this sudden confrontation. She stared blankly, moving her lips. Something's wrong. The script didn't go like this. This guy looked like a weak human, right? How could he have such strength? Brother, do you feel it? Brother, I feel it too. The 2 slender figures lifted their heads at the same time, turned around blankly, and looked into the darkness behind them. And when they looked, they noticed something was wrong. On the dark street behind them, under the next damaged streetlight, there was actually a human teenager sitting there. The teenager who had been sitting under the streetlight in the distance was now standing right in front of them, looking up at them closely with a friendly smile. The teenager grinned, revealing a kind smile. Sorry for scaring you. Lin raised his head politely. I observed you 2 sawing yourselves for over 10 minutes, and the saw seemed to be stuck in the middle position, facing some difficulties. So I came to ask if you 2 need the help of a real doctor. Lin, still grinning, pulled out an electric saw. The sharp blade rotated loudly in front of them as he blinked and said, How about using my saw? I guarantee it's fast and effective, and it won't hurt. The twin ghost shadows stared blankly at the 2 small saws in their hands, then looked at Lin's electric saw. They subconsciously swallowed saliva, and quickly hid the small saws behind them. No need. Lin looked embarrassed for a moment, then after some thought, he finally made a decision. With difficulty, he reached into his pocket and pulled out 2 cards, handing them to the twin ghost shadows. Use this item to go to the Bloodsaw Apothecary on Ghost Alley to find Dr. Lin, and enjoy a 20% discount on all items. The twin ghost shadows were stunned. Lin coughed, lowering his voice, because it's the first time I've seen conjoined beings like you in the history of our medical practice. Encountering such a case is truly rare. As a doctor, I can't contain the excitement in my beating heart. So, please give me a chance for recognition. These 2 discount coupons and skull coins are a small gift as a token of my appreciation for meeting you. Lin hoped. How about it? The twin ghost shadows looked at Lin's hopeful expression and then at the discount coupons and skull coins in their hands. They felt a massive challenge to their worldview. It won't hurt at all, and you can guarantee the success of the surgery. Lin focused on pulling the electric saw, saying seriously, Don't worry, my teacher is a renowned expert in electric saws, and I have perfectly inherited all of my teacher's advantages. How many days have you studied? 2 days. Do you need anesthesia? I have plenty in my bag. The ghost twins spat. No need for that. We saw every day, and we've long stopped feeling any pain. Our only request is for you to be quick. In an instant, under the astonished gaze of the conjoined ghost twins, Lin leaped up, holding the electric saw, gritting his teeth, and swung down toward the connection. A piercing and extremely miserable scream echoed through the night. A few minutes later, it's done. The total surgery time didn't exceed 5 minutes. You 2 are now independent entities. How about that? My skills aren't bad, right? Very good, but I want to ask, what method did you use to make beings like us, who feel no pain, experience pain? Because it hurts. Lin thought for a moment and said, it's probably a talent. Talent, the single ghost shadow mumbled, repeating these two entirely unconvincing words. His talent is to automatically bring pain to others. What kind of terrible talent is this? Looking at the map, he continued about 2 miles along this street. Lin raised his head, and in the middle of the street, there appeared a huge castle that didn't match the surrounding buildings. Click, a lightning bolt cut through the black mist. Lin read the large characters on the huge sign. It seems this is the place. Lin smiled, put away the map, and finally reached his destination for this trip. After delaying so much time on the road, he felt a bit sorry, hoping his client wouldn't be angry. But just as he was about to knock on the door, suddenly, a bell-like laughter of a little girl came from behind. Hey big brother, are you new here? Lin was startled because he felt the voice was very familiar, as if he had heard it somewhere before. He immediately turned around, showing a friendly expression, and said, yes, little sister. Then he instantly recognized the girl who poked him from behind. She was wearing ragged clothes, red shoes, had bells tied to her legs, and was holding a button doll in her arms. Blood doll. Sure enough, it was her. No wonder the voice sounded so familiar. And upon seeing Lin's face, the blood doll's bright and eerie smile instantly stiffened. Her outstretched fingers froze in place. So coincidental, isn't it? Long time no see. Lin crouched down, reached out to pat the blood doll's head, and then smiled, reaching out to poke the obviously terrified doll in her arms. You were at Ghost Alley, weren't you? How did you end up in this ghostly place? Did you make some money? Your eyeball is still with me, haha. The blood doll, with a frightened look, tightly hugged the doll in her arms, teeth chattering, said, Bloodsaw apothecaries. Heartless doctor. Sob. How come? Clearly, she had moved out of Ghost Alley. How could she coincidentally meet him again? In her mind, the scene of that day when he inserted his hand into her body echoed. Squeak. The blood doll shivered, turned around abruptly, tightly holding the doll in her arms, and tried to escape. But Lin quickly reached out, grabbing the back of her collar with one hand. Help, a perverted doctor is bullying a child. Help, the blood doll screamed, clearly terrified. Snap, the blood doll immediately crouched down, holding her head with her hands, saying, ouch. Sobbing, Lin's expression turned serious as he said, don't make strange noises. I have something important to discuss with you. Have you ever thought that maybe your mom has been with you all along? Lin shook his head, saying, you might have misunderstood me in some way, but I need to make it clear to you. Have you ever considered that your mom is inside your stomach? The blood doll was stunned. She lifted her head in confusion, looking at Lin, not understanding. Have you ever thought that your mom has been in your stomach all this time? The blood doll subconsciously swallowed, fear evident in her voice. You. What do you mean? Lin bent down, locking eyes with her, his voice low and drawn out. After you left, I found that the rotten flesh and limbs I took out from your stomach all belonged to the same person, and in your stomach, I also found your mother's comb. The blood doll's gaze instantly became hollow. The doll in her arms immediately let out sharp cries, struggling incessantly. Lin said seriously, did you, at some point when you were extremely hungry, unconsciously, just like how you ate your doll's arm, eat your mother? The blood doll extended her small hand in confusion, placing it on her stomach, murmuring, impossible. How could a doll eat her mother? Mom said she'd be back in a little while. Asked the doll to wait for her to come back. Mom clearly went out. Mom. Lin glanced at the doll crying loudly in her arms, saying, is it possible that your mother thought you were too hungry, so she, feeling too much pity, cut herself into pieces and fed herself to you? The doll cried even louder. The blood doll let out a scream, her mouth instantly stretching to the back of her neck, her long hair behind her fluttering without wind, fierce and terrifying. You quack doctor. Stop saying strange things. How could Mom possibly do such a thing? Because even if the doll never eats anything for a lifetime, it absolutely won't eat its mother. It won't. Don't get angry. This is not baseless speculation on my part. How about this? When I return from my consultation, you can come with me to the apothecary to verify. If those limbs really are your mother's, maybe I can help you. If not, I will take responsibility for my words and actions. How does it sound? The blood doll still glared at him angrily, but the wild dance of her hair gradually settled down. A trace of a smile appeared in Lin's eyes as he patted her head, saying, don't be sad. In fact, your mother has always been by your side, you just haven't realized it. I'll be going now, otherwise, my client will be waiting impatiently. A hint of confusion appeared in the blood doll's eyes. Then she watched as Lin walked confidently towards the gate of the castle. But just as he reached the door, the blood doll's voice came from behind him. I advise you not to go in. If they are your clients, then you're in big trouble. That's all I'll say, believe it or not. Lin turned around, only to find that the blood doll had disappeared like a ghost in the same spot. Lin was surprised. Creak. Behind him, the door of the castle slowly opened. A chilling wind blew out from inside, inexplicably making people's hearts tingle. Lin smiled faintly, opened his mouth, revealing white teeth, saying, "No, my clients are all very cute." Entering the castle. In the courtyard of the castle, covered with fallen leaves, lifting his head, Lin could see that every window of the castle was tightly sealed with wooden boards. It seemed that the owner of this castle hadn't taken care of the surroundings for a long time. Arriving at the entrance of the main hall, Lin reached out to knock on the door. Creak. Again, just like before, the door of the main hall automatically opened. "Is anyone here?" Lin shouted inside, holding the soul lamp. "I'm Dr. Lin, the one you booked. I've arrived. Is the master at home?" The echoing sound came from the empty main hall. No response, and it was at this moment that he suddenly felt a strong sense of being watched from behind. He instinctively turned around, and immediately saw, in a window on the tower, a pale face appeared, without pupils, staring at him with empty eyes. But just for an instant, that face disappeared as if it had never appeared. Lin was surprised. Almost at the same time, in the hall behind him, the candles on the candlestick suddenly lit up, illuminating the entire hall continuously. "Welcome." 3 almost simultaneously gentle voices came. Lin turned around. Just now, it was dark and quiet in the empty hall. But now, a table full of delicious food had appeared. The servants around were wiping the countertops, taking care of the candles, bustling around. And at the dining table sat a happy family of 3, a lady in evening dress, a gentleman in a tailcoat, and a young boy with a stiff smile. And all 3 of them smiled at him, an empty chair left at the table as if prepared for him. Lin tilted his head. It indeed looked like a very welcoming family. Lin's face still maintained a professional smile, taking confident steps forward. As soon as he stepped through the door, it automatically closed with a creak behind him. "Hello, I'm Dr. Lin from the neighboring Ghost Alley." He looked at the order in his hand and smiled. "May I ask which one is Miss Alice? I accepted her invitation to help with her illness. Are you her family?" In an instant, the faces of the 3 people flashed before Lin. Lin calmly and quickly glanced at the panel. His face still maintained a professional smile. Looking at this family, forcibly stitched together from different worlds, Lin's smile became even brighter. "We've been waiting for you." The lady with bright red lips opened her mouth with a graceful smile, but for some reason, it gave people an uncomfortable feeling. "Alice has been sick for a long time. Many doctors have come, but they haven't been able to cure Alice's illness. They really make people dislike them." Brother Bai excitedly grinned, drooling, holding a fork, and said eagerly, "But you must be able to cure Alice's illness, right, doctor? You must be able to, right?" Master Carmel immediately followed with a smile. "So we've prepared a table of sumptuous meals to reward you. It's an honor for you to visit our humble abode, doctor." All 3 of them widened their mouths, making their smiles look even more brilliant. Suddenly triggered 2 missions. Lin has already felt the strangeness of this trip. However, without thinking, he smiled and approached, put down the medical box, sat in the chair that seemed to be specially reserved for him, picked up the knife and fork, and said, "Thank you. As a doctor, I'm really flattered to receive such a warm reception from you. May I ask how Miss Alice is doing now? Can you take me to see her?" The master smiled. "No hurry, my good daughter is sleeping. She easily gets tired, and generally, we don't disturb her when she's asleep. Doctor, you can have some food first, take a rest, and relax." Saying that, he waved his hand. A stiff-faced servant pushed a food cart to Lin. He placed a plate in front of Lin, covered with a silver lid, emitting a rich meaty aroma. The lady smiled. "Please, honored doctor, taste the delicacies specially prepared for you by our chef." Lin reached out and removed the lid. Immediately, a rich and intoxicating fragrance came over. In the plate was a carefully plated and perfectly cooked organ, covered with rich sauce, looking incredibly appetizing. And in front of Lin, an introduction appeared. Freshly extracted kidneys, 80% cooked, well cooked to make it incredibly delicious. On the opposite side, Bai excitedly patted the table, drooling, holding a fork and eagerly saying. Lin hesitated. "It looks delicious, but I'm not very fond of eating organs." Instantly, the smiles on the faces of the 3 people froze in place. The candles on the candelabrum around flickered, and the light in the entire hall became unpredictable. "You don't like the food I made?" The lady forced a smile, her voice becoming more uncomfortable. Don't mind me, I'm straightforward. I don't like organs, but I enjoy other things. Lin stood up cheerfully. Then he picked up the plate, removed a few sausages from the table in front of him, and took some apples. Lin opened his mouth, bit into a sausage, and chuckled, "This is not bad." But the next moment, he felt that something was wrong with the sausage in his mouth. Looking again, he found that the fragrant sausage in his hand had turned into a sausage filled with thick and sticky flesh, and a large amount of fresh blood was squeezed out from inside. Fresh pig intestines filled with 15 different ingredients selected from various physicians, versatile in flavor with endless aftertaste. Despite seeing the three people staring at him, Lin still maintained an unchanged smile, chewing the dish in his mouth, and the rich blood flowed out from the gaps between his teeth. Seeing Lin's expression of enjoyment, the three people immediately restored their gentle smiles, the candlelight no longer flickering, and the atmosphere suddenly became warm again. "Eat, eat," Lin smiled and extended his hand, saying, "Everyone should eat, don't let me be the only one or I'll feel embarrassed." Saying that, Lin picked up the apple in his hand. Fresh and enticing, red and delicious. But upon closer inspection, it was covered with mold, and a large number of maggots were wriggling from inside and outside. Lin laughed. Seeing that family looking at him again, Lin extended his left hand, forcefully opened the mouth with his thumb and forefinger, and forcefully stuffed the fruit inside. Looking at the gaze of the three people, Lin smiled and raised his left hand, explaining, "Oh, this is my second mouth. Because it's so delicious, one mouth is not enough to satisfy my appetite, so I want to eat with two mouths. Do you mind?" The lady's gaze at Lin became even more amiable. She smiled brightly, stood up, and placed the dishes one by one into Lin's plate, saying, No problem at all. I'm so happy to see you enjoying it. Eat more, don't be polite." Lin chuckled. He picked up the fork and fed the delicious food on the table into the mouth of his left hand. Finally, after 2 servings, Lefty became impatient, swung out suddenly, clenched his fist, and punched towards Lin's head. But Lin was quick, swiftly grabbed Lefty's wrist, maintained his smile, and forcefully pressed Lefty's hand down. It's okay. Seeing the changing expressions of the family again, Lin explained with a smile, "It's too delicious, so I couldn't help but want to stretch a bit. You don't mind, right?" Saying that, Lin quickly bent down, using the dining table as a cover, restraining Lefty's wrist, and said seriously, "Lefty, what are you doing?" Lefty angrily gritted his teeth. "Damn guy, you fed this girl some weird stuff again." Lin ground his teeth. "You voluntarily ate it. It wasn't forced into your mouth." Lin said seriously, "So, as long as you help me deal with this lunch, I'll treat you to a super delicious strawberry cake. How about that?" Lefty puzzled. Strawberry cake. Cream, strawberries, soft egg sponge cake, plus a little fragrant baked cheese. Lefty suddenly showed an expression. "Looks very tempting. So, do you agree?" "Agree, but you have to keep your promise, don't play any tricks on me." "Rest assured, when did I ever play tricks on you? That's not far off." Saying that, Lin instantly sat up with a smile, picked up a steak in his hand, stuffed it into the mouth of his left hand, and said, "Sorry for the wait, everyone. Shall we start?" Saying that, under the gaze of the smiling family, Lin extended his left hand, politely cleared the contents of the plate. The lady kept happily and reassuringly serving Lin with food, saying, there's a lot more, don't rush, eat slowly." After more than 10 minutes, the smiles on the faces of the family gradually became somewhat forced. They looked at the empty plates on the table, then at the stack of plates piled up next to Lin, and their expressions became somewhat stiff. "Burped." Lin symbolically burped, smiled and said, "Too delicious. Is there more?" The master glanced at the lady across from him. The two of them faced each other and said blankly, "There is." After another half-hour passed, the plates beside Lin had piled up into small mountains. Left swiftly swept through the meat on the plates, chewing with gusto. On the other side of the table, the expressions of the family of 3 were becoming noticeably strange. "Is there more?" Lin raised his head hopefully. "Well," the lady swallowed, quickly took the inventory list handed over by the servant, and flipped through it for a while. Finally, her expression stiffened as she reached the last page. "It seems we don't have any left. You've eaten 2 months' worth of our supplies." The master quickly stood up, gestured urgently to the lady, and she hurriedly went to the side door, closing it behind her. Lin perked up his ears, and his enhanced hearing quickly caught the voices from behind the side door. "Something's wrong. This doctor is not normal. Didn't you say Alice just casually found someone easy to deceive? We haven't laid a hand on him, and he's eaten 2 months' worth of our supplies. He's not playing by the rules." I don't know. This person seems to have no psychological barriers at all. Those doctors who came before were usually scared out of their wits right after they arrived. The voices gradually faded. Lin's eyes narrowed, and he smiled as he looked at the excited Bai on the other side. "Young man, I need to use the restroom." "Where is it?" Bai pointed to the other side of the corridor and said excitedly, "Turn left, third door." In the restroom, Lin squinted and thought seriously. Left, something's not right. Our client here seems to have other intentions. What should we do? If we run now, they'll definitely turn hostile immediately. Left gritted his teeth and shouted, "Damn guy, forget about anything else. Can't you use your right hand to support yourself? Why do you let me help you?" Lin sternly said, "Let's focus on the matter at hand. What do you think we should do?" "Damn it, I don't know." At that moment, the restroom door suddenly opened. Bai walked in with a stiff expression and started urinating next to Lin. Lin glanced at Bai. Bai glanced at Lin. Wow, it's so big. In a strange atmosphere, the two stood side by side, urinating. Drip, drip, drip. The strong smell of blood filled the entire restroom. Lin took a glance and lifted his head to look at Bai, saying, "Young man, are you urinating blood? Have you been having a lot of internal heat recently?" The crimson blood slowly filled the holes. Bai laughed like a madman, his head shaking uncontrollably, and his nails began to stab into Lin's neck. But at that moment, Lin's left hand suddenly reached out and grabbed Bai's head. Boom! Bai's body was thrown out of the restroom by left and crashed heavily into the opposite wall. Ha ha. The distorted figure stood up excitedly, then, like a swift cheetah, leaped to the side. When Lin rushed out, the corridor was already empty. Left gritted his teeth. "Hey, brain, it was very dangerous just now. It seems we've delayed too long. The patient's family is getting impatient. In that case, let's give them proper treatment. What do you think?" Left. Lin squinted. In the hall, the grand candles still illuminated the room. The table, once filled with dishes, had been cleared. Now, a new set of plates covered with silver lids had been arranged on the pristine tablecloth. Several red candles burned, resembling flowing blood. "Come, guest, please enjoy to your heart's content. These are dishes we've carefully prepared for you." Instantly, a rich aroma wafted through the air. "This is a specialty dish I prepared just for you, made from the freshest and finest ingredients." Lin glanced at the plate to find a pile of gory organs. Heart, liver, lungs, intestines, and a sauce made from thick blood. They seemed to be still pulsating, as if just extracted from a prey's body. A dish made from freshly extracted high-quality human organs, usually served to friendly and appreciative guests. "How about it?" The hostess smiled, watching Lin sitting motionless. "Eat, doctor, make sure to finish everything. My lovely Alice has awakened, and she really likes you a lot. Eat, doctor, after you finish, we'll be a family." The enticing and mysterious voice echoed in Lin's ears. Holding the fork and knife, Lin spoke, "I've already said, I don't like eating organs. I really don't like them at all. I get nauseous just looking at them, but you keep insisting that I eat, forcing me to eat. Are you sick?" Though there was no wind, the candles around flickered vigorously. The servants mechanically cleaning the walls and tables froze, their movements becoming more rigid. The hostess beside Lin slowly opened her mouth, gradually reaching a level of distortion impossible for a human, and said, "You've already eaten several months' worth of our prepared ingredients. To continue entertaining you, we even had to sacrifice a recently reunited family member. Without her brother, poor Alice is really sad. She really wants a brother who will treat her well." Her voice became more eerie and sinister. It felt as if someone was licking your spine, giving you a creepy sensation. Her smile became even more dazzling. "Do you need me to feed you? These are freshly prepared ingredients, and you'll surely be very satisfied. You'll definitely enjoy eating them." "You will." However, just as her hand was about to grab the plate of organs, clang, a fork directly pinned her pallid hand to the table. "Hostess, do you enjoy eating? Then try it yourself." In an instant, Lin reached out with her left hand, plunged it into the gaping mouth of the hostess. "Lefty, our patient's family seems to love delicious dishes. What do you think?" Lefty instantly revealed a row of white teeth, grinning oddly. "Of course, let the patient eat to their heart's content." Buzz, as the hostess stared in horror. The food that Lefty had swallowed and stored before had infiltrated into her mouth in an instant. She struggled desperately in fear. Her belly began to visibly swell at an alarming rate. Ugh. This sudden change caused the candles in the entire hall to sway madly. In the next moment, snap, Lin kicked her to the ground and stared at her calmly, slightly sickly. "Enjoyed it. Was it good? If you're sick, you need treatment. And I can see you're really sick." Sorry. You're the patient's family. I should be more polite to you." "Ah, yes, I should be polite, right. Tell me, whisper it to me, don't be nervous. Tell me quietly, where did you hide my fellow countrymen? Tell me, whisper it to me. Underneath him, the mistress trembled with fear as she watched the sudden change in the doctor's demeanor. The suppressed and chaotic feeling created a tremendous sense of terror. Something was wrong. This guy's mental state seemed off. Was he stimulated by something? He now looked like a deranged murderer who had just walked out of a mental hospital. The mistress moved her lips in fear, but couldn't utter a word. You're sick, and sickness must be cured. Once you're healed, you'll answer me. Yes, I need to heal you first. Ding. Random diagnosis skill activated. Identified target disease 1, cerebral lesion. Identified target disease 2, puppetry curse. You've diagnosed a random disease for the target, localized tissue necrosis. Almost instantly, the mistress felt changes occurring in her body. She horrifiedly observed pus-filled cysts appearing on her arm's skin. Her abdominal muscles suddenly becoming painfully swollen and oozing thick, dark blood. What have you done to me? She was terrified. Lin pulled out the night devil blade from his waist sash, somewhat crazed. You need healing, trust me. I'm a professional doctor. Listen to me, I'll heal you, and then you'll tell me where my fellow countryman is. Right? It will be like that, won't it? Lin brandished the night devil blade and stabbed it into her chest. He was going to perform surgery, open her chest, repair the lung perforation, and operate on her. The intense and unimaginable pain made the mistress emit a sharp scream. Sounds of surgery, cutting through flesh and blood, kept ringing. Stop, stop, I'll tell you where he is. Finally, the mistress pleaded in pain, no longer able to endure the dual torture of body and mind. Lin halted his chest-opening actions. The mistress, in fear, extended her diseased hand, pointing towards the distant corridor. He has been recontrolled by Alice and sent to the kitchen. Alice gave up on him. She wants you to replace the human's position. Thank you for answering me. You're a friendly person. Lin quickly regained composure, took out a needle and thread, meticulously sewing up the chest he had just opened. Then, he stood up quickly, ignoring the bloodstains covering his body. Politely borrowing a basin from one of the mechanically standing servants, he washed his hands, expressing gratitude. After expressing thanks, Lin quickly shouldered the chainsaw and walked towards the direction she pointed. At the original spot, the mistress leaned in fear and exhaustion, watching the doctor's retreating figure. She felt as if she had just experienced a nightmare, a feeling even more terrifying than the worst nightmares she had encountered. The kitchen. Sounds of chopping meat and chopping vegetables resonated one after another. It seemed very busy in the kitchen, creatures bustling around, preparing ingredients in an orderly manner. Ah, we're out of ingredients. I heard the master and mistress entertained a doctor for Miss today. That doctor ate all the food in the warehouse. Yeah. The meat that can be stripped has been stripped, and the bones have been boiled into a nourishing soup. The blood has been squeezed dry, not a drop left. But the head chef still has a lot of meat ingredients, enough to prepare for the next dinner. The busy kitchen was abuzz with discussions, and it was at this moment a knocking sound came from the door. In came Lin, wearing a fixed smile, appearing somewhat crazy. The rich aroma of spices wafted from afar. Lin saw, in the depths of the kitchen, in front of a stove that was over 2 meters tall, a colossal figure was holding an iron spoon, seemingly boiling something. He was dressed in a butcher's outfit, wore a chef's hat on his head, and had an unusually burly body, and the tantalizing aroma made one involuntarily salivate. Lin walked briskly to his back. As he approached, he heard the hoarse voice of the colossal figure. Don't disturb me, I'm brewing a pot of new flavored soup. If there's anything, wait until I finish the soup. And Lin's introduction appeared before him. Pig Demon. Lawful Evil. The head chef hired by the Happy Home. No one knows where he comes from or why he's here, but in various world legends, there seem to be stories about him. Some creatures who have encountered him have tried to confirm his identity with the Pig Demon clan, but without exception, all pig demons who heard about him showed great fear. Lin quickly scanned the introduction. He swiftly regained his composure, grinned, and said, Sorry, I'm looking for someone named Bai. He's a member of this family, and the lady of the house said he's here, so I came to verify. The pig butcher continued to stir the thick soup in the pot, and the fragrance became even more intense. If you're talking about a young human, I know. Not long ago, the male puppet sent him to me. He's now one of my ingredients. Lin grinned, I don't think you look like a member of this big family. The pig butcher casually stirred the soup and said, I accepted the generous employment of that little girl. Within 3 days, I am the head chef here. Lin smiled brightly. In that case, can we make a deal? I can exchange something else for that ingredient of yours. The pig butcher stirred the thick soup and added a large amount of spices, saying calmly, exchange is possible, but my soup still needs the final and most important ingredient. As long as you can find it and bring it to me, we can make the exchange. Lin calmly said, all right, what kind of material do you need? The pig butcher calmly said, I need the tissue of a high-level creature. It must be delicious, contain knowledge, and hold enough resentment. If you can find it, we can trade. With that, the pig butcher turned to the stove and stirred his thick soup. Now you can leave. Until you find it, don't touch anything in the kitchen without reason. Lin's expression was serious as he walked quickly behind the pig butcher. Found it so quickly. The pig butcher still didn't turn around. Only his calm voice reached Lin. I think this should meet all the conditions you mentioned just now. The pig butcher, upon hearing this, turned his head. The pig butcher glanced at him and then focused on the bloody brain in his hand. Seemingly attracted, he took the brain, sniffed it carefully, gently squeezing. A trace of plasma was squeezed out and sucked into his mouth. The surroundings fell silent. After more than 10 seconds, the pig butcher opened his eyes, licked his fangs, and said, indeed, it contains countless knowledge, and it is full of interesting resentment and malice. However, the ingredient is not fresh, and it contains some unnecessary mutations. But as the final seasoning for the soup, it's enough. He threw the brain into the boiling thick soup. The pig butcher turned again, stirring the thick soup in his pot, and said lightly, the transaction is complete. The ingredients you need are in the freezer. Go get them yourself, and remember, don't touch what doesn't belong to you, and don't touch things you shouldn't touch. Lin's gaze instantly fell on a dark open door not far away. A chilling sensation emanated from it, sending shivers down his spine. Lin grinned and said, thank you, I understand. Lin crossed through that door, stepping into the kitchen's freezer. Gigantic rusty hooks, hanging from above, collided with each other, producing crisp metallic clinks. Clearly, in the past, these hooks were adorned with various carcasses of hunted creatures. Lin lifted his head, searching carefully. And in the next moment, Lin's gaze landed on a body suspended in midair at the deepest part of the freezer. Bai. Lin instantly recognized the figure. Without a second thought, he immediately pulled the iron hook, lowering the suspended youth slowly. After laying him down, Lin rushed to his side, frowning as he examined the pale face. Immediately, he saw a rough scar running across his chest and abdomen, clearly sewn together. He has been turned into a puppet. Fortunately, I encountered him. Old buddy, hold on a bit. Although your insides are cooked, I managed to find some of your missing parts. Lin's eyes moistened. I'll stitch you up right away. Lin was about to retrieve the organs he had taken from the dining table in his system space. But at that moment, Bai, lying on the ground, moved abnormally. Almost in an instant, Bai's limbs suddenly propped up in a strange posture, his head tilted back, and with a whoosh, he opened his hollow eyes. The whole person, like a spider, raised himself with limbs supporting him. He let out a sharp howl towards Lin. Crack! Lin delivered a powerful blow. Bai's body was sent flying more than 10 meters with a single slap. As expected, he's still under control. Lin cracked his neck, gritting his teeth. Bang! Lin raised his hand and shot. Bai, who was rapidly crawling on the wall, fell down like a bird. Bai lay on the ground, foaming at the mouth and convulsing. Lin walked over, blowing away the smoke from the gun barrel. He approached. At a distance of about 10 meters from Bai, Lin solemnly said, old buddy, how are you? Do you feel okay? A brief silence. And in the next moment, with a swish, Bai suddenly moved abnormally, sitting up and opening his blood-filled mouth. He emitted a sharp long howl towards Lin. Bang! A gunshot. Seeing Bai lying there, spasming and foaming at the mouth, Lin thought for a moment and felt it was not safe. Bang! He fired another shot. Old buddy, big brother didn't intentionally shoot you. According to the logic of our world, after being gutted, you should be dead. But this dark world is different. Besides the body, there are many bizarre ways to keep your consciousness, such as curses and possession by evil spirits. The shots Big Brother gave you just now were actually for your own good. Because these are a few of the few weapons I have that can counter curses and evil spirits. The sacred attribute can greatly suppress these abnormalities. If you still have your own consciousness, open your mouth and tell me something. Lin carefully looked at him. For a long time, Bai's eyelashes slowly moved, and he laboriously opened half of his eyes, murmuring, I. Bang! A gunshot, and a dense and numerous holy electric currents instantly shook Bai's whole body. His eyes rolled back, and from his mouth, white foam gushed out. Seeing Bai's consciousness about to wake up, Lin was overjoyed and immediately made Bai sit up, supporting his shoulders, saying, brother, fellow countryman, how are you? Can you hear me? My head hurts. Lin raised his hand and slapped him twice. Now, Lin urged, Bai Yi painfully spat out a mouthful of thick black blood, whispering, "Thank you. I feel much better." Ecstatic, Lin grabbed his shoulders, saying, "Much better is good. Much better is good. Bai Yi, is that your name? Quickly tell me, how did you come to this world? Do you know how we can go back?" Under the influence of divine power, the curse in his body was evidently temporarily suppressed. Bai Yi's consciousness slowly woke up. He looked at the person in front of him in confusion, murmuring, "Are you human?" Lin joyfully spoke in Chinese, "Human. And a good one. A completely normal descendant of Yan and Huang, just like you." Hearing the familiar Chinese language, Bai Yi trembled. "Heavenly King covers the earth tiger." Lin trembled, clenched his fists, and exclaimed, "Pagoda, suppress the river demon." Bai Yi became increasingly agitated, tears welling up in his eyes. Imperial Court Jade Liquid Wine. 181 cups. As they spoke, their urgency and sorrow intensified. Lolis have 3 good points. Lin trembled. Soft voice, gentle body, easy to knock down. As the two uttered the final 3 words, their voices choked, and their eyes became teary. Fellow countrymen. The feeling of meeting an acquaintance in a foreign land, the connection of blood like family. This feeling, it was like a lost loli who had been kidnapped for years, finally seeing the parents who raised her in a strange place again. At this moment, he truly regretted not being a yellow-flowered loli. Otherwise, he really wanted to immediately dive into the arms of the fellow countryman in front of him, crush him, let him meld into him. I'm surnamed Lin, single name N, courtesy name Kayan. From the northeast Black Dragon 1 River, my surname is Bai, single name Eat, a person from Magic Capital, 9 provinces. What's Magic Capital? The crying suddenly stopped, and silence filled the surroundings. Lin's expression stiffened, and he said, "Say it again, where are you from?" Bai Yi, astonished, said, "Magic Capital." "What's wrong with Magic Capital?" "It's the Magic Capital. Everyone in the country knows. What's the matter?" Lin gradually realized something was wrong. Under Bai Yi's bewildered gaze, Lin stood up, furrowing his brow as he paced back and forth in front of him. Bai Yi, confused, asked, "Big brother, what's wrong with you?" Lin pondered and then asked, "Bright moonlight in front of the bed, suspected to be frost on the ground. Who wrote it?" Hearing this, Bai Yi instantly burst into laughter, thinking Lin was joking with him. "It's a poem we learned in the 1st grade of elementary school." Lin felt empty. He gradually realized that something was wrong. Either the guy in front of him was mentally disabled, or he was deliberately teasing him. Or something really big had happened. He looked at Bai Yi in front of him and muttered, "Then let me ask you again. Do you know Newton, Einstein, Galileo? If you don't know them, do you know Jordan, Kobe, Yao? Or, a bit more familiar, do you know Brother Long?" Bai Yi's eyes became more and more confused, listening to the names one after another, looking completely bewildered. Who are they?" Lin's brain went blank, and his expression suddenly became vacant. Looking at Lin's suddenly vacant expression, Bai Yi exclaimed, "Big brother, what's wrong with you?" Lin sat down, grabbed his hair with one hand, and forcefully pulled it a few times, saying, "There's a problem." Then, Lin explained all the problems he found to Bai Yi, the differences between their 2 homelands, the various discoveries he made, all of it. And learning the truth, Bai Yi was full of shock and amazement. In other words, if what he said was true, then they, although similar, they are different. Lin said emptily, "It seems we come from 2 homelands with the same historical process, but that is your world, not mine. Anyway, no matter what, I'm glad to see you in this strange place. Although you're not a real hometown fellow, don't worry, I won't leave you behind." Bai Yi's face was immediately filled with joy and excitement. Really? Even if it's not the same world, it's a similar one with a shared ethnic heritage. If the descendants of Yan and Huang haven't changed, then they are still brothers, no matter where they are. Then, Lin suddenly stood up with a splash, flexed his arm a bit, and calmly said, "Your current condition is unstable. Your body has been emptied, and the only reason you're still alive is because of the curse and puppetry inside you. If you don't receive treatment soon, you could die at any moment." "Brother Lin," Bai Yi said tremblingly, "are you going to perform surgery on me?" "Don't worry, you just traveled through time. But I, your eldest brother, have been a senior in this world for 2 years, and I have learned some skills more or less." Bai Yi said in shock, 2 years. In an instant, Bai Yi was indescribably shocked by the young man in front of him who looked about the same age as himself. His experiences in the past 2 days instantly appeared in his mind. His brain was buzzing. He had only been here 2 days before his internal organs and one of his balls were removed. And Brother Lin could actually live in such a haunted place for 2 years. Is this really something that normal people can do? "Brother, will it hurt?" "Don't worry, I brought a lot of anesthetics this time." Lin immediately grabbed the medical kit and prepared to inject him with anesthetic. But that's when Lin was startled. Bai blinked and said, "Brother, what's wrong?" "Brother, I'm a little embarrassed. I originally brought 3 large bottles of anesthetics. I used 1 bottle for the operation." Bai blinked and said, "Aren't there 2 more bottles?" He took a sip, exhaled a breath of hot air, closed his eyes and said, "I made wolfberry plus rock sugar into tea. What should we do?" Lin thought for a while, then hesitantly handed over the cup of hot tea and said, "How about you drink a cup of tea to make it easier?" Although this is Lin's first time installing internal organs for a living person, it's not too shabby. After all, back on Earth, he used to tinker with things quite often. He remembers a time when he disassembled his dad's car when he was little, then reassembled it. While it may have resulted in a bunch of extra parts, it has to be said that it looked brand new. Dozens of traffic cops couldn't catch up. Lin squints his eyes, carefully and quickly tracing a line in his chest. Heart, lungs, liver, half a kidney, a mess of intestines. Should be connected like this, right? Wait a moment. Is the heart on the left or the right? Oh well, it should work. Lin quickly connects everything that can be connected, though it might not look aesthetically pleasing. But anyway, it's inside the chest where it can't be seen, so as long as it works. Lin looks satisfied at his masterpiece. You are activating the random diagnosis technique. You have discovered target disease 1, spirit infusion. You have discovered target disease 2, puppet control. You have discovered target disease 3, erectile dysfunction. The next surgery may require your cooperation. Lin thinks for a moment, then takes out a revolver from his arms and looks at Bai's leg. Bang, a gunshot. Pain is good. This is what Big Brother is going to make you do later, because I'm about to perform a microsurgery on your brain. And it's very likely to trigger the evil spirit inside you. And after it discovers my intentions, it will definitely do everything it can to seize control of your body. You have to endure it. If you can't endure it, give yourself a shot. Although it hurts, the sacred power of this gun can definitely temporarily suppress that evil spirit. Do I shoot myself? Lin solemnly replied, I can't be distracted, so this challenging task falls on you. Shooting is a natural talent for men. Brother, what did you mean by a microsurgery on my brain just now? It's simple. Because of the surgery location, we don't need to open the skull. I just need to remove your right eye, then insert it into your skull and make a few stabs. It'll be done in 3 to 5 minutes. Remove the eye. Insert it. Stab a few times. He instantly imagined a hand scratching under his skull. Lin stared into his eyes and said seriously, don't let your imagination run wild. Trust me, I've been doing this for 2 years, and so far, the success rate is 100%, recovery rate is 100%, and satisfaction rate is 100%. Plus, it's just taking out an eyeball. What's there to be afraid of? Isn't it normal to be scared? Sobbed. Lin furrowed his brow. Nonsense. Your big brother often plays with his own eyeballs. Have you seen me scared? But why would you play with your own eyeballs? That doesn't seem like a normal option for humans. Lin cracked his knuckles. Useless. Closing his eyes, Lin massaged his fists. Really, it makes me mad. An uncarved block is useless. Why does this brother, who seems to be human, give me a feeling even more eerie than those evil spirits? After 10 seconds, Whitey, shivering, spat out saliva and lay there, looking like a violated girl. Lin squinted and took out tape, sticking Whitey's upper eyelid shut and affixing it to his forehead. Now, he wouldn't blink excessively due to an overreaction. Lin cracked his fingers. Stinky little brother, I'm starting. Endure it, just a quick swish. Don't you use any tools? Lin smiled faintly. No worries, trust me. I used to use 3 fingers, but later I mastered my teacher's techniques, and now I can do it with 2. Heta, do you trust me? I want to trust you. Whitey replied in fear. Don't worry, it'll be quick. I'm going to pluck it. Wait a moment. Crack. A piercing, extremely terrified scream. Fear increased by 30, accompanied by system prompts. Whitey lay there in a daze, steam rising from his left eye socket, murmuring, feeling like he was no longer himself. Don't worry, your mom would be proud of you. Saying that, Lin placed the eyeball in Whitey's hands for him to hold. Then, he looked serious, focusing on Whitey's left eye socket. The most challenging step was next, microsurgery on the brain. The pain in the brain was actually very weak, so Whitey wouldn't suffer too much. The problem was how to do it. Remember, no matter what, you cannot fall asleep. Otherwise, everything will be in vain. You don't want to become a wailing idiot, right? Murmuring, Whitey said, I'm almost there now. Lin was relieved. Being able to speak meant he was still conscious. Indeed, a good sign. With that, Lin closed his eyes and immediately triggered his own flesh and blood mutation. Whoosh! In an instant, under Whitey's stunned gaze, a pitch-black vertical pupil slowly opened on Lin's cheek. Whitey, strange eyes grew on Big Brother's face. Big Brother wasn't human. He's a tentacle monster. But it didn't end there. Almost simultaneously, Whitey trembled as he saw Lin's index and middle fingers suddenly grew several small, slippery, long tentacles at their tips. In his horrified gaze, those thin tentacles slowly crawled onto his left eye socket. Then, they rushed in. Wow, Big Brother wasn't just not human. He's a tentacle monster. And it's the kind of tentacle monster that can come in and out of the human body. It went inside all at once. He was scared to the point of tears. At this moment, the evil spirit pupil on Lin's cheek turned, and under the gaze of the evil spirit's vision, it instantly locked onto the deep black area inside his brain. And that means, on his frontal lobe, there is an evil spirit dwelling. And that evil spirit is the one that attacked him before. Little guy, watch me kill you today. Lin squinted. Under his control, the flexible little tentacles extending from his fingers quickly moved along the eye socket toward the outer layer of Whitey's brain. Lin also immediately saw that a black lump had appeared on the edge of his brain. That lump is the mutated form. It is also the target he wants to remove today. But almost at the moment when his little tentacles were about to approach, as if sensing the threat, that lump suddenly throbbed like a heartbeat. Then Whitey instantly felt his consciousness being pricked and stabbed. It's like there's an evil spirit viciously trying to take control of his body. A huge blur and drowsiness rushed towards him in waves. Whitey was suddenly terrified. Quick, stay awake. Don't let it invade you, Lin shouted, and his tentacles immediately accelerated their speed. Stay awake. Yes, must stay awake. Absolutely cannot fall asleep. Otherwise, Whitey breathed rapidly, forcefully resisting the malicious intent in his brain. As if encountering a great conflict, the lump in his brain suddenly emitted a sharp and long roar. And in the next moment, that lump suddenly extended one after another petite, black and transparent hands, intending to eliminate the two little tentacles that Lin had inserted. Can you handle it? Lin was astonished. Lin directly took out a blade from the box, broke it, enchanted it with a bit of evil spirit revealing potion, and then split another tentacle, quickly sending the weapon to the front line. For a moment, in Whitey's brain, Lin's tentacles, holding two blades, directly engaged in a fierce battle with the black hands guarding the lump. Clang, clang. Whitey immediately heard the sounds of clashes echoing in his brain. Whitey shivered and said, Big Brother. Big Brother. Lin gritted his teeth, saying, It's tricky. I didn't expect that the evil spirit has evolved to the point where it can directly influence the outside world. But rest assured, I didn't grow up drinking milk. If it's a fight, then let's fight. I won't be afraid of it. Then, in Whitey's skull, Lin's tentacles, holding blades, were like two warriors, fighting fiercely. Clang, clang. The two tentacles quickly advanced, splitting the evil spirit hands that were spreading. The front line was advancing rapidly. It's about to charge straight into the opponent's main camp. How is it? How does it feel when I'm fighting in your brain? Whitey trembled, holding the gun, looking very distressed. Lin gritted his teeth and said, There is strong resistance, and the enemy has sent a large number of living reinforcements. Moreover, judging from the evil spirit's motive, it seems that it wants to launch further consciousness invasion on you. Whitey immediately felt the fierce attack of consciousness in his mind, that kind of excited and pathological feeling, once again overwhelming his entire brain. His consciousness began to blur, as if a vicious demon was gradually tearing him apart. Quickly shoot. Use the power of sanctity to suppress it. He heard Lin's urgent voice faintly. Whitey muttered. Finally, using all his strength, he pulled the trigger on his own leg. Bang! Whitey let out a scream of terror. A huge electric current spread to his whole body. His consciousness instantly became somewhat clearer, not because of the power of sanctity, but because it hurts. It hurts like hell, a pain like a slaughtered pig. Well done, Whitey, one more time. He has been greatly affected, and I can soon help you kill it. Lin's triumphant voice came from his ear. Whitey shivered, holding the gun, looking at his bleeding thigh. It sounds easy. It hurts. Damn, it hurts. The second wave is here again. Quick, bang. Whitey pulled the trigger in terror. The third wave. I'm about to approach that evil spirit. One more wave of support. It's all up to you. Bang, Whitey. And finally, after firing countless shots, Whitey felt that he was about to lose consciousness, not because of the evil spirit dwelling in his brain, but simply because it hurt. One shot after another, damn painful. He felt dazed, with a vacant expression, and his hand holding the revolver had begun to sway unpredictably, sometimes left, sometimes right, sometimes in the middle. He felt like he was splitting open. This body no longer belonged to him. Like an emotionless firing machine, just hearing Big Brother's voice, he would pull the trigger, a machine without emotions. He felt that he had ascended. Whitey, the last time, give me another perfect boost. We're about to succeed. Lin's roar came from his ear. Whitey decisively pulled the trigger. Bang, crack, the sound of the gun and the sound of breaking almost occurred simultaneously. And in Whitey's head, that lump was finally cut off by Lin's tentacle, completely separating from the parasitism on Whitey. The surgery is perfectly successful. Lin's face showed a high-spirited fighting spirit after the battle and said, from now on, you no longer need to endure the intrusion of that consciousness. Whitey had a blank expression and muttered, Big Brother, but I feel a bit not good. What's wrong? I missed the target. Where did you miss? Missed. Whitey, with red eyes, stretched out his hand, pointing at his own. Lin was stunned and looked in the direction Whitey pointed. Lin trembled instantly. This shot was truly precise, hitting dead center. He hadn't expected this at all. If there was still one before, now there was truly none. Does it hurt? Lin asked in amazement. Whitey cried, it hurts. Can you still feel it? I can't feel it anymore. Lin moved his mouth, wanting to comfort, but for a moment, he didn't know what to say. He activated his random diagnostic technique. Wow, Whitey instantly wailed as if he had been torn apart. Gone, all gone. Previously, there was at least one barely holding on, but now there was truly none left. He was no longer a complete man. It was absurd. Watching Whitey's heartbroken expression, Lin shook his head, patted his shoulder, and calmly said, don't be sad. In a foreign world like ours, who can avoid getting injured? It's just a matter of a couple of inches, nothing more. If you want, Big Brother can get you a stainless steel one. Whitey shivered. I don't want a stainless steel one, I just want my original one. Looking at Lin's hesitant expression, Whitey pleaded, Big Brother, I know you have extraordinary abilities. Do you have a potion that can quickly heal wounds? I know you must have one. Lin hesitated, pondering, I do have one, but I just used it on you when reinstalling your hardware. If I use it a second time, there might be some unfavorable changes, and ordinary potions are not as potent. Lin looked at him seriously and solemnly, not joking. But upon hearing that Lin had one, Whitey didn't care about anything else, because that was hope, the last dignity of a man. Trembling, with a look of desperation in his eyes, Whitey pleaded, I'm not afraid. Brother, as long as I can become a complete man again, I'm not afraid of anything. Lin hesitated again, and finally took out his from the medical box. He frowned. The flesh and blood proliferation potion is indeed very domineering. That kind of strong recovery effect can quickly resurrect you with full health and mana as long as you are still breathing. The more you use it, the greater the probability and degree of mutation you will have. Lin thought and said hesitantly, Bai, don't blame me for not reminding you. You have already used this potion once. If you use it a second time, there may be some bad mutations. Are you sure you still want to use it? Bai trembled and said, yes. He couldn't listen to the words now. The only thing he was thinking about now was his poor Dandan. Okay, remember, if you feel any abnormal organs appearing, you must tell me as soon as possible. Otherwise, something big will happen. His expression was serious and full of warning. In an instant, Bai immediately felt waves of numbness emerging from the wounds all over his body. There seemed to be a stream of heat swimming in his body, and there seemed to be countless ants crawling around. And the next moment, he was immediately surprised to see it. The gunshot wound on his thigh began to heal bit by bit at a speed visible to the naked eye. And not just the gash on the thigh. In that position of my body, I could clearly feel the strange sensation brought about by the healing of the wound. So awesome. He was shocked, and even his breathing became rapid. He swore. In the world he was in, it was absolutely impossible to have a potion with such a sinister effect. Because this is simply a miracle. It's a miracle. Then, he felt that something was being constructed quickly. Something is emerging from the body very quickly. That feeling, it's like a new life that makes people cry. Like a chicken that has just emerged from its shell, it curiously and carefully looks at this wonderful world, and then carefully pokes its head out. He felt like he had regained his dignity as a man. In an instant, a dark tentacle as thick as an arm snaked out from his wound. There was silence all around. Bai's expression, immersed in a beautiful dream, was frozen in place for an instant. Bai stared at the winding tentacle, motionless. That long tentacle kept rubbing Bai's dull cheek affectionately, leaving streaks of mucus on his face. Tentacles. Bai suddenly let out a sharp scream of fear. And at this moment, Lin finally reacted, raised his eyebrows in an instant, gritted his teeth, picked up the night demon knife, and said through gritted teeth, "I knew it. There is indeed a mutation. Bai, spread your legs." In an instant, Lin became furious and suddenly raised the night demon knife in his hand, without giving the tentacle any chance to grow. "Let Big Brother help you solve it." Ouch! Bai screamed in horror like a pig being killed. A few minutes later, snap, the long tentacle fell to the ground, twitched a few times, and then stopped moving. Bai regained consciousness with the help of Lin with a pale face. He opened his eyes dully and murmured feebly, "Brother, the tentacles." "Don't worry, the tentacles have been chopped off by Big Brother. You don't have to be afraid anymore." Bai murmured, "It feels empty." After a few minutes, Whitey, in a daze, stood up with Lin's comfort and encouragement. For now, he temporarily gave up on the idea of suicide because, as Big Brother said, life in this dark world is full of infinite possibilities. Yes, isn't it just a matter of inches? As a passionate young man, would he still care about such things? Compared to those inches, isn't life the most precious? "Big Brother, you promised me. You must give me a stainless steel one afterwards. That's what you said. Don't lie to me." With red eyes, Whitey wiped away tears and looked pitifully at Lin. Lin patted him on the shoulder, wearing a calm expression, and said, "Don't worry. I'll even give you a spiked one. But before that, we have more important things to do. Those who dare to bully my fellow villager, I won't let a single one go. Let's go." With a stern expression, Lin, carrying the electric saw and supporting the weak and helpless Whitey, kicked open the door of the freezer. However, at that moment of departure, they didn't notice that on the wall of the freezer, pairs of eyes slowly opened, spread across the entire wall. Carefully leaving the busy kitchen, the pig butcher continued his work at the stove. The kitchen was filled with a rich aroma, and Lin didn't disturb him. Accompanied by Whitey, Lin reached the corridor outside. Whitey, trembling, hugged his chest and said, "Big Brother, are you going to settle the score with that girl? She's not easy to deal with. She's a fierce ghost. It's she who stuffed that evil spirit into my brain. Or should we run?" Lin, with determination, said, "Don't be afraid. I am a doctor. Since the owner of this place has hired me, I won't leave until I completely heal her. Because otherwise, that would be unprofessional." Lin casually moved his neck. "After I heal her, then I'll deal with her." Almost at the moment he finished speaking, the candles in the corridor ahead violently swayed. Whoosh! Candle after candle was suddenly extinguished. The walls around them cracked, creating numerous fissures. Then, under Whitey's terrified gaze, thick and viscous blood and strands of hair flowed out from the cracks in the walls. A chilling wind blew through. Without any warning, right in front of Lin, a pale little girl appeared. "Ghost!" Whitey screamed in terror and hid behind Lin. Almost simultaneously, a panel appeared in front of Lin. "Earthbound spirit. Neutral evil. Intense determination and hatred grant her unparalleled abilities. Body in pieces, will shattered. Father, mother, brother should all take good care of her, shouldn't abandon her, shouldn't cut her up, shouldn't bury her. Shouldn't we be a harmonious family? Shouldn't we be happy?" Lin suddenly reached out and calmly blocked Whitey behind him. "Are you Alice?" The little girl stared at him with hollow eyes, saying nothing. Her body was strange, covered in intricate black patterns on her cheeks, arms, and ankles. On closer inspection, they looked like densely packed cracks. She looked around 10 years old, wearing a pure white dress, but faint traces of apparently clean blood could be seen on it. A bizarre silence spread all around. After a long time, crack, crack, crack. Mechanically, she raised her head, and her hollow, crack-filled eyes reflected Lin's figure. My family." Mechanically twisting her lips, she reached out her hand toward Lin, as if an invitation. "If you don't turn into a doll, stay with me." Hollow and intermittent, giving an indescribable sense of strangeness and horror. Whitey trembled, shivering all over. Ghost? She was the most ferocious ghost in this place. It was she who controlled those two puppets, took out his internal organs, and turned him into that horrible state. Alice mechanically moved her lips and said, "You, not bad." She stiffly turned her head, her hollow gaze falling on Whitey trembling behind Lin, and she mechanically moved her lips. "You healed. The old brother, you have a very good heart. So, didn't disturb you." Lin suddenly remembered the abnormal cold he felt in the freezer before. He also remembered the constant vigilance against what might happen while cutting the lump in Whitey's brain. Because he knew that the vengeful spirit called Alice was the one who stuffed herself into Whitey's brain. And when he was cutting that evil spirit, she couldn't have been unaware. But the progress was unexpectedly smooth. Apart from the resistance and struggle of the evil spirit itself, there was no interference from Alice, as he had anticipated. This was what puzzled him. Alice lifted her head mechanically and said, "Alice, once a loving brother." A strange silence spread around them. Was it because of this reason? Just because she saw me helping Whitey heal, so she didn't interfere? Was it goodwill? No. Or perhaps it was determination. Lin narrowed his eyes, looking at her with a calm smile, and said, "If I agree, what price do I have to pay?" Alice mechanically said, "Stay here. Accompany Alice, earthbound spirit." Lin, who had some understanding of spirits bound to a location after death, thought it over. What she meant by staying here was probably unable to step out of the boundaries of this castle for the rest of her existence. A smirk appeared on Lin's lips. "Sorry, little girl, I can't promise you that because I can't trap myself in one place forever. But I can help you. My teacher has studied earthbound spirits, and since you hired me, my first goal is to heal you. Of course, if you lack love, Big Brother can occasionally show you some love." Alice stared blankly at him. A gentle breeze swept by, and the little girl disappeared into thin air in front of him. However, the corridor was filled with the hollow and mechanical voice of the girl. "You will change your mind, willingly stay with Mom and Dad, and you will love me." It wasn't her real form, just an illusion. Lin smiled slightly, tossing the night demon blade in his hand to Bai. "Let's go. I've found her location, and the path ahead won't be easy." Bai hadn't reacted yet. In the next moment, the corridor was filled with a series of piercing and mad screams. Pale hands emerged grotesquely from the cracks in the walls, and the dim corridor was momentarily occupied by these terrifying ghostly hands. Bai turned pale with fright. What is this?" Lin smiled mysteriously. "It seems my patient has killed many lives here. Be careful, it's not just them, there's more than just their family." In an instant, Lin grabbed the chainsaw on his back, and with force, the bloody chainsaw quickly started spinning, making a loud buzzing sound. "Let's go." Lin's smile was particularly eerie. Then, to Bai's astonishment, Lin boldly stepped forward, unafraid, and the chainsaw, like slicing through melons and vegetables, directly cut off dozens of arms that surged out of the walls. Sparks flew with each swing. Lin seemed like he was harvesting, and with every chainsaw swing, numerous arms fell. Bai watched in shock, his face pale. He held the night demon blade with both hands, carefully following behind Lin, who calmly took each step, killing ruthlessly. So powerful. How great must his mental strength be to be so calm in this situation? Then Bai immediately thought of himself. He realized that, besides screaming like a little girl, compared to Big Brother, he was like two different creatures, and they even looked like they could be the same age. A tremendous sense of security surged. Bai, with a trembling body, held the night demon blade, following Lin's footsteps, shaking left and right, afraid of being suddenly scared by spirits. Bai was stunned. So cool, so stylish, so awesome. If his girlfriend had such an invincible boyfriend, she would definitely feel so secure. Even he felt full of security, heart pounding, thinking that Big Brother was really amazing. Bai swallowed a mouthful of saliva, staring wide-eyed, and quickly ran to catch up, charging all the way. Bai's mind buzzed. For some reason, he felt like he was a level 0 newbie being led by a max-level expert in a horror world adventure. He found that besides shouting 666, he seemed to be useless. The feeling of being led was really great. Bai was moved to tears. Accompanied by a series of system prompts, Lin, wielding the chainsaw, slaughtered his way through the corridor, then kicked open the door to the living room. Instantly, an extremely strong smell of decay entered through the dark hall. Lin's gaze calmly swept around. Compared to when he left, this hall had obviously changed. Dust covered the dining table, and the food on the plates emitted a stench of decay. The sound of water dripping echoed in the darkness. Bai nervously trembled. "Big Brother, something's strange here. Shouldn't we run?" Lin glanced around and said, "No need. Drink this bottle." Lin casually pulled out a green potion from the medical kit and threw it into Bai's hands. Bai hurriedly took it and asked, surprised, "What is this?" Lin glanced at him and said, "Drink it." Bai, feeling confused, knew that Big Brother wouldn't harm him. He quickly opened the bottle and gulped down the potion. Ugh, such a nauseating taste. What kind of potion was this? It felt like drinking poop. No, it might even be worse than poop. However, he still managed to swallow it down with difficulty, and at that moment, he suddenly saw a faint green light emitting from all over his body. Big Brother, I'm turning green," Bai exclaimed in shock. Bai turned pale. Lin calmly looked around and said, "Normal phenomenon. That's a potion I formulated with a few fingers carrying radiation. It might not be very useful, but it has high visibility." Crack! Almost at the same time, a viscous liquid suddenly fell on Lin's cheek from above. Lin instinctively looked up. Thanks to the green light emanating from Bai, Lin instantly saw a monster with several peeled blood-red arms sticking to the dark ceiling of the living room. and the slime was dripping from the mouth of that monster. Roar. A terrifying roar. Almost in an instant, the skinned and twisted monster leaped down from the ceiling, pressing Lin beneath it. Big brother, Bai, glowing green all over, was shocked. Lin's limbs were instantly restrained to the floor by a blood-red, peeled hand. A huge mouth loomed close to Lin, filled with hatred and murderous intent. You, villain, you promised my daughter. You made her feel, I, as a mother, useless. She screamed, eyes filled with malice. Lin recognized that this monster was the hostess they encountered in the living room earlier. Clearly, in the time he was absent, Alice had made some modifications to her. Lin remained calm and said, Are you angry? Do you think that by controlling my limbs, you have me helpless? Die. A hoarse and sinister roar. The monster suddenly opened its blood-filled mouth, ruthlessly biting towards Lin's head. Undoubtedly, the monster could easily crush his skull. Big brother, I'll save you. Seeing this, Bai trembled as he was about to rush forward with the night demon blade to help Lin. But as he took a step, a horrifying scene unfolded. He suddenly saw two crimson tentacles growing from Lin's shoulder, swiftly grabbing the monster's upper and lower jaws. He forgot. He completely forgot. Although his big brother appeared human on the surface, he was not a normal person. His big brother was a tentacle monster. Crack. Under the restraint of Lin's tentacles, the monster's jaws were gradually pushed out. Madam, it's not about the number of limbs but how you use them. You should first control my right hand and 2 legs with 3 hands, then take out 5 hands to control my left hand. Then, speak less nonsense, go straight for my head or that way you might have a chance. An unimaginable force suddenly emanated from Lin's left arm, as if a powerful loli was fiercely manipulating steel bars. You've angered my left girl, you better be prepared. In an instant, fear filled the monster's eyes. Suddenly, Lin's left hand, which had transformed into a mouth, was in front of her face. His left hand suddenly enlarged, opening a blood-filled giant mouth that instantly bit down on half of her body. She struggled desperately, but it was in vain. Lefty, don't kill her. Remember, we are doctors, the angels in white who bring happiness and peace to people. She's just sick, and when someone is sick, they need treatment. We can't be so rough with patients. Click. Lefty tossed the monster to the ground, chewing on her 2 arms, muttering, Don't act in front of me. I won't buy into it. Lin wiped his sleeve, walked over to the monster, who was thrown to the ground, half deformed, blood oozing out, and calmly knocked on her head, saying, I'm going to start the treatment now. Anesthesia is scarce, so it might hurt a bit. Endure it, okay. The monster trembled, looking at that face with indescribable horror. What is he going to do? What is he going to do? Why is he showing such a strange expression? Could it be? Could it be? And in the next moment, the buzzing sound of an electric saw started, and Bai instantly saw his big brother riding on top of the monster, holding an electric saw, carrying out some indescribable operations. The monster let out a terrified scream. Bai covered his ears, also shouting in horror. No, no, too cruel, too cruel. It's sawing, it's going in, it's going inside that mouth. Stage achievement. Achieved by performing a perfect brain surgery on the target without causing death. This indicates that you have taken an important step towards becoming a healing doctor once again. You have gained permanent bonuses: surgery skill +10, intelligence +2, strength +3, happiness +5. Not bad. The surgery was a perfect success. As I suspected, the original consciousness of this body has been completely taken over by you, the evil spirit. However, I have temporarily removed Alice's influence on you. Now, you have your own independent will. Lin glanced at it, almost forgot. Immediately, Lin calmly picked up the peeled-off human skin, took out an electric saw, and, amidst the monster's terrified screams, removed all the unnecessary limbs. Then, with great care, as if dressing up, he put the skin back on, sewing it up from behind with a needle and thread. Swish. He sprinkled a large amount of healing potion on her, and the flesh began to wriggle. Lin opened his dead fish eyes, crouched down in front of the healed woman, and said, No need to thank me. It's a paid service. Tell me, what's the deal with your daughter? Explain it clearly, and I'll give you a 10% discount. The woman stared at Lin, her eyes wide open. He continued, Auntie, you should trust me. I'm here to help you. I'm a doctor. Look, I've cured your illness. Shouldn't we be more honest with each other now? Look at yourself now, so beautiful. The woman, seeing Lin's friendly smile, became more frightened. Trembling, she hugged her chest and said, Yes, yes, doctor, that devil, she's sick. She needs treatment. As long as you can cure her and hand her over to me, you can have anything you want. I can give you the entire castle. Lin smiled, saying, That sounds tempting. The woman exclaimed joyfully, So, you agreed. Crack! Lin stabbed her chest with a knife. Crimson blood spurted out from her back, staining the wall behind her. She stared blankly, blood flowing from her mouth, and said, You. Lin smirked. Yes, I probably understand the symptoms of that little brat now. Don't worry, I'm a professional. Since she asked me to treat her, I'll definitely cure her. Consider yourself my guinea pig. Whitey stood there in a daze. Obviously, he was also shocked by Lin's unpredictable behavior. Just a moment ago, he had a smiling and kind expression, and now he could stab the other with a knife. Left, preserve it and don't digest it. We rely on them to cure the little girl. Splash! Left opened its huge mouth and swallowed the terrified woman in one go. Lin wiped the blood off his hands, smiled, stood up, and turned to look at the dumbfounded Whitey. He picked up the electric saw and said, Let's go. Let's move to the next place. After saying that, Lin carried the electric saw and strode towards the stairs leading to the upper floor. There was no sign of discomfort on his face. Is his mind really normal? Staring with wide eyes, Whitey swallowed a mouthful of saliva and quickly caught up. Soon, the hall regained its silence. Bai followed Lin, trembling with fear, looking at Lin carrying the chainsaw, and finally plucked up the courage to spit and asked, Didn't you say you were going to help the ghost woman just now? Why did you suddenly give her a knife? Lin, hearing this, curled his lips and said, I lied to her. Bai, no way. A slight curve appeared on Lin's face, and he smiled, saying, Because I received a commission to cure Miss Alice from the happy home. I've already been paid for it. As for others, if they can be cured, of course, they should be treated. After all, I'm a doctor, and I can't let diseases go untreated. But once cured, they become enemies, especially. Lin rubbed his eyebrows. She dared to make me eat that disgusting thing. What about the bait you mentioned earlier? Lin raised his head, glanced at him, and said, It's simple. Because that woman was lying. No one becomes a vengeful spirit for no reason, unless they were born a ghost. But since she's human, and her resentment is so great that it brought down the entire castle with her into this world. Lin smirked. There's more to it than meets the eye. A friendly and gentle father, a wise and nurturing mother who can feed her children, a brother who never beats his sister. What a happy family. Let's go. Through this corridor, to that tower. It's time to meet Miss Alice face to face. Bai trembled, holding the night demon blade, quickly catching up. But as soon as they entered the corridor, a bone-chilling and extremely cold breath suddenly swept in from all directions. And in the next moment, a skinned and howling monster roared out from one side of the wall, charging towards Bai. Bai screamed in horror. Lin split the monster in half with a chainsaw between it and Bai. But almost simultaneously, from the black mist outside the window, there came a series of piercing ghost screams. Winged stone gargoyles stirred and rushed in from outside the window, launching an attack. This wave of attacks was extremely fierce, not only outside the window, but on both sides of the walls and in the oil paintings. One after another skinned monsters emerged, crawling on all fours, rushing towards them. Bai had never seen such a scene. He was almost scared to fall to the ground, and even his urine was scared out. Brother, there are too many. It's packed. Bai looked at the tide of corpses surging in the corridor, and he was in a bad state. Lin smiled slightly. He threw the chainsaw to Bai. Cracking his neck, he reached into his pocket. At times like this, you need to use a large-scale weapon. Splash. To Bai's astonishment, Lin directly pulled out an arm a few dozen centimeters thick, 2 meters long, with a black dragon head at the end, from his pocket. Bai, what is that? Something is wrong. How could brother take out such a powerful weapon from his pocket? Is this cheating? Almost in that instant, numerous flesh vines grew on Lin's shoulder, and they quickly connected the arm to his body. The eyes of the dragon head lit up with magma-like red light. Click, Lin grinned, pressed down on the fierce and terrifying dragon's breath arm with his right hand, leaned forward, and said, Eat shit. Roar. In an instant, a deafening dragon roar echoed through the entire castle. The eyes of the fierce black dragon head surged with endless anger, as if it would burn everything in this world. And just as Bai watched in shock, the dragon head suddenly raised, spewing flames, and furiously opened its huge mouth to devour the rushing stone gargoyles and skinned monsters. Roar. The scorching dragon breath, like flames that could burn away all darkness. One after another, monsters screamed in agony, turning into black ashes. Continuous system prompts echoed in Lin's ears. Bai's face was reflected in the blazing flames, full of shock and amazement, making incomprehensible shouts. So cool. So powerful. Big brother is invincible. This is what a real man looks like. A real man shouldn't waste his interests on women. He should play with big toys like this. This is the true romance of a man. Lin is indeed invincible. Oh my god. OMG. Bai watched with boiling blood, thrilling and exciting, and his hormones surged. He really wanted to learn this move. To pull out such a cool weapon from his crotch, he couldn't help but want to try it too. Lin smiled slightly, took off the dragon's breath arm, and said, "Let's go." As Lin was about to take a step, he immediately saw Bai approaching with an expression. Bai said, "Big brother Lin, can I touch your weapon? It's so cool. Really, really cool." Lin glanced at him, observing his thirsty expression. He could probably guess the reason. Perhaps because he no longer had it, he developed a more fervent admiration and pursuit of certain sturdy and firm things. Sure, Lin was very generous. "Thanks, big brother." Bai joyfully reached out to take the dragon's breath arm, but as soon as he grabbed it, he was directly pressed to the ground. He was extremely surprised. So heavy, so robust, so massive, and it seemed to weigh at least a few hundred kilograms. Indeed, he deserved to be called Big Brother, being so powerful that he could easily handle such a thing. Too strong. Bai touched the ferocious skin and blood vessels on the dragon's breath arm, as if the one who had just shown off here was not Big Brother, but himself. So cool. Lin narrowed his eyes instantly and said, "There's trouble." Bai trembled all over, quickly looking towards the passage leading deeper into the castle. A chilling wind blew through the shadow's clothes, and at that moment, the shadow quickly shuttled through the passage, then abruptly stopped tens of meters in front of them. Clang! A large sword swung suddenly. Bai also saw the appearance of that shadow clearly, and his face instantly turned pale, because it was a tall knight. Undead puppet. Formerly the knight commander under Count Carmel, a powerful knight skilled in swordsmanship. In his lifetime, he had won the first place in the knight tournament multiple times. His fast and fierce sword moves instilled fear in all who faced him. A decaying suit of armor, white hair, sunken eye sockets, and a rotten arm oozing pus. Obviously, after falling into this world, this powerful knight had become an undead body. Swish, swish, swish. The giant sword danced, creating gusts of wild wind around. His agile sword techniques and handsome figure clearly indicated that he was an exceptionally powerful warrior in his lifetime. "Want to harm Lord Carmel? Then, step over my corpse first." His voice was piercing, imposing, giving an indescribable sense of fear. Bai shivered with fear, staring at the knight. Those dazzling moves made him feel terrified. Obviously, this knight, compared to the previous monsters, was on a completely different level. Just the momentum created by the sword cutting through the air made him feel a chill throughout his body. In his lifetime, he was undoubtedly an incredibly powerful warrior. How was he going to deal with this knight? Use this dragon's arm. It felt too cumbersome and had a long front swing time. Probably not suitable for this type of encounter. Did Big Brother have any other powerful treasures? The knight pointed his sword at him and sneered, "Intruders in Count's territory. Death is inevitable. But I'm willing to give you a chance to challenge me." He wielded his sword. Lin, with dead fish eyes wide open, calmly said, "Can we start now?" The knight coldly moved his head a bit, danced his sword briskly, and sneered. "Good. Since you are so eager to die, I'll grant your wish. However, you better understand, in my lifetime, I was known as the slayer of 100 men. Countless killings, won the knight tournament 5 times, swordsmanship and marksmanship were both #1 in the kingdom. A little ignorant person like you, I can crush dozens of you with one hand." Bang! A gunshot. A small thumb-sized hole appeared on the knight's forehead, and black blood gushed out. His gaze became dull, and his voice abruptly stopped. Thump! Under Bai's shocked gaze, his body heavily fell backward. Silence surrounded them. Lin calmly blew the smoke from the muzzle, shook his head, and said, "What era is it?" Still waving swords and guns, speechless. Saying that, Lin carried the chainsaw, taking large steps forward. "Let's go." Bai stood there in a daze, looking at the knight's corpse on the ground, and then at Big Brother Lin, who was calmly carrying the chainsaw forward. "This doesn't seem like the kind of duel I imagined. Is this a joke? Gone with just one shot?" A man in a tailcoat, holding a cane, and wearing a top hat emerged from the black fog on the high platform. His face wore a wonderful and polite smile, and his demeanor exuded the air of medieval nobility. He was the master of this castle, Count Carmel. "You have harmed my eldest son, killed my wife, and now you want to harm my daughter." Carmel smirked, giving a strange and eerie feeling. "You may have misunderstood. I am the doctor your daughter paid a hefty price to hire. Until she cancels the contract, my mission is to provide the best treatment and service for your daughter." Carmel chuckled. Bones in his entire body made abnormal sounds. Yes, she needs treatment. She has brought misfortune since childhood, so she must be locked in a cage. She must be cured. Under their gaze, cracks appeared in his tailcoat, and his muscles began to swell, growing sharp bone spurs on his shoulders and back. In an instant, he swelled and twisted into a giant several meters tall. Carmel suddenly raised his head, and his cheek split in half, one side showing a charming and elegant smile, the other side revealing a cruel and ferocious brutality. "You people will all be crushed." The monster transformed by Carmel roared, holding a butcher knife in his hand, charging towards them like a heavy tank. Lin smiled faintly, suddenly took out a revolver from his pocket, clicked the safety. "Ah, indeed, you're a gentle and kind father, and since there's a mission, you have to die." Bang, bang, bang. Lin, with a smile on his face, fired several shots. Crackling electric sounds filled his entire body. "Die," the monster roared. His speed was only slightly reduced by the bullets, but these shots couldn't cause fatal damage. He roared. His massive body leaped, and the crimson giant knife suddenly slashed towards Lin. Lin did not retreat, pulled out the chainsaw behind him, and collided heavily with the giant knife. Boom! A loud noise. The bricks under Lin's feet instantly exploded and sank more than 10 centimeters. Lin lightly jumped and landed on the battlements of the castle. Looking up, he smiled and said, "Whitey, go to a safe place. After I subdue this family member, I'll come down." Before Whitey could understand what a safe place was, he suddenly felt his body light. Then he saw Lin, who was holding his neck, fall into the rolling black fog outside the wall. "Big brother, you didn't mean jumping off a building, did you?" "Stay here, I'm leaving first." "Big brother, this is not a safe place." "It's not. I have acrophobia." But it was of no use. The long tentacle adhered to the castle wall. Lin leaped in the black fog and landed on the platform lightly. He looked up, smiled slightly, and the long tentacle spread out. "Is the trash dealt with?" Carmel turned around, smirking hideously. The huge monster grinned, roared, and suddenly rushed forward, the huge butcher knife slashing towards Lin. Lin did not retreat, pulled out the chainsaw behind him, and collided heavily with the giant knife. "This guy is definitely a freak." Countless sparks burst. Lin, holding a chainsaw, grinned and said, "Ah, the strength is really great. I'm bleeding internally a bit, but it looks like the two of us can still have a fair fight." Boom! The two suddenly retreated, creating distance. But in an instant, they moved forward again, the whirring chainsaw slashing through the air, clashing with the incoming giant blade time and time again. For a moment, sparks flew on the high platform, and the loud sounds echoed throughout Divorce Street. Lin and the monster were in a fierce battle. At the same time, on the street outside the castle, two tall and mysterious figures stood in the distance, having been watching the ancient castle for a long time. One of them was burly, with stitches all over his body. The other was a 3-meter-tall noblewoman, polite, with pale skin, dignified and luxurious. "It seems your disciple isn't dead yet," the puppet lady said, crossing her arms, smiling, and raising an eyebrow. Bloodsaw, carrying the chainsaw, moved his shoulder blades and said, "Do you really think my disciple spent these 2 years with me for nothing? This kid watches me saw people every day. His mental toughness is already beyond ordinary. In my opinion, he just lacks an opportunity." The puppet lady glanced at him and asked, "So, did you know there was a problem with this castle early on?" Bloodsaw revealed a cruel smile and said, "Of course, this is the pit I carefully selected for my disciple. After all, if this kid wants to become a member of the Night Doctors, he needs means to deal with sudden abilities. Otherwise, what's the point?" High platform. "Kid, have you had enough fun? Then die." After dozens of rounds of combat, he had roughly figured out the human's strength. Although his physique was robust, there was still a considerable gap when compared to him. And in this regard, he had absolute dominance. "Roar," he roared, and at the moment when the chainsaw was lifted, his giant blade suddenly swept towards Lin, aiming to cut him in half at the waist. Lin smiled mysteriously and said, "I've indeed had enough, but you should understand that I'm not a chainsaw expert." Almost at the moment when the giant blade was about to strike, click, Lin's left hand suddenly reached out, instantly grabbing the raging blade. The surging blade tore apart the floor on Lin's right side with a loud sound. But his left hand was unharmed. How is this possible? The monster trembled suddenly. He immediately felt that his blade was restrained as if it were held by a steel clamp, making it difficult for him to move. Crack! In an instant, under his astonished gaze, the giant blade in his hand was instantly crushed by Lin's left hand. Sharp fragments exploded. In the reflection of the fragments, he was shocked to see that the human's left hand, like a winding snake, revolved around him, revealing the mysterious and sinister teeth on the palm. "Lefty, let's finish him off. Keep your head down. There's no one around. Don't make yourself look so cool for no reason." Although he said that, Lefty immediately prepared for battle. And in that moment, the monster suddenly saw that the human's eyes changed. There was no more laughter in his eyes, only concentration and seriousness. His whole demeanor suddenly became fierce, like an unleashed cheetah. In an instant, a chill rose in his heart. Lin, holding the chainsaw, was lifted into the air like a spider. The night demon blade, wrapped in the second tentacle, refracted a strange cold light in the night sky. Under the darkness, Lin looked down at the monster indifferently, saying, "Because I'm about to go all out, remind yourself to be prepared, because what you're about to face is my full power and augmentation." In an instant, under the monster's astonished gaze, a giant arm with the head of a black dragon snaked out from his shoulder. The huge black dragon head emitted a furious roar. The massive dragon's arm suddenly spewed out scorching flames towards the entire high platform. The monster was shocked, roared, and crossed his arms, resisting the raging flames that resembled magma. But the temperature was too high. In just the moment of contact, he felt his skin quickly charred and melted. He painfully roared, rushing out of the flame range. But before he could catch his breath, the sharp and black blade, like a knife, cut into his neck and crimson blood spurted out. "Ah!" he screamed in agony. Long tentacles spread out in front of him, and the sick and mad smile of the young man appeared in front of him. "This is what I learned from Lady Bloodcloak. No matter when, you must face each battle madly, always with the intention to kill the opponent mercilessly, and deliver destructive blows without hesitation." Lin stared at his terrified eyes up close, and the chainsaw in his hand, unexpectedly and without warning, sawed into his abdomen. Dense blood and minced meat splattered out. "I'll kill you," he roared, enduring the intense pain, and launched a fierce punch towards Lin. But before that punch landed on Lin, his entire arm was instantly bitten by the sinister black dragon head on his shoulder. The violent lava in the dragon's head instantly melted his arm. He let out a painful and long howl. His other giant arm tried to move, but at some point, Lin's left hand that had spread over was opened, revealing the mysterious and sinister teeth. Both arms were restrained. He was almost at the point of no return. The sound of bursting flesh and blood. Under the roaring of the chainsaw, Lin beheaded the monster on the spot. Crimson blood dripped over Lin's eyes. Amidst the hysterical and painful howls of the monster, Lin reached out and restrained his neck. He squinted and said, "A cruel and indifferent father, an executioner wielding a butcher knife, a devil with a mask. Is this how you appear in your daughter's eyes? I have to say, it's quite interesting." Buzz. In an instant, his pitch-black left eye suddenly focused. Camel immediately felt a chilling curse spreading from that eyeball to his entire body. As he trembled, his skull began to melt. The intense pain and icy melting sensation made him let out a final howl. As he melted, splash, countless flesh turned into mucus fell to the ground, sizzling with smoke. And a system prompt sounded in Lin's ears. Splash. Carmel's nearly melted half-body fell to the floor. Lin retracted all his tentacles and prosthetics, landing slowly on the ground. Click, click. The head with melted features slowly moved its lips, emitting a ghostly murmur. "Why, don't kill me." Lin picked up his head, smiled faintly, saying, "Because you're my second bait. If I kill you, how am I going to cure your daughter's illness?" He casually threw Carmel's head to the side for now. Then, his gaze fell on the towering spire. He turned to Bai. "My friend, it might still be dangerous next. Hang in there for a while, and I'll come get you after I finish treating my client." Bai was dumbfounded. He immediately reached out, shouted by the mouth, "Brother, be careful. Make sure to come out alive." He knew that he couldn't help his brother at the moment. Instead, he might distract him. But he believed in his brother's strength. After all, this was a senior who hadn't died in this different world for so long. Outside the castle, the puppet lady gazed at the tower of the castle, blinked, and said, "It seems that your disciple won. The aura just now, if I'm not mistaken, seems to be from those advanced creations of your demon association." Bloodsaw thoughtfully carried the chainsaw and said, "It might be the spoils after he destroyed the association. But I'm also a bit puzzled about how he used those creations. Generally, those biological weapons require strict and precise pairing." The puppet lady glanced at him and said, "Well, tell me the truth. In your hands, he should have long ceased to be the human he was 2 years ago, right?" Bloodsaw touched his chin and said, "Well, once he had his heart dug out by a guest, so I reluctantly performed a small surgery for him. He seemed very happy about it." The high tower, Lin, carrying the chainsaw, step by step ascended the spiral stairs, heading towards the top. The further he went, the stronger the intense cold and the smell of blood became. It was as if someone had meticulously planned a slaughter here, dismembering some creature piece by piece. Finally, a decaying wooden door appeared in front of Lin. cruel and ruthless father, a mother who starves her daughter with malice, a brother who tortures his sister with slaughter, locked in a cage in the tower for years, enduring inhuman abuse and torment. Was this your experience before your death? Facing cold eyes, cruel slaughter, being dismembered bit by bit, the unvented hatred in your heart, even if turned into a demon, even if falling into this dark world. Is it hard to restrain the desire for a happy home? A smell of rotten decay mixed with the stench of blood surged out from the dark door, and Lin saw the scene inside. A huge hook descended from above, and a rusty cage, only 1 meter in size, dropped onto the hook. It felt like he had returned to a long time ago. Crimson blood splattered on the walls, and all around was dirty feces mixed with viscous substances of fresh blood. Compared to the luxurious decoration inside the castle, this place was like hell. There stood a little girl in a snow-white dress, her body full of paleness contrasting sharply with the black and foul-smelling surroundings. The little girl had her back turned, and her skin was covered with crack after crack. Lin maintained a calm smile on his face and said, "Miss Alice, let me reintroduce myself. I am the doctor you hired, Lin. Pleased to serve you. Mission Branch 1. Try every possible means to dispel the resentment and curse on the target, understand her past, and heal her trauma. Additional reward, Special Reward X1. Mission Branch 2. Try every possible means to kill the target or subdue her. Additional reward, Special Item X1. Mission Branch 3. If the first 2 missions cannot be completed, escape from the House of Happiness. Additional reward, 1,000 skull coins. Completing any one branch will earn you mission rewards, 3,000 skull coins, 3,000 base experience. The pale little girl slowly turned her head, revealing her cheeks and eyes covered in horrifying cracks. Big brother, be my family. I've given up on the dad and mom you don't like. She slowly turned around, extending her small hand in Lin's direction. Protect Alice like you did to your old brother. Be Alice's new brother. Doctor, shouldn't you prevent your patients from dying? A vast, chilling atmosphere pervaded the entire tower. Even Lin felt the profound coldness emanating from the bottom of his heart. Maintaining composure, Lin asked, "Can you tell me why your parents and brother abused you during your lifetime, leading to you becoming a vengeful spirit after death?" Alice responded emptily, "No, I abused them." In an instant, Lin's expression stiffened. Alice continued emptily, "They were damn bastards. Dared to make my little Alice forget her birth mother." Little Alice was truly happy, but the happier she was, the more I hated. Because those were supposed to be things I gave to Alice. Lin's pupils suddenly contracted. He immediately opened the target system panel again. Mrs. Mary, race, vengeful spirit, alignment, chaotic evil, compatibility, massive curse derived from extreme hatred. Introduction. A witch burned to death during the witch hunt, formerly Count Carmel's mistress, adept in dark magic and curses. Gave birth to a daughter with Count Carmel, plotted to harm the countess due to jealousy, discovered during the witch hunt, executed by the church through burning, turned into a vengeful spirit, possessed her daughter, seeking malicious revenge against all the living beings in the castle. Indeed, the panels for both him and Alice were rapidly switching at a high frequency. This means that the current girl's body has been hosting 2 evil spirits all along. One is the real Alice, and the other is this vengeful spirit. Splash! A burning smell suddenly wafted from among them. Lin raised his head abruptly. The hollow face of the little girl gradually revealed large areas of burns, the stench of burning flesh and blood emanating strongly. Alice is so lovely, always a well-behaved daughter. Hateful witch hunt prevented me from destroying that woman, and that deceitful Count Carmel, even that boy, simply repulsive. Lin's pupils stared firmly at the girl in front of him, a tremendous chill surging through his body. "Are you saying that their drastic change in behavior was caused by you?" he asked. The hollow girl replied, Alice can't be deceived. Brother should protect me. Alice will also be good too. Brother." The entire tower trembled, and in the spiral staircase behind him, Lin ran wildly with his tentacles, while on both sides of the walls, one blood-red handprint after another appeared. A strong smell of blood surged from behind him. The ground started to burn, and a stream of crimson blood, like a torrent, flowed down the stairs. In the next moment, Lin burst out of the tower, and he immediately saw that on the wall of the high platform leading to the outer wall, a raging blood-red flame had already ignited. Seeing Lin rushing out from the tower, he immediately shouted in fear, "Big brother, what on earth is happening?" But Lin had no time to pay attention to him now, because almost simultaneously, the blood-colored flames on the high platform turned into billowing waves, engulfing him. Without any hesitation, Lin gritted his teeth, and his body quickly rushed into the passage he came from. And now he finally understood why there was such a huge resentment powerful enough to envelop the entire castle, dragging it into this dark world. Because this resentment did not only come from the vengeful spirit, but also from the dismembered Alice. The fusion of the two vengeful spirits made their resentment and hatred almost boundless. But there must be a way to find a cure. If not, the system would not have issued the mission branches. Alice was completely unaware. She might never know that all of this was orchestrated by her birth mother. She harbors hatred but seeks happiness at the same time. It was her birth mother who destroyed her entire childhood. Remembrance of days past. If used on living beings, it can reproduce their state at a certain point in the past. What if it's used on an entire area? Could it reproduce the scenes from that time? Ding! You are launching Remembrance of Days Past in the target area. Do you want to proceed immediately? Yes. Please specify the time point for reproduction. The day Alice was killed, before the castle fell into the dark world. Lin bit his teeth. He didn't know the exact time, so he could only make a vague estimation. But this was the only way he could seek information now. Remembrance of Days Past. Activate. In the pitch-black corridor, the scene of the rainy night when Alice was killed appeared. Count Carmel, the lady of the house, and that boy all showed signs of madness and cruelty. They held bone-cutting knives, excitedly and ferociously crossing the corridor under the seductive curse, heading towards the high tower. Time rapidly rewound. Screams and cries of pain echoed from the tower into the night sky. When those three people appeared in the corridor again, they still had the same psychotic and cruel expressions, but their entire bodies were covered in blood, and the blades were stained red. Drip, drip, fresh blood dripped from the basket in their hands, drop by drop, staining the entire corridor red. Hide, hide my screaming daughter. In the walls, in the hall, in the fireplace. He quickly rushed to the corner where they buried the bodies at that time. With one punch, he smashed the decayed floor. Underneath, he saw a small hand still bleeding. Hatred prevented the bodies from decaying. And throughout the entire castle, such body fragments were scattered everywhere. Ding! You have obtained Alice's body fragment X1. Is this the reason for the spread of the curse? Just because of envy? Just because of malice? Is it so cruel that even her own daughter has to become a tool for revenge? Len bit his teeth. As the burning flames spread over, he quickly rushed to the stairs leading to the lower floor. She wanted to turn her daughter into a vengeful spirit like herself. She wanted her daughter to personally destroy this happy home for her. Lin continuously rushed to various curse points in the collapsing castle, constantly using Remembrance of Days Past, piecing together the chaotic truth. My dear, I feel something's wrong. Alice seems to have not eaten anything for several days, but I remember we had lunch together this afternoon. And that child, she seems very afraid of me. I swear I didn't abuse Alice. I know you feel guilty about her mother's death. I've been trying to accept her, but I never thought she would be a witch. But no matter what, a kind motherly spirit wouldn't let me vent my displeasure on a child. I seem to forget a lot of things. Why is there blood on my hands? Here, this is Alice's. How could it be? I seem to not remember anything. Damn it. I hit her. I cut her hair. Dear Holy Mother, please. Please forgive me. I don't know how. I seem to hate her a lot. Yes, hate. She's the child of that witch. That witch seduced my husband, and her child should die too. In scene after scene reproduced, Lin saw the gradual change of the lady from a compassionate mother into a malicious and hateful woman under the curse of the vengeful spirit. During that time, Count Carmel and their eldest son also underwent changes. Why did I give such an order? She's my daughter. How could I allow her to be locked in a cage? Damn it, damn it, damn it. Am I crazy? I seem to. My son has changed too. He used to be an upright child, but he actually slaughtered those little animals. He seems to be going to the freezer and the high tower more and more frequently. He brought a gift to Alice. I hope it's not what I think it is. I'm crazy. I've gone mad. I feel like I'm cursed. Come at me. Whatever it is, come at me. Don't let me abuse my daughter. In the reproduced room, the scene froze on Count Carmel shouting hysterically. And that was the last time they showed signs of clear reason. Since then, they never woke up again. Their wills had been thoroughly distorted and pathological under the curse of the vengeful spirit. And one can imagine, after all three of them were completely affected by the curse, Alice suffered terrible torment and bad news during that time. Ding! You have obtained Alice's body fragment X1. Lin bit his teeth, swiftly navigating through the collapsing castle, constantly collecting the fragments of Alice that were dismembered by them back then. This is why there is resentment. This is why she so desperately wants the company of her family. Is this the happy home you were expecting in your heart? Boom. Lin punched and smashed a piece of floor in the corner of the hall, seeing the half head of the girl still bleeding and shedding tears underneath. But it was at this moment that a sinister voice suddenly came from behind him. What are you looking for? Lin suddenly turned around, only to find that the little girl was already standing behind him, and at this moment, her body was burning in a blazing fire. Her expression was no longer vacant, but rather sinister. Lin knew that the evil spirit before him was the ghost that caused all of this back then. The witch who was burned alive, Alice's birth mother. In an instant, the girl lifted her hand sinisterly, and Lin was immediately restrained by an invisible force on his throat, lifted into the air. Lin gritted his teeth, a smile tearing across his face. Alice, I am looking for your body. The girl's sinister face suddenly froze. I am your doctor. Of course, if you really want, we can also become family. In front of him, Lin immediately saw the panels of Alice and Mrs. Mary switching rapidly, and this was the only way Lin could determine who he was facing. Seizing this opportunity, Lin shouted, "Zuo Zuo," almost as if understanding without words. His left hand suddenly melted into countless black slimes, flowing onto the ground. One by one, crying babies crawled out of the slime, filling the entire hall with spiritually polluted screams. A scream of horror. The girl released the force restraining Lin and covered her ears under the massive spiritual pollution, starting to collapse. Lin hesitated for no moment, quickly gathering Zuo Zuo again. Lin, gritting his teeth, shot out all his tentacles towards the direction of the kitchen at full speed. Because there was the last piece of Alice's fragment. After understanding that he was dealing with a dual ghost and realizing that the entire castle was constructed by curses, Lin knew that the ghost could not be dealt with by his current power alone. The corridor in front of Lin also instantly changed, igniting a fierce fire, and the blood-red flames rolled towards him. Behind him, the contaminated girl, who had already escaped the pollution, was sinister, and she was almost within reach. At this moment, Lin didn't say a word, suddenly reached out his hand, and took out the reward he had just received. Witch's veil. Putting on the veil, Lin rushed into the burning fire. Lin's pupils suddenly shrank. He immediately felt the scorching and freezing touch from his back. A bloody hand directly penetrated his back without any obstacles, grabbing his beating heart. The severe burning sensation coming from his heart, as if to burn his entire body. Buzz. In an instant, the surging curse brought by the black pupils made the entire body of the ghost start to melt instantly. A piercing scream echoed through the entire corridor. But Lin knew, even with the eye of focus, it could only block her for a while, because this entire castle was formed by Alice's hatred and resentment. She was the earthbound spirit here, and as long as the castle existed, she couldn't be eliminated. And now, the ghost and Alice were sharing the curse and resentment here. The pig-headed butcher seemed completely oblivious to the changes around him. He was still stirring his thick soup. He and the surrounding scene seemed so out of place. Lin gritted his teeth and quickly rushed over. "You're here." The pig-headed butcher turned around and glanced at him, saying indifferently, "The soup is ready. I promised to let you taste it. Are you ready?" He turned around, holding a bowl of rich soup in his hand, emitting bursts of fragrance. In front of Lin, the introduction of the soup suddenly appeared. Unfinished heart and brain soup, a rich broth made by blending a kind heart and an evil brain. After drinking it, you will randomly gain a piece of knowledge and receive a random curse. Lin was stunned, his gaze focused on the soup, and at that moment, he saw in the simmering soup in the pot the appearance of a brain and a heart floating up. Alice's heart. It was also the last remaining piece of the puzzle. But why would it be in? It seemed like seeing Lin's confusion. The pig-headed butcher said lightly, "That is a very rare material. Also one of the rare kind-hearted things in this dark world. However, due to being tainted by too much malice, it did not meet my requirements. This pot of soup is a failure." Lin immediately stood up and said deeply, "Can you give me that heart? I can trade with you." The pig-headed butcher said lightly, "Do you want to use that heart to resolve the resentment of the little girl? I am a doctor. I have accepted my employer's commission." Behind, the raging tongues of fire, devouring everything, surged madly in their direction. Within the flames floated a hideous and screaming specter, as if it would consume everything in the next moment. The butcher with a pig's head said casually, "All right, if you drink this soup, I'll make a deal with you." Without any hesitation, Lin calmly took the bowl of soup and drank it in one gulp. The rich aroma surged in his mouth, and immediately, system prompts rang in his ears. In an instant, he catapulted himself into the entrance leading to the freezer. Behind him, the flames rolled and surged. The howls of evil spirits rushed towards him. He heard the casual voice of the butcher with a pig's head. "You need a heart of extreme evil to trade with me. I'll come find you in half an hour. If you break the deal, I'll take your heart in exchange. Almost at the moment he finished speaking, his figure disappeared into thin air at the original spot. No one knew why he came. No one knew his true identity. And Lin didn't care anymore. Evil spirits pursued relentlessly from behind. Lin rushed into the freezer, immediately extended his hand, forcefully inserted it into his own mouth, and vomited out all the soup he had just drunk. But even after vomiting it out, the effects of knowledge and curse were already imprinted on him. Lin wasted no time. He quickly regained his composure, took out all the body fragments he had collected from the system space. At this moment, he unprecedentedly focused. Every puzzle piece should be in its original position. He took out a needle and thread. Gritting his teeth, with the fastest speed, he sewed up the dismembered and torn fragments, one stitch at a time. Little by little, the corpse in front of him quickly took shape, rapidly returning to its original form. Once again, scenes he had seen in his past memories surfaced in his mind. I have a serious but gentle father. I have a mother who likes to talk but never lets Alice go hungry. I have a brother who always gives gifts to Alice and never bullies her. I have all the family, all the people who love Alice. It was Alice's happy home. In the scene, the girl gently closed her diary, hugged it to her chest, her eyes filled with happiness. Because her biological mother had died when she was very young. Although she occasionally felt nostalgic, the memories gradually became distant. Because her father and stepmother were both very good to Alice, she wanted to repay them well when she grew up. She also wanted her father to tell her the location of her mother's grave, to pay respects to the mother who had become a blurry memory. Although her father always refused to tell Alice the reason for her mother's death. But she believed that Alice would find out. She would tell her mother that Alice was living a very happy life, and Alice was grateful. Whoosh! The door of the freezer was blasted open by the tongue of fire. The burning and hideous little girl appeared at the door of the freezer, her overwhelming hatred causing the entire freezer to blaze. Wearing the fire-resistant face mask, he rushed towards the fierce ghost. Curse removal. Activate, Lin shouted loudly. At the moment when the flames engulfed him, a dazzling light covered the entire space. He needed to reach the real Alice, carrying her body, letting his own soul tell her everything. For the specters, curses were the companions of hatred and resentment, entwined with their bones and flesh. Removing the curse was equivalent to stripping away their flesh and blood. How dare you? Amidst the piercing screams, her blood-stained hands almost instantly stabbed into Lin's chest, bursting out from his back. This time it was not an illusion, but a real penetration. Crimson blood gushed out from his back in an instant, spraying a rain of scarlet in the surging flames. But in that moment, she suddenly saw Lin lifting his head. She saw the horrifying smile on his face. You let me get close to you. Buzz. In an instant, the specter's eyes shrank suddenly. But it was already too late. In that elegant smile, Lin's hand pierced her chest, holding her body in the raging flames and white cascade. Endless hatred and malice immediately surged from her body, like voracious black vines, roaring into his arm and instantly penetrating his consciousness. As if an endless wail, as if falling into hell, scalding and icy, piercing and ruthless. In that moment, countless scenes accompanied the hatred and resentment, madly surging in his pupils. He saw the girl, imprisoned alone in a high tower, saw the father with a cold expression, mercilessly whipping her with a whip, saw the cruel and sick mother using scissors, cutting off her golden hair bit by bit, mixing animal guts and forcefully stuffing them into her mouth, saw the brother, mad and excited, using a dining knife on her arms, carving deep, visible bone scars on her face. It was a piercing scream from the depths of her soul. Torment, abuse. Yet, even in such circumstances, deep inside her heart, there still lingered a trace of hope. Like the memories of the past, like the times when she sat by the warm fireplace with her family. Father always worked late and returned. The stepmother treated her extremely well, never making her feel like an outsider. The brother was mischievous, but he would always stand up for her when she was bullied. It was a noble family living in the medieval era. Although the castle was gloomy, it was warm. Uncle Knight, though stern, would quietly give her small gifts on her birthday. Uncle Chef, though rude, would sometimes sneak in and laugh, handing her a few pastries. Big Brother Doctor was the scariest because every time she fell ill, he would give her a very bitter potion. But every time she drank it, whether it was a cold or a cough, she would quickly recover. So Alice also knew that Big Brother Doctor was a good person to her, until being imprisoned in the high tower, hung in a cage, looking at the sky outside the high tower. Because of those past beautiful memories, even the most cruel torture couldn't erase her hope. That night came when she expected warmth from her father, mother, and brother. However, what she got was a nightmarish evening, a blood-stained butcher's knife with a mad and ruthless smile. Like three evil dogs devouring prey, they swung their butcher knives, smiling, one after another, tearing her apart in that high tower. Hatred, unstoppable hatred and resentment. At the moment she was dismembered, the endless hatred erupted completely. She didn't wait for anything she believed in. The nightmare in her heart was the bloody reality. Gradually, she heard the sinister voice of a woman in her ear. Gradually, she recognized that the voice was her biological mother's. Mom said Alice had to kill. Father had to die. Stepmother had to die. Brother had to die. Everyone in the castle had to die. But Alice didn't want to kill Uncle Chef because he secretly brought food to Alice in the cage. Alice didn't want to kill Big Brother Doctor because he cried for Alice, and he wanted to secretly take Alice away. But his leg was cut off. No, not important, because Alice was no longer a human. Countless scenes emerged in the surging hatred, bone-chilling and infuriating. Because Lin knew, all of this was orchestrated by her birth mother, that malicious and jealous woman. Lin gritted his teeth, desperately searching for that soul in the countless malice enveloping him. The curse erasure temporarily neutralized some of the specter's power, but the surging malice and hatred were still relentlessly assaulting his consciousness. Like plunging into a cold ice hole. Bone-chilling coldness enveloped from all directions, constantly diving, continuously searching. And finally, at that moment, he found the girl in that endless hatred. The golden-haired girl, curled up in the deepest part of the icy pool, enveloped in countless hatred and malice, the kindness she never abandoned. Lilith, Lin shouted and called out, reaching out forcefully towards the girl, the friendly and gentle hands reaching out to her again. Let me heal your wounds. The vast darkness and hatred surged like a geyser, instantly sweeping over his entire body. Countless black capillaries covered his cheeks. His hand, which pierced into the ghost's body, instantly broke, and his body was thrown far away like a torn paper kite. The black blood, tainted by hatred, splattered the sky. His body heavily landed dozens of meters away, leaving a long blood-red trail. But Lin paid no attention. He raised his head, a maniacal smile appearing on his face. He suddenly reached out from the system's space, grabbing a broken spear. Without any hesitation, he picked up the shattered spear and thrust it into his right leg. The ghostly aura surging within him suddenly activated the power within the broken spear. Dazzling divine light instantly surged through his flesh, rushing towards his entire body. Lin lifted his head in an instant, facing the ghost that was screaming towards him. He didn't hide, he didn't evade, because he knew. You've lost. A crazy and triumphant smile appeared on his face. Almost at the moment when the bloodied hand was about to pierce Lin's eyes, that bloodied hand suddenly stopped. She found herself unable to advance further. She found that the endless hatred and malice driven by her seemed to be running counter to her at this moment. Mom, it's you who did this. A girl's crying voice suddenly sounded from her body. No, no, Alice, no. It was an extremely mournful scream that came from the deepest part of her body, in the icy pond of consciousness. At the moment when her hand reached out to Lin, she saw everything Lin had seen in the past and wanted to tell her the truth. Pain, sorrow, despair, hatred. She saw the whole process of her birth mother cursing her family, heard the whispers in their minds, and saw the pain before and after the changes beneath their masks. She saw them being subtly enchanted, saw the curse spreading on them, saw the gentleness of the past gradually turning into a cold and mad one, like a hand manipulating puppets, like a thick haze shrouding the sky above the entire castle. A bone-piercing sharp scream. In an instant, the surging hatred pierced the dome of the castle, rushing towards the dark sky covered in black mist, stirring up the entire black mist. The Bloodsaw and the puppet lady outside the castle had their faces changed dramatically. They immediately felt the almost sky-breaking hatred and resentment. The chilling feeling even made them feel palpitations. That is, the puppet lady stared solemnly at the black clouds covering the entire castle, saying, "It's hatred. I have never seen a creature generate such a massive amount of hatred. If it's a demon, the power generated by such a massive amount of hatred may surpass both of us." Bloodsaw's gaze flickered, tightly watching the burning castle. The puppet lady turned her head and glanced at him, saying with a slight smile, "Aren't you always cherishing your disciple? Why not intervene?" Bloodsaw said deeply, "No need." The puppet lady was a little surprised, smiling, "Aren't you always very protective of your disciple?" Bloodsaw said deeply, "He had a chance to seek my help. After that incident, I gave him a way to contact me, but he didn't. Either he's already dead, or he believes that even without his teacher, he has the ability to complete this mission on his own. If he really contacted me, I would look down on him. Deepest part of the castle, you are only driven by hatred and jealousy. You just want revenge. You are not qualified to be her mother." Lin supported his body, calmly walking step by step toward her through a trail of blood. You're jealous that your daughter was accepted by this family. You can't tolerate any goodness in your eyes. From the beginning to the end, you've been a malicious witch. You enchanted Carmel to make him love you. You wanted to become the countess, but you found that the real countess is far superior to you. You can't stand their feelings. You can't compare to that mother. You envy her tolerance and kindness, so you plotted against her. And you're deaf. It's all because of your own wrongdoing. I saw Carmel in the reenactment of the past. He knew you were a witch a long time ago, but because he loved you, he tried to protect you as much as possible during the witch hunt. However, you didn't appreciate it. Jealousy made you lose your human qualities. Lin pointed at her, saying with seriousness, "You've always been an extremely evil witch. You spread the plague in the Count's territory, using dark magic to make the entire Count's territory fearful. He had already investigated your misdeeds, but as a husband, he wanted to give you a chance to change. Yet, you not only didn't take it, but you became even more audacious. Do you hate yourself for being burned to death? Let me tell you, you deserve to die. If you continue to live, that would be a curse to everyone." Each of Lin's words stabbed into her heart like sharp knives. She screamed wildly, "I'll kill you." Her belly suddenly began to swell, like the child who had once gestated for 10 months, sprouting within her body once again. "Splurt," she screamed as her swollen belly burst open. The girl climbed out from her belly, winding around her body, facing her terrified and trembling face with sorrow. Trembling, she reached out with sharp hands, kneeling down, finally fearfully begging, "Alice, Alice, no, forgive me, my daughter. It's them, everything is their fault. You're my daughter, they took you away from me. You should live with your mother, you should grow up by your mother's side. Alice, I beg you to forgive," she pleaded, full of pain. The girl emerging from her belly wept sorrowfully, biting her teeth hard. Countless scenes flashed in her eyes, the past, those images, the family that should have been harmonious. Everything, all of it, the ghost pleaded, but it no longer had any effect. The entire castle began to tremble. Countless chains and hooks clattered down from above the freezing chamber. As the curse was lifted, the entire castle began to collapse. Numerous stones and bricks fell, the massive dome cracked with a rumble. "Get your head down, you despicable guy. Why do I always have to save you at the last moment?" Accompanied by Left's yelling, his left hand suddenly extended, grabbing the collapsing wall of the freezer with force, carrying Lin's body straight toward the falling bricks and stones. Lin, breathing heavily, revealed a bitter smile, allowing Left to carry his body. He shuttled between one falling boulder after another. The overhead dome had already collapsed, revealing the sky covered in black mist. The strong wind surged, and a hint of relief appeared on Lin's face. It seemed like there was light falling on his face from the shattered sky. But Lin knew, that was not sunlight. That was just the never-dispersing dust floating in this dark world. But at least, it wasn't the eternal silence of darkness. Left quickly landed with Lin, and half of the castle had already completely collapsed. Left swiftly reached into Lin's medical kit, rummaging through it. Finally, he pulled out the high-quality recovery potion Lin carried, pried open Lin's mouth, and poured it in, gurgling. Left gritted his teeth. "You guy, don't drag me down with you when you die. This young lady still wants to live well, I'm telling you. After I find a way to kill you without harming myself, I'll kill you without any mercy." The situation isn't resolved yet. Alice should have dealt with that fierce spirit, but the truth often brings not warmth, but greater resentment. If Alice loses control and tries to harm us, we'll be in danger. Lefty hesitated. "Should I run first?" "You cover the rear." Lin decisively ignored Lefty's suggestion, quickly regaining composure and scanning the surroundings. In the next moment, he caught sight of a figure amidst the rolling debris. His pupils contracted because he recognized her. The figure was the corpse of Alice, pieced together by him before. It hadn't been buried in the ruins. Remaining calm, Lin slowly approached the figure. Gradually approaching, he heard the suppressed sobbing. The girl, small in stature, hadn't grown since the moment she was dismembered. Lin knew that Alice's consciousness had returned to her original body after the massive surge of resentment. She had consumed the fierce spirit and had probably reached a level of power that made him powerless. She might now be even more terrifying than Lady in Blood. Lefty warned, "Brain, don't just stand there stupidly. Run away quickly. Before she attacks you, let's get out of here." However, Lin remained silent, his gaze gradually calming. He didn't retreat but took a step forward. Each step felt like a torturous journey through a blizzard within this short 10-meter distance. But he finally approached the source of the frost, closer to the weeping little girl. He reached out with his frozen hand, gently placing it on her shoulder as if whispering in the cold winter. Alice, it's over now. If you feel lonely, my previous offer still stands. You can consider me as your family. The freezing wind blew ashes everywhere, sprinkling them on the vast expanse of the devastated ruins. Like the perennially unmelted snow, it turned the ground into a pale white. Lefty stood there dumbfounded. A few minutes later, the cold receded, and the intense resentment gradually dissipated. In the ruins, Lin held the little girl sleeping in his arms, stepping calmly out of the wreckage. She seemed tired, eyes closed, tears still staining her face, and one hand tightly clutching Lin's shirt. For the first time since falling into this dark world, she slept peacefully. Lin closed his eyes, grinding his teeth. This damn system, this guy must have had a perverted sense of humor before becoming its own system. What does deceiving the innocent Lolita even mean? It was clearly the kind and loving Dr. Big Brother perfectly healing a little sister troubled by prolonged resentment. How did it become deceiving the innocent Lolita? Am I such a person? Without granting me the award for the true kindness, goodness, and beauty flourishing in my heart, it even maliciously slanders its own host. It's just too much. Absolutely unforgivable. Lefty raised his hand, glanced at the sleeping Alice in Lin's arms, then glanced at him, muttering, "This is a bit outrageous. How did you dare? Aren't you afraid she'll kill you? Her power is terrifying now." Lin tilted his eyebrows, smiling. "Because I am a doctor. Until the employment relationship is terminated, I cannot abandon my patient. Moreover," he raised his eyebrows, smiling, "since I've already promised this girl, I can't go back on my word. Understand?" Lefty was stunned. How did this guy suddenly seem so cool? Moreover, there was even a bit of handsomeness. Was this the true face of this guy? So kind and loving. In the distant darkness, Bloodsaw and the puppet lady watched the scene in the ruins from afar, their faces showing a hint of satisfaction. Bloodsaw stretched his arms in a good mood, and the corners of his mouth were almost uncontrollable. "Compared to your daughters, my disciple is obviously much better, haha." The puppet lady glanced at Bloodsaw's expression, which couldn't hide his desire to show off, and her smile became even brighter. "Well, he is indeed very excellent. Such an outstanding boy really makes people suppress the restlessness in their hearts at once. He must be married into the family quickly. No, change of plans. Such a good young man. Only letting the seventh son have him is absolutely not allowed. The first, second, third, and fourth sons all have to be together. If you can make your mother-in-law cherish him, that would be very nice." Inside the castle, Lin stood up with a bewildered expression, looking around. What's going on? How did the favorability of the puppet lady suddenly increase so much for no reason? Could it be that she's nearby? Apart from the life-size puppet awaiting delivery, he really didn't want to have any more contact with her. With a puzzled look, Lin looked around but found nothing, so he shook his head and dismissed the thought. Although she had become much stronger, as a bound spirit, her nature still limited her range of activity, preventing her from truly leaving this place. After some thought, Lin once again activated his diagnostic ability on her. Lin pondered. In other words, his curse removal ability only temporarily cleared one of her curses, similar to Lady Bloodstain. But the earthbound spirit curse still remained inside her body and couldn't be eradicated, right? And if that's the case, when the cooldown time is over, he can indeed temporarily remove her earthbound spirit curse and take her out of this castle. Although it's only one day, it's better than nothing. Lin rubbed his temples and took a deep breath. No, his limited time curse removal ability has too many demands. Lady Bloodstain is thirsty for it. His left hand also needs it. Not to mention, if he encounters certain special situations in the future or sees the little parents again, he must always have cooldown time. Can't I satisfy several at once? Those who need my healing and care will definitely increase in the future. While Lin was brainstorming, faintly, he seemed to hear shouts coming from somewhere, but because the wind was too strong, he couldn't hear clearly. "Can't leave." Just at this moment, the girl in his arms, with closed eyes, spoke softly. "Alice, died here. Evil spirit. Can never leave here." Her voice was very low, like the buzz of mosquitoes. Lin's expression slowly calmed down. He closed his eyes. At this moment, he finally made that decision. You can temporarily remove the curses attached to the target. The number of times has increased to 2. He activated the limited time curse removal ability on Alice's hair. One after another, curses that were like chains emerged from Alice's body and were immediately sucked into Lin's hands with a powerful suction force. Alice immediately felt light all over. She opened her cracked eyes in shock, her eyes full of confusion. And in the next moment, Lin, holding her, took a solid step towards the boundary of that ancient castle. No, Alice's lips trembled subconsciously, her little hand suddenly grasping Lin's arm, closing her eyes tightly. Obviously, she was afraid, because for a bound spirit, forcibly leaving the boundaries that bound her would undoubtedly bring them immense pain. But the next moment, that tremendous pain did not come. She also clearly felt that she had left the boundaries of the castle. She finally opened her eyes in a daze, looking at the soul-lost street in front of her, and the broken gate of the castle behind her. As if time had stopped for a moment, Lin gently put her down. The windy breeze swayed her golden hair and dress. She absent-mindedly grabbed her wrist and stared at the ancient street in front of her. Lin gave her an encouraging look. She subconsciously took a small step forward, her feet trembling on the hard cobblestones. No more. She had left the boundaries of the ancient castle, but there was no backlash. In that moment, she opened her mouth but couldn't say a word. She turned her head and looked at the tall youth in front of her, looking at his gentle smile, the one who promised to be her brother, her family, her doctor. For some reason, she suddenly felt something turning in her eyes, but she didn't say anything. She walked over and hugged Lin's waist, closing her eyes and pressing her cheek against his chest, hugging tightly. As if everything was communicated without words, it was a deep affection for family. Because, in the end, she was still that little lowly who hadn't grown up, still the lonely little girl yearning for family and loved ones. Perhaps she had turned into a malicious spirit, but her heart still held hope. From start to finish, she remained that kind little girl. Death changed many things, even momentarily changing that small and kind heart. But finally, when malice and resentment faded away, it remained as pure as ever. Upon hearing the prompt, Lin was momentarily surprised, then lowered his head to look at the small lowly closing her eyes in his arms, afraid of getting hurt. Lin smiled, closed his eyes, and lightly tapped his temples with his fingers. No choice. Since the system mission has been triggered, he can only obediently complete it. Although he doesn't have the experience of raising a sister, he should be able to handle the role of a brother. And the soul-lost street is not far from the wandering soul alley. In the future, he can often come here to accompany Alice, help cleanse her soul, stay for a few days, and it should be fine. Really troublesome. While Lin was grumbling in his heart, Alice, hugging him, opened her eyes. She looked at him, her cracked eyes reflecting his face. Alice has something to give. To brother, Lin snapped out of it. Alice gently stepped back, closing her eyes, and her long eyelashes swayed slightly. Thank you. Thank you for telling Alice the truth. And thank you for agreeing to be Alice's family. But I also know, you definitely won't stay here forever. She raised her head, looking into Lin's eyes, so clear that it made people feel distressed. I saw a lot in your consciousness. You're not as evil as you appear. You just want to live in this world in your own way. To bring kindness to people. Lin silently looked into her eyes. She reached out her hand, and a faint red halo slowly appeared at her fingertips. So, please, no matter what, spend more time with me. Alice is very grateful. Alice really hopes that you can become a reliable family. Lin was shocked. He had thought about Alice's special reward, but he didn't expect her to give him control over the castle. It's like writing the male protagonist's name on the property certificate. And she also gave him a skill that allows him to teleport back anytime. This is simply an invincible life-saving skill. Of course, he accepted. Lin regained his senses, looked at Alice extending her hand towards him, and looked at the hopeful gleam in her eyes. Finally, Lin smiled, reached out his hand, and shook hands with her, saying, "Thank you, Alice." In an instant, behind them, the half-collapsed castle slowly emitted rolling black mist, and the curse was restored with the system's automatic recovery. The broken bricks floated in the air without wind, and the collapsed walls slowly began to reverse. Everything was changing back to how it was before they arrived. With the howling wind, when they opened their eyes again, behind them was the towering and eerie castle. However, this time, compared to before, it was no longer as sinister and terrifying. Everything seemed warm, and on Alice's petite face, a barely noticeable smile finally appeared. Although it was fleeting, it seemed filled with happiness. But just at this moment, suddenly, from the side street, heavy footsteps could be heard. Thump, thump, like a heartbeat. It was especially thrilling. With a clatter, Alice immediately felt a great crisis and stood in front of Lin. In the numerous cracks covering her body, a dazzling blood light emerged. She stared at the darkness as if facing a great enemy. Her whole body tensed. "Don't be nervous, little girl," a faint voice came. "The time has come. I'm here to complete our unfinished deal." In the darkness, the pig-headed butcher slowly walked out, carrying a cleaver. The large pig head opened its faint eyes, and his gaze fell on Lin's face. "My heart, where is it?" In an instant, at a distance from the castle, Bloodsaw's face changed dramatically as he saw this scene. As if suddenly realizing something, Bloodsaw instinctively took a step back, his eyes trembling. and his lips couldn't help but quiver. That is, he swore he didn't make a mistake, even though he only saw a back at that time. 2 years ago, when he found Lin unconscious at the entrance of his pharmacy, that monster, it appeared in the Wandering Soul Alley. He still remembers the scene vividly. The alley is filled with black mist. An unprecedented illusion appears in the sky. A crimson and eerie blood moon hangs in the high sky, resembling a giant bloodshot eye, peering at the earth. He hears a knocking sound, finding Lin unconscious at the door. A trail of blood-red footprints extends from the shop entrance into the distant black mist. In the black mist, he sees a figure. Black mane covers his back, and he carries a blood-dripping butcher knife on his shoulder. He turns his head, allowing a glimpse of the monster's profile. Under the crimson blood moon, it's like a dark omen. The monster induces an indescribable sense of fear, not based on strength but on the oppression it brings to these dark creatures from its stature and soul. It feels chilling to the core. Like a demon, Bloodsaw raises his head solemnly. He has almost no hesitation, his gaze stern. He quickly moves towards Lin's direction. The puppet lady follows him. In front of the castle, Alice confronts the pig butcher and Lin is about to speak. However, he senses the approaching presence behind him and sees Bloodsaw and the puppet lady rushing over. He had a rough idea that his teacher and the others should be nearby, given the system prompt from the puppet lady. Yeah, Bloodsaw nods, not saying much, standing beside him, squinting, staring at the pig butcher. Lin, did you offend this butcher? He asks gravely, tense muscles and vigilant eyes. Lin smiles and says, Teacher, you're overthinking. I just made a deal with this gentleman. He lifts his head, smiles at the tense Alice, pats her shoulder reassuringly, and faces the pig butcher, saying, First, I want to express my gratitude. Without the heart you gave me, I couldn't have completed the final piece of Alice's puzzle. As for the heart of extreme malice you want. Lin pauses, thinks for a moment, then slowly extends his hand, covering his own chest. Feeling the strong heartbeat, he smiles and says, I don't have it, but, as you mentioned, you said you could substitute it with my heart. I can give it to you now. As these words come out, Bloodsaw and the puppet lady's faces change drastically. A heart isn't just a part you can replace casually. Bloodsaw grabs his shoulder, shouting, Do you think hearts can be switched like components? Lin turns to his teacher, blinks, and says, Isn't it? Teacher, you've changed one for me before. I'm still alive and well, right? Bloodsaw stumbles for a moment, then grabs his collar, looking deep into his eyes, saying, Because the one I gave you isn't an ordinary heart. Lin freezes, but Bloodsaw doesn't continue. He releases Lin's collar, turns around, and stares at the pig butcher in front. His voice becomes heavy and, didn't you hear the meaning in his words? He said he wants the heart of extreme malice, which doesn't just refer to the beating piece inside your chest. It includes your soul, your state of mind. In an instant, silence falls. Bloodsaw's voice becomes even deeper. Moreover, you didn't catch his meaning. He said he can use your own heart, but he didn't specify if it's a kind heart, a loving heart, a disgusting heart, or a ruthless one. If you give it to him recklessly, it's like making a deal with the devil. The final interpretation lies with him. What you ultimately lose won't just be a beating piece of flesh. Because there is a devil clan in the dark world, extremely lawful yet incredibly evil. They won't easily lay hands on you but will trap you step by step through contracts, leading you into the trap they've set in advance. If you're not careful, you'll be lost forever. Lin calms down and looks at the pig butcher, asking with his eyes. The pig butcher's expression doesn't change. He calmly says, Your teacher is right. The heart I want includes not only the beating piece in your chest but also your soul. He reaches into his pocket, takes out a pocket watch, glances at it, and says calmly, 30 seconds. Make a decision quickly. After the countdown, I'll consider it a breach of contract. Tick, tick. The sound of ticking needles resonates in the surroundings. Lin's gaze flickers. Looking at the teacher's expression, he can guess that this pig butcher's strength is undoubtedly very powerful. Even the enhanced Alice reveals an expression as if facing a formidable foe, confirming the problem. Is he a king? Or maybe the origin? No, that's unlikely. Lin's brain turns quickly, his eyes flickering. Moreover, notifying the little family must be too late now. Finding an extreme malice heart is not an easy task, let alone within 30 seconds. And if that's the case, Lin lifts his head, his gaze steady. He takes a step forward, reaching towards his chest with his right hand. All right, then use mine. But before he finishes speaking, a chilly little hand grabs his wrist. With a face full of cracks, Alice lifts her head, her eyes deep, gently shaking her head at him. Then she turns around, lifting her head, saying, I'll make a deal with you on behalf of my brother. As soon as these words come out, Lin is shocked. But before he can say anything, Alice suddenly opens her mouth and a cold ghostly aura rushes out. In the anxious gaze of those around, a pitch black, continuously beating heart slowly emerges from her mouth, floating in front of the pig butcher. Cold, eerie, and pitch black. The heart is crawling with grim black slime, still pulsating continuously. Faint screams of misery and resentment emanate from it. That is, in an instant, an introduction to the heart appears in his mind. Heart of malice, condensed from the jealousy and hatred of Mrs. Mary. Lynn's breath suddenly quickens. Slowly, Alice, holding the suspended heart, lifts her head and says, "This is my birth mother's heart." Her malice and hatred make me chilling. Lynn falls into silence, just gazing at Alice's profile without saying a word. Alice takes steps forward, lifting her head. "Lynn, brother got Alice's heart back from you. So let me complete this deal." As these words come out, Lynn is left speechless. He sniffed it and said, "Very good quality." Immediately, Bloodsaw felt the oppressive aura dissipate from the surroundings. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, though his expression remained solemn. "Alice," Lynn frowned, gently placing his hand on her shoulder. Alice shook her head, gazing into the distance. "There's nothing to hold on to. She is not only my birth mother but also the source of my hatred. I won't harbor any nostalgia for her." In the butcher's hand, a black and ethereal elongated face was pulled from the heart with a sharp wail, echoing painful cries around. "Alice, my daughter, you can't trade me away. You can't." "No." A sharp and shrill voice constantly resounded from the distorted illusion. Both Lynn and Alice turned to look at the scene, but Alice's eyes showed no emotion. Amidst the agonizing screams, the face pulled from the heart slowly gathered in the butcher's hand, finally turning into a black bead. He sniffed it and then placed it into a pouch on his belt. The crisp sound of beads colliding came from it. Then, he looked down at Lynn, lifted the bloody cleaver, turned, and walked into the darkness. "We'll meet again." Silence fell around. However, as he took only a few steps, Bloodsaw suddenly reached out, asking, "Wait, I have a question for you." Lynn was surprised, but the butcher didn't stop, as if he hadn't heard him, continuing forward. Bloodsaw went up and loudly asked, "I want to know, 2 years ago, did you appear in the Ghost Soul Alley? Was my disciple the one you left at my shop door?" Buzz. In an instant, Lynn's expression changed drastically. The butcher also halted his steps. Lynn was almost instantly filled with waves of shock. He looked at his teacher in disbelief and said, "Teacher, why are you asking this? Am I not the one you adopted?" Bloodsaw tensed up, saying seriously, "Yes, I did find you outside when you were unconscious. But there's something I didn't tell you. You were intentionally placed at my shop door. I heard the noise, so I went out to check. The creature I saw at that time was him." A buzz filled the surroundings, and you could only hear Lynn's increasingly rapid breathing. How could this be? Wasn't he the one who fell into this world by himself? Could there be some hidden secrets among them? In the flowing silence, the butcher didn't turn around. Holding the blood-stained cleaver, his voice finally came. "Yes," he gave an answer. Lynn's body hair stood on end in an instant. "Why did you send me here?" Lynn stared at him. The butcher didn't turn around, his voice faintly reaching Lynn's ears. "Someone made a risky deal with me, and I agreed." Lynn was shocked, and when he wanted to continue asking something, the butcher's body seemed to disappear from the spot like a ghost, as if he had never appeared. Lynn rushed over quickly, his gaze anxious. But even in the evil spirit vision, there was no way to capture any trace of the other party. How could this be? A deal? What deal? And with whom? Before falling into this dark world, he was just an ordinary young man on Earth. Why would he be targeted? Lynn's brow furrowed, but the calm and composure developed over the past 2 years quickly restored his reason and calmness. "Alice, how did you hire this butcher?" Lynn turned around, asking Alice. Alice was slightly startled, trying to think, and then shook her head. Her brow lightly furrowed. "It's vague. My thoughts seem to be interfered with. I know it exists in the castle, but every time I think about the butcher, I naturally don't delve deeper." A hint of confusion appeared in her eyes. "I did hire him, but I can't remember the relevant details." Lynn's gaze became heavy, because the greatest fear comes from the unknown. And if what the teacher said was true, there was obviously some cause and effect between himself and the butcher. And the position of the butcher seemed to far surpass all the creatures here. Lynn rubbed his temples, deciding to temporarily put this matter aside. Even if he racked his brains, he wouldn't be able to figure out the reason right now. Then he turned, looking seriously at Bloodsaw, saying, "Teacher, when we go back, can you tell me in detail about the situation at that time?" Bloodsaw naturally agreed, and a trace of relief appeared in his eyes. He patted Lynn's shoulder, saying, "I'll tell you when we get back. But you did a great job on this mission. Teacher didn't expect that you not only completed this mission excellently, but also unexpectedly gained some unexpected surprises. Alice turned her head, looking at Bloodsaw with deep eyes, making Bloodsaw's hair stand on end. He coughed and said, "Well, if there's nothing wrong, shall we go back? After all, this is not a place to stay for a long time, right?" Lin nodded, but his thoughts remained heavy. Okay, and taking advantage of this opportunity, he could also take this newly recognized little sister out for a stroll. Alice reached out and grabbed 2 fingers of Lin, silently following beside him, like an obedient little sister. "Alice, do you want to go to the place where I live first?" Lin smiled. Alice nodded. She didn't refuse, just following Lin for a while. Suddenly, she seemed to remember something, stared blankly, then turned to look in the direction of the castle. "Lin, did you forget something?" "Did I?" Bloodsaw Apothecary. Lin, filled with guilt, held a brush and swept away the dust and frost on the frozen Bai, who looked like a sculpted masterpiece. He coughed and said, "Sorry, Bai. Big brother didn't intentionally forget about you. It's just that something important happened yesterday, and I didn't think about it for a while. Just consider it experiencing life and enjoying the scenery. After all, life rarely offers such a good time." I endured. A night of northwest wind. Refreshing. He felt that he had been thoroughly, inside and out, completely, thoroughly enlightened. The whole night, lonely and trembling, hanging there like a seaweed, a drifting seaweed. It's okay, it's okay. Consider it cosplaying a flag. After all, such opportunities are rare, and one should learn to cherish them. Lin patted his shoulder comfortingly. "Well, enough nonsense. Let's talk about business. Can you tell me how you fell into this world? I've been thinking, and it feels a bit suspicious." Bai, frustrated, rubbed his head and said, "Didn't I already tell you, big brother? I was going to the bar after school, got lost in a small alley by mistake, and then ended up on that street." Lin began to ponder. He always felt that things were not as simple as Bai described. Because according to the information he obtained from his teacher, creatures that fell into this world either had immense resentment and hatred after death, triggering some mechanism that automatically dragged them into this world, like Alice, or they accidentally triggered some mechanism, opening a portal to this world. "Your phone." Bai innocently fumbled around his body, then took out his smartphone from the inner pocket of his jacket. "It's broken." The screen of the phone had long been shattered into a kaleidoscope, and the power button showed no response. Lin took the phone, carefully examining it inside and out. With the idea of giving it a try, Lin contemplated and initiated a diagnostic spell on the phone. He didn't expect to find anything, but in the next moment, he heard a sudden system prompt in his ears. In an instant, Lin's pupils contracted sharply. Curse. There was actually a curse fluctuation in his phone. This was ridiculous. Seeing Lin's change in expression, Bai was completely stunned and asked, "Big brother, what's wrong with you?" Lin solemnly said, holding up the phone, "I found something impure in your phone. Maybe this could be the reason for your fall into this world." As soon as these words were spoken, Bai turned pale with shock. His heart raced. Is this a joke?" Lin said seriously, "Further investigation is needed. But since I detected a curse, you must have come into contact with something impure before coming here." Without further ado, Lin immediately took the phone, bringing Bai to a room in the basement. The room was full of mechanical tools, which was also his teacher's place for mechanical modifications. Lin tinkered with the phone and calmly said, "Wait for me outside. I'll try to see if I can repair the damage. If successful, we might draw some conclusions." After drinking the soup, he gained knowledge and a curse. He hadn't had time to study the curse, but the knowledge was easily absorbed. This knowledge gave him the possibility to repair the phone. Time flew by quickly. After a while, the door opened. Bai immediately rushed forward, eagerly asking, "Big brother, how is it?" Lin walked out with a serious expression, stretched his neck a bit, and calmly said, "It should be able to function now, but there's no suitable material to replace the screen. It won't have a significant impact, though. Take some time to recall whether you did anything unusual before coming here." Bai thought hard. "Let me think. 2 nights before I entered here, I skipped a class, went outside to buy the latest manga, then had a bowl of ramen, and in the evening, I arranged to meet my girlfriend at a hotel." Snap. A smoking bump appeared on Bai's head. Lin closed his eyes and said, "Get to the point." Bai, rubbing his head in pain, said, In the morning, I sent my girlfriend back home. Then, with plenty of time left, I secretly went to an internet cafe to go online. Just at that moment, Bai suddenly froze. He seemed to recall something all of a sudden and started pondering. "Wait a minute. Let me think. I remember that when I went to the internet cafe to go online, After playing a game for a while and feeling a bit tired, because I had consumed a lot of energy in the evening, I thought of browsing the web before logging off. Then I remember it seemed like I clicked on a pop-up window. His breathing suddenly became rapid. I remember now. Lin squinted, and that pop-up window said, "Want to truly live? Yes or no?" Did you choose yes? He explained to Lin in detail what he saw on that website. It was a web page without a domain or address, and the entire page was a dark type that made people feel uncomfortable. Let's take a look. If it was because of his experience that he was pulled into this world, maybe they could find a way back. But Lin was already certain. He must have encountered a supernatural event. The shattered screen of the phone slowly lit up, and Bai looked at it with bated breath. Soon, the phone turned on. Bai quickly opened the photo album, and as soon as he entered, Lin saw a series of extremely explicit pictures. The male protagonist in those pictures looked very familiar, obviously Bai. There were also some pictures of Bai wearing what seemed to be his girlfriend's clothes, posing provocatively. Bai's eyes widened instantly. Wait, personal privacy. Let me find it first. Big brother, don't look. Lin glanced at him and said, "You're quite extravagant. Is it cosplay or role reversal?" Bai's head turned as red as a boiling kettle. He stared with wide eyes, his heart pounding, quickly scrolling through the album. Soon, he found that photo. "Big brother, it's this one." Lin looked at the screen and immediately saw the photo Bai took, along with the densely packed text on the page. Lin squinted his eyes. He didn't recognize these characters, but for some reason, just a glance made you feel uncomfortable, as if something was pulling your gaze and trapping you in it. Lin quickly focused. He carefully browsed it, and soon found several Chinese characters entered at the bottom of that contract. Lin immediately noticed that behind Bai in the reflection, there seemed to be a dark figure. "Who is behind you?" Lin asked seriously. After Lin's reminder, Bai immediately noticed the figure behind him in the reflection. His whole body trembled, feeling a chill rising from his heart. I don't know." Bai trembled. "At that time, I seemed very confused. I didn't feel anything behind me. After leaving the internet cafe, I seemed to have forgotten about it." Lin fell into contemplation. If this was related to Bai entering this world, could the text on this photo also come from the dark world? He raised his head and said calmly, "I'll ask my master. Maybe we can get some answers." Bloodsaw put on reading glasses, looked seriously at the content displayed on the object handed over by Lin, and said, "Disciple, how did you get this thing? Where did you get it from?" "This was taken by my human friend before he fell into this world. I always feel that it is related to his fall into this place. Do you recognize the characters above?" Upon hearing this, Bloodsaw carefully looked at it for a while, took off his glasses, and said seriously, "I've seen similar records in some documents. It seems to be a spell of an ancient clan in the dark world. I will serve the dominator of blood and flesh. I will heed the call of the ancient god, offering my blood and flesh to the grace of my god. I will follow the codex, falling into the eternal night. I will dedicate myself, awaiting the summons and responding to the god. Signer 20. Bloodsaw raised his head, looked at Lin, and raised an eyebrow. "This is a sacrificial contract from an evil god. Did your friend sign this thing?" Lin nodded. He did, but he didn't know the content. Bloodsaw closed his eyes, handed the phone to Lin, and said, "That's normal. Many kings and root-level beings in this world claim to be evil gods, spreading disasters in various worlds to fulfill their evil purposes. It seems that your friend's world has been targeted by that evil god. Signing this kind of contract is like establishing a connection with the evil god. The signer will inevitably be summoned to the world where the god is. But it looks like your friend had a small accident on the way to being pulled into this world." He looked at Lin deeply, naturally seeing through Lin's thoughts. Lin pondered, "So, he can't go back?" "No." Bloodsaw gave a negative answer, raised his head, and said he might return soon. At this statement, Lin shook, looking surprised. "Teacher, what did you say?" Bloodsaw shook his head, explaining, "Because fundamentally, this is still a summoning contract. Just like in the world view, other worlds use special rituals to request the arrival of a creature from the dark world. They only briefly come to this world, ranging from a few hours to a few days, but definitely not more than a month. Unless they die, they will immediately be sent back to their original dimension when the time is up. This is also the most economical and efficient way for the evil gods in this world to pull creatures from other worlds, because they won't let them live for long anyway." Lin was instantly shocked, saying, "So you mean my fellow villager can still go back?" Bloodsaw said seriously, "High probability. If nothing unexpected happens, he is now essentially a summoned being. As long as he doesn't die, going back is just a matter of time." Lin walked out of the teacher's room with a frown. He raised his head, looking solemnly at Bai. Seeing him come back, Bai hurriedly approached, asking, "Big brother, how is it? Do you know what's written above?" Lin exhaled and showed a wry smile on his face. Then he extended his hand to Bai. "Congratulations, Bai. You are much luckier than all the creatures that fell into this world." Bai was puzzled, opening his mouth but not understanding what the big brother meant. "I mean, you should be able to return to your own world in the next few days." After hearing this news, Bai's brain was almost blank, followed by unimaginable shock and joy. "Big brother, is what you said true? Do I really have a chance?" Lin smiled and said, "Most likely." In an instant, Bai was so excited that he almost jumped up. His breathing was rapid, and for a moment, he found it hard to accept this sudden and immense joy. He paced back and forth, trying to digest the overwhelming happiness in his heart. But then, he suddenly froze. In Lin's smiling expression, he saw something. He instantly thought of something and exclaimed, "What about you, big brother?" "I can't go." Bai was puzzled. Lin explained with a smile, "Because you signed a summoning contract. You were enticed by some existence to be pulled into this world. Although there might have been some accidents that prevented you from being pulled into the realm of that evil god, when the summoning time comes, you will still be sent back. But I'm different. I have no idea how I entered here. I can't go back with you." Bai was wide-eyed, and his brain went blank. In other words, is this a one-person round-trip ticket? But if he goes back alone and leaves Big Brother here, that's simply, even though they only knew each other for one night, and this Big Brother was quite terrifying. Finding a friendly fellow villager in this terrifying world was truly more gratifying than anything else. Because without Big Brother's help, he would probably have died long ago. He scratched his head, frowned, paced back and forth, and the joy he just felt was quickly washed away. Summoning. Was he summoned because of that contract? Then, in an instant, he suddenly had an epiphany. He excitedly grabbed Lin's shoulder and said, "Big brother, I have an idea. You said I was summoned by some existence in this world. Is there a possibility I can also summon you to my world?" At this critical moment, Bai demonstrated an extremely active brain. Lin was also taken aback by his words, then raised an eyebrow and said, "I'm not sure about that. This kind of mysterious thing is my first encounter, but there are indeed some cults in many worlds that like to perform rituals to summon creatures from other dimensions." Bai was overjoyed. "Then that's settled, right? Big brother, no matter what, we can give it a try. If it fails, there's nothing to lose. If it succeeds, then big brother, you can also come to my world and reminisce about our hometown." Seeing Bai's excited expression, Lin's thoughts also became more active. Yes, if this method really works, even if it's not his true hometown, he can be summoned to see a similar world. And if it's really a parallel world, then maybe, in Bai's world, there is another himself and his parents. Lin raised his head and looked at Bai seriously, saying, "Let's give it a try." A few minutes later, Lin quickly brought Bai to his teacher's underground library, his expression serious, and began searching quickly. His teacher's knowledge was very diverse. He was a true scholar. In his library, you could always find all sorts of strange books, and there must be books about summoning rituals. After careful searching, Lin quickly found a thick and deeply hidden volume in a corner. Found it. Lin squinted his eyes. He opened it. The complete guide to summoning the otherworldly cat maiden. Snap. He closed it with a dark expression. Lin continued searching. Finally, from another dusty corner, he once again pulled out a book. Contract. Rituals for the Descent of the Evil God in the Dark World. Lin remained calm and quickly started browsing. The book recorded many methods and rituals for summoning evil entities, including offerings of blood and flesh, soul dedications, evil spirit prayers, and so on. All of them were extremely taboo knowledge. "Big brother, did you find a method?" Bai asked eagerly. "I found some, but to summon a specific creature, it requires a lot of materials and sacrifices, as well as a special dark environment. The stronger the target, the more materials are needed." He quickly transcribed the method and ritual array onto a piece of paper in Chinese characters. Then he turned around, serious, and said, "I'll consult my teacher. With his help, there's a high probability of success." Bai immediately nodded vigorously, ready to follow. But at that moment, a mysterious vibration seemed to come from his mind. He immediately felt an indescribable sense of detachment. He looked at his hands in amazement and said, "Big brother, I think time may be running out." Lin turned his head instantly. Then he immediately saw Bai's body slowly becoming ethereal. Could it be that the summoning contract's effectiveness has already expired? Indeed, he had been in this strange world for at least 3 days, which, for a summoning contract, was not a very short time. seeing his body becoming more and more ethereal. At this moment, Lin couldn't care much. Swish. He tore off the page he had just transcribed on the notebook about the specific creature summoning ritual and put it in his pocket. He looked serious, grabbing Bai's shoulder and said, "Remember, when you go back, try the method on the paper and remember my name. I'm Lin. This is the dark world." Oh right. He suddenly remembered the explanation in that book. Without hesitation, Lin pulled out his night demon blade, cut off his little finger in one stroke, and blood splattered. Bai exclaimed, "Big brother, what are you doing?" Lin solemnly picked up the severed little finger and stuffed it into his pocket, saying, "This is my blood and flesh. If the summoning ritual succeeds, my blood and flesh will be a beacon, allowing you to locate my position faster. Maybe it can increase the success rate of summoning me." Right. Lin quickly paced and then immediately picked up paper and pen from the table, seriously writing a letter in Chinese. After quickly folding the letter, he solemnly handed it to Bai, saying, "I don't know if your world is really a parallel world, but if it is, remember the address on the letter and mail it over. Do you remember?" Lin gritted his teeth. Bai's face was full of astonishment, and his body became more and more ethereal. Finally, he nodded forcefully, his expression serious. Lin finally breathed a sigh of relief, shaking his head. "That's good enough." His body gradually became ethereal, but at the moment before disappearing, he suddenly remembered something and shouted in panic towards Lin. "Big brother, you said you would give me stainless steel." A mysterious shock. Bai disappeared from the spot, indicating that he had probably been sent back to his own world. Hospital. Bai lay on the hospital bed with closed eyes, and one could vaguely see the hideous stitches on his chest. Terrifying, eerie, and unsettling. But strangely, beneath those stitches, there was a small tied bow, looking somewhat cute. The director adjusted his reading glasses, frowning. But further examination is needed, and judging by the stitches on his chest, he recently underwent open heart surgery. The person who sutured the wound did so very crudely and roughly. I've been a doctor for so many years, and it's the first time I've seen someone sew up a wound like a hemorrhoid, yet the patient survived. I think it's better not to inform the family for now. Then the old director lifted the blanket covering Bai's lower body. What the heck? Even though he had many years of investigative experience, witnessing this scene made him feel a huge challenge and shock to his soul. Preliminary diagnosis suggests that the subject has undergone a physical castration. What's happening outside? Officer Liu frowned and asked, "Chief, it's the patient's family." After learning that their son has been found, they rushed over and are now outside, insisting on coming in. Just as Officer Liu was about to speak, a middle-aged man and woman burst in crying. Bai's mother cried loudly, but when they tried to rush over to get a closer look at their son, several doctors quickly stopped them. "What are you doing? My son is back, and I want to see him." Their anxious eyes immediately fell on a certain area under Bai. The air suddenly fell silent. Bai's father exclaimed, "What the heck?" Bai's mother said, "What the heck?" Under the tremendous shock, the elderly couple's eyes rolled back, and they collapsed backward in front of everyone. Half an hour later, in the radiology department, the dean and several professionals were waiting solemnly in front of the professional imaging equipment, waiting for the machine to start. "How is the patient?" the dean inquired. "He has regained consciousness, but the patient's mental state seems a bit off. He keeps muttering about stainless steel 20, making it difficult for us," one doctor reported. After his 20 was chopped off, he couldn't accept it for a while, fantasizing about more robust 20 that could resist weapons, which is an intense manifestation of his inner resistance. Several doctors were teary-eyed, saying, "What a pitiful young man." At that moment, a doctor waiting for the X-rays glanced at the images taken and furrowed his brow. He quickly walked over, holding the X-ray images, and said, "Dean, I may have found some issues. The boy's organs seem a bit." The dean, with years of experience in reading images, took the X-ray and put on his reading glasses. "What's wrong? See for yourself." The dean carefully examined it and soon was astonished. "The heart. Why has it shifted to the right?" As he spoke, he opened another X-ray. The dean exclaimed. He stared at the image in shock, saying, The heart has shifted to the left again. Are you sure you didn't mix up the images?" The doctor frowned. "Just came out, couldn't have mixed up. Maybe the machine had some malfunctions, otherwise, how could the heart shift left and right like this?" He opened a third X-ray. Puff. The dean spat out a mouthful of thick tea. He pointed at the image on the X-ray, his hands shaking like a sieve. "Sagged. Why is it sagging? How did the heart sag into the stomach?" This heart seemed restless. The dean's teeth chattered as he hurriedly took a quick-acting heart pill. A few minutes later, in the radiology X-ray room, dozens of hospital professionals followed behind the dean, gazing solemnly at the slowly emerging full-body scan of the boy named Bai on the screen. Equipment is working fine, everything is good, and no malfunctions have occurred. Wait a minute, Dean, did you all see that just now? Just now, his heart gave a kick to his lung. Everyone, the surrounding doctors looked at him puzzled, strange expressions on their faces. Don't casually make weird jokes, okay? Kicking the lung, why not say they are fighting for territory? The doctor, shocked, tremblingly pointed at the screen. I'm serious. I didn't lie to you. Just now, that heart indeed kicked the lung next to it. It's true, it extended its foot and kicked. The crowd disdainfully looked at him. Then they turned and glanced at the X-ray image on the screen. Snap! A red and chubby fist extended from the edge of the heart, quietly giving a punch to the adjacent lung. In an instant, the surroundings fell silent, and you could hear a pin drop. All the doctors had their mouths wide open, petrified, standing there motionless. Snap! As they stared in astonishment, the heart extended a chubby red foot and kicked the adjacent lung. The dean sat there in a daze, tremblingly reached for his old reading glasses, and in the silent stillness, shookly took out eye drops and put 2 drops into his eyes. Tremblingly, he extended 2 fingers and said, My old eyes are failing me. But before he could finish his sentence, the heart suddenly extended a chubby red fist, but this time, before it could strike, the lungs on both sides swiftly moved over, extending tentacles and pummeling it with plus. Snap, 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 snap. Seeing this scene, the gazes of all the doctors present became vacant. Dean, something's wrong. The patient's heart rate suddenly has huge fluctuations. So fast. A doctor mumbled, I saw it. It's fighting back. In the next moment, there was a splashing sound. Bad news. The dean's heart condition has relapsed again. Quickly, take him to the emergency room. A doctor urgently shouted. Dark World, Ghost Alley. Since the time-limited curse removal ability hadn't worn off yet, Lin finally found time to take little Alice out for a walk. Although Ghost Alley wasn't much better than Soul Street, day or night, the thick black fog and the oppressive atmosphere remained the same. But as Lin walked with Alice in his arms, her sitting on his arm, she displayed great curiosity, looking around with effort and finding everything fascinating. Lin had a bold spirit, but other dark creatures could easily sense the majestic ghost energy emanating from the little girl in his arms. Want to walk down yourself? Lin asked. Alice vigorously shook her head, her long hair swaying and touching Lin's nose with each movement. Apparently, she expressed a clear refusal. Then, with one hand hooked around Lin's neck, the other curiously reached out, pointing at a dark creature sneaking away from the wall in the distance. Are you hungry? No, Alice, you can't just see a creature and think it's food. They haven't provoked us, and we can't just grab and bite them, okay? The dark creature's entire body's hair stood up. Ding. Fear level of dark mist liquor towards you +10. Warning. All creatures in Ghost Alley, please be aware. A death omen level fierce ghost is on the loose. Be cautious when going out. How come it's him again? Why is that guy again? A few days ago, he was riding around with a origin level girl's head, and now he's carrying a death omen level fierce ghost for a stroll. Isn't he afraid of these dark creatures? Why is he so brave? All the doors and windows on both sides of the street closed with a clang. Like a night parade of 100 ghosts, every living being closed their doors, not daring to open. Lin looked around at the tightly closed doors, feeling disappointed. Lin shook his head in disappointment, boredly taking out his homemade lollipop, teasing Alice by hiding it from her playful little tongue. After a stroll, he also thoroughly cleansed Alice's soul. Back in the backyard, Lin placed Alice on his thigh, letting her curiously move her feet and look around, while he took the opportunity to open his panel. After handling everything today, tomorrow, he could officially trigger the Night Medic's job change quest, his first job change. He looked at his level 10 status, then pondered and asked in his mind. System, I want to ask, I now know that origin level is the power ceiling of this world, and below origin level, there are kings, and below kings are death omen. So what is my current rank? I feel with my current combat strength, I can't possibly be just a level 10 weakling, right? Ding. The panel is only for visualizing your abilities and attributes. Please rely on real combat strength for an accurate assessment. Lin's heart was stirred. He contemplated. Evidently, each race had drastically different methods to enhance their strength. Take, for example, evil spirits. Alice, after bursting forth with extreme hatred upon learning the truth, directly entered the death omen level. In other words, don't be fooled by Alice's harmless appearance in front of him. If her hatred were to erupt completely, it would undoubtedly be an unimaginable catastrophe. In simple terms, she should be on the edge of the origin level, comparable to a peak king. But if combat experience and various items were factored in, a peak king should be able to overpower her. Big Brother Titan should be the most terrifying force he had encountered so far, followed by Anti-Witch. But even so, he still got his head chopped off. Clearly, beyond the dark world, at higher levels, there were even more unimaginable entities. For instance, the Supreme Will in his field of vision. And the teacher, the puppet lady, and the blood-clad lady should be at a similar level, but definitely lower than the Death Omen level. However, if they were to engage in combat, wanting to have a back and forth with Alice shouldn't be difficult. But Lin felt, in the gap between level 100 and below Anti-Blood, there should be one or more ranks. Because Anti-Blood and the others were undoubtedly elites among elites, and those below them should be the true pillars of the entire dark world. The middle of the pyramid. Lin raised his head, saying, "What is the status of creatures below level 100? A brief silence. This time, the system gave him a response. Sentient beings. Brother. Alice awakened him from his thoughts. It turned out that Alice had been staring at him with her empty big eyes for a long time. Apparently, the lollipop was already finished. What's wrong? Lin came to his senses, revealing a smile. Alice raised her hand, full of sutures, and opened her mouth, shaking her head, uncomfortable. Then Lin immediately saw that the sutured area on her throat was slowly oozing out the sugary liquid she had just ingested. The sugary liquid, mixed with pus and blood, flowed from the stitches to her chest. Splash. In a house in the backyard, Lin poured hot water into a large wooden basin, then added a lot of soap. The basin immediately bubbled with a large amount of white foam. Lin waved at Alice, who was peeking at the door, raised his eyebrows, and pointed to his chin, saying, "Come on. Because I was too hasty before, the stitches I gave you were a bit rough. Take a bath first, and later, Big Brother will sew you up again. I guarantee it won't be exposed this time." Alice floated in slowly. She looked at the foamy wooden basin, then raised her head, opening her hands toward Lin with misty eyes. The meaning was obvious. She wanted her brother's help with the bath. This immediately touched on Lin's blind spot in thinking. Lin froze in place for half a second. Then he seriously squatted down, looking at Alice, and said, "Alice, first, you have to understand that you're a girl. Bathing is something that should not be assisted by the opposite sex, even if it's your own brother, especially when he is dry." Alice lifted her head and asked, "Why?" Lin said seriously, "Because you're still young and don't understand." Alice stared blankly, then intermittently asked, "Brother, how old?" Lin smiled slightly, saying, 17, almost 18. Alice lowered her head, looking at her 10 sutured fingers, saying, "Alice, 201 years. Silence surrounded them. The smile on Lin's face froze. She must be counting her age after death, right? But this definitely didn't count. Because if the age after death were included, then little Alice would be over 3,000 years old. Lin finally touched his forehead, solemnly saying, "Just this once. Next time, you have to do it yourself. Understand?" Alice blinked her eyes, not answering. Ding, shamelessly washing Alice's body. Alice's hatred -1, trust in you +20. Ding, making Alice feel physical and mental pleasure and warmth. Alice's hatred -1, favorability towards you +20. Ding, congratulations, host, for triggering the stage achievement, bone surgery summoning. Brushing a large amount of sister's favorability in a short time and having prolonged wicked physical contact can be obtained. People should at least not. This indicates that you have taken an important step towards the irreversible path of a sister complex. You gain permanent layers, charm +1, archery +2, physique +2. Shut up. Always in a situation that was clearly innocent, suddenly giving you an achievement that was not pure at all was really too wicked. This was clearly just routine care and pampering. How did it suddenly become a different flavor when it came out of the system? A few minutes later, he took out a package of fine threads from the operating room. Then he took out a needle, saying seriously, "Alice, I'm going to start removing the stitches. If it hurts, endure it for a while, or transform into a ghost state from your body. After I restitch you, you can possess it again." She didn't feel pain unless her soul was burned by a sacred attack. Because, for evil spirits, the body was just a shell. Lin said seriously, "All right, I'm starting." With that, he picked up the needle and thread and lightly pricked. Yeah. Alice almost instinctively covered her small mouth, closed her eyes all at once, and her toes reflexively curled up, feeling a clear stabbing pain. A hint of confusion appeared in her eyes. Will it hurt? Strange. Very strange. Although very slight, it was indeed a bit painful. One after another, throughout her body. She leaned on the table with force, closed her eyes tightly, and her body trembled slightly. After spending a few hours helping Alice re-sew her body, and after a wave of goodwill, Lin knew it was time to complete the night doctor's class change mission. His teacher suddenly knocked on the door. "Teacher, is there something you need?" Lin opened the door, inviting the teacher in, and considerately handed a cup of hot tea to the teacher. Bloodsaw sat in front of the table, gazing at Lin, and said, "So, have you really decided? You're leaving tomorrow to find the night physicians." Lin smiled. "Of course, after all, as you said, it's the most skilled medical organization. I'm determined to become a healer who alleviates suffering. Of course, I have to go to the best institution." Bloodsaw looked at him deeply. He also knew that his disciple had a stubborn personality, and once he made up his mind, it was unlikely to change. Bloodsaw shook his head and said, "Well, I know I can't persuade you, but this journey is dangerous. It's your first time venturing out alone. Take these potions, they might save your life at a critical moment." Saying this, Bloodsaw took out a few bottles of potions from his bosom and placed them on the table. Lin was curious. "Teacher, what are these?" Bloodsaw raised his head and said heavily, "These are high-quality legendary potions that your teacher obtained during travels in the dark world. They are very rare. Let me tell you, with these potions, even if you're a pig, they'll make you feel on top of the world." Lin was amazed. He reached for the bottles of potions, and the system's prompt sounded in his ears. Mental Enhancement Potion. Quality, Legendary. Physique Enhancement Potion. Quality, Legendary. Lin stared in astonishment at the introductions of the potions. He couldn't find words to express his feelings. Bloodsaw said solemnly, "Night physicians are not easy to deal with. You must have strong mental power to resist their interference. You also need a robust physique to avoid death under their surgical knives. Although they probably won't kill people, it's better to be prepared." Tears welled up in Lin's eyes, and he said, "Teacher, Bloodsaw interrupted, "Skip the sentimentality for now. It easily gives people goosebumps. Just remember your teacher's kindness in your heart." With tears in his eyes, Lin said, "I won't say anything more, teacher. A day as a disciple is a lifetime as a father." A night passed without words. Early the next morning, outside Bloodsaw's apothecary, black mist surged. After bidding farewell to Bloodsaw, Lin did not leave Spirit Wandering Alley. Instead, he quickly turned left and right, arriving at a small alley. He took out the job change item for night physicians from the system space. "System, use it." In an instant, the task item in his hand turned into a halo, flowing into his body. A prompt sounded in his ears. "Ding, you have used the job change item, triggering the Night Physician Series mission. Stage 1 mission. Find a night physician in Silent Town and raise your visibility within the Night Physician faction to 100 to trigger the next stage of the mission. Tip: killing is prohibited during the mission. Otherwise, it will cause extreme displeasure from the Night Physician faction. Tip: a large amount of visibility has a chance to increase your reputation within the Night Physician faction, and may allow you to obtain a higher level Night Physician title and rewards after completing the job change mission." Just as the system prompt ended, a hexagram teleportation array appeared at Lin's feet. In the next moment, his body disappeared from the original location. "You have entered the cursed realm, Silent Town." With the accompanying prompt, Lin opened his eyes and found himself at a crossroads. Surrounded by silence, black mist surged. A red moon hung high in the sky. In front of him, there was a decrepit road sign with a few large characters. "Silent Town." In the distance, amid the night and mist, a dark and mysterious town could be vaguely seen nestled in the forest. "It feels a bit like a horror movie." Lin carefully surveyed the surrounding environment, his expression calm. This was his first time in such a completely unfamiliar environment, and with sparse population, it was not as close to the Spirit Wandering Alley as Soul Street. Swish, swish, swish. It seemed like something was flashing in the depths of the dark forest. A shiver ran down the innocent young man's spine. Gurgling, without saying a word, Lin directly unscrewed the lids of the potions and gulped down a bottle of each that his teacher had given him. "Ding, you have used Mental Enhancement Potion X1, and your mental power has increased. Ding, you have used Physique Enhancement Potion X1, and your physique has increased." With a full duration of 24 hours, Lin didn't plan on conserving them. After taking the potions, Lin immediately felt his senses becoming unusually clear. Every movement in the forest he could accurately perceive. The substantial boost to his physique made him feel like his blood was boiling, as if there was an inexhaustible strength. "Better go take a look at that little town first. I have to admit, I'm a bit nervous." Lin strode toward the town, his expression resolute. However, what he didn't notice was that in the depths of the forest, one black shadow after another flickered among the branches, a pair of bloodthirsty and brutal red eyes reflecting terrifying light. At the same time, in Silent Town, Amidst the rolling black mist, one torch after another illuminated the surroundings. Vaguely, one could see dark-skinned human guards crouching in prepared positions, each holding a rifle, aiming at the black mist-covered outskirts of the town, their expressions serious. Not only humans but also some dark elves, dark dwarfs, and a few solitary one-eyed giants were present. Without exception, their gazes were extremely vigilant. Mayor, with the red moon hanging high, those monsters will definitely attack our town. You should go back and hide first. We can handle it here. A young dark-skinned man cautiously loaded silver bullets into his rifle, speaking to an old man with white hair. The old man had a determined expression and said firmly, "This is not our original world. The holy light cannot shine in this hellish place. Although I am old, I swear to defend my people." He grasped a staff, lifted his head, and with aged eyes, stared straight at the outskirts. "Increase vigilance. Don't mind me, get your guns ready. Not a single monster should get in." From the distant black mist, there came a series of wolf howls, sending chills down everyone's spines. On top of a pitch-black mountain peak, the red moon envelops the earth. A naked man with a crimson body clings to the cliff on top of the mountain, gazing ominously at the red moon. Suddenly, a hint of pain appears on his face, and densely packed blood vessels emerge on his cheeks. Crack, crack, crack. The sound of twisted flesh and blood. His skull keeps elongating, sharp fangs slowly growing in his mouth, and numerous pitch-black fur emerge from his skin. Howl. The wolf's howl. Under the blood moon, he slowly transforms into a ferocious werewolf. A dark shadow swiftly climbs below the cliff, landing behind him like a wild beast. Leader. A scar-faced werewolf kneels, revealing sharp fangs, and says solemnly, "Everything is ready. We can launch the attack anytime." However, our scouts on the way to Silent Town found an outsider. Seems to be a human. The leader, called the Shuling, slowly turns his head, reflecting his appearance in blood-red eyes, and says, "Are you sure you didn't make a mistake?" The werewolf hoarsely replies, "Absolutely not." About 17 or 18 years old, slender body, delicate and weak, a very frail human. And he's hopping around, completely disregarding us. The leader squints his eyes. Where is he? "Right on the path we must take to attack Silent Village." "Go check." The leader lifts his head, leaping from the cliff in an instant, his body turning into a series of afterimages as he plunges into the forest. A few minutes later, the leader, with narrowed eyes, silently lands on a tree branch. Behind him, countless pairs of blood-red eyes follow. "Leader, he's right there." He squints, looking in the direction of the road to Silent Town. Suddenly, he sees an innocent young man carrying a chainsaw walking on the road. In his mind, a few words instantly appear. Young, handsome, weak, easy to bully. The werewolf says heavily, "Leader, you see, isn't he arrogant? It's like he has never experienced the harshness of society." The leader observes the youth from a distance and says deeply, "But he seems to be a doctor." This statement shakes all the surrounding werewolves inexplicably. The werewolf hesitates. "Do you suspect he is?" The leader says deeply, "The town is very close to the lunatic's base. If not for that, with just a few dozen rifles and 2 holy priests, we would have taken the sacred relic from them. You know, those lunatics are very interested in us." The werewolves around, with blood-red eyes, show a moment of hesitation, evidently fearing those lunatics mentioned by their leader. The werewolf expresses fear. "Leader, I don't want to be dissected. If he really is a night doctor, maybe we should retreat." Smack. A slap. The leader squints and hoarsely says, "What's there to be nervous about? I just have suspicions, no evidence." If he's really a night doctor, they always wear beak masks when practicing medicine to signify their identity. This person doesn't have one, probably not. He stands up and indifferently says, "Being so delicate, if he's just an outsider, we might as well convert him. Perhaps he could even be a son-in-law for me. In this damn place, there aren't many people as handsome as him. Move." In an instant, one after another, werewolves with blood-red eyes swiftly move through the forest, heading towards Lin. Meanwhile, on the path under the blood moon, Lin carries the night demon blade, walking with large steps. In the black forest, there are stirring sounds. His mind is exceptionally clear. Almost at the moment those sounds arise, he stops, maintaining an expression, motionless. Behind him, wild roars echo, and several figures quickly close the distance. Almost in an instant, a wolf howl. In the forest on all sides, one after another pitch-black werewolves leap up. Under the blood moon's illumination, their fur shines with glaring blood-red glimmers. And under the blood moon, Lin, standing there, looks innocent, like a child. Information about a werewolf appears in his mind. Blood moon werewolf. Race, human werewolf. Attribute, subsequent evil. Level, 43. combat ability, extremely strong healing ability, and berserk melee capabilities. Introduction. Blood Moon werewolves, dwelling in the cursed territory, transform into wolves due to the plague and curse spread by the Night Doctor. Whenever the red moon descends, they are forcibly transformed into bloodthirsty werewolves, becoming even more bloodthirsty and ferocious. However, compared to the truly chaotic and evil werewolves in the dark world, they still appear weak. Almost as soon as he reads the introduction, dozens of werewolves are already close. Lin can clearly see their sharp fangs and blood-red eyes. In an instant, the werewolf about to leap towards Lin's face changes dramatically because he instantly sees the clothes on the weak human youth's back tear open. One after another, thick and sturdy tentacles burst out. Too fast. The speed is just too fast. Almost in the blink of an eye, those tentacles, like winding snakes, burst into the sky, entwining their bodies with a rushing sound. 1, 2, dozens. The tentacles suddenly tighten. A strong force comes, and their bodies are directly thrown into the sky, then heavily slammed onto the ground. Seeing this scene, in the forest, the leader of the werewolves' pupils suddenly contract. Not good. Without saying a word, he immediately led all the werewolves to rush towards the support. Just now, he vaguely felt that something was wrong. After all, this was a dark world. How could a human walking on the road here with such arrogance be an ordinary human? In this world, the more normal they look, the more abnormal they are. Tentacle monster. The werewolves rushing to support around were also shocked, feeling a wave of horror in their hearts, because they knew very well that in this world, tentacles were a symbol of high-level existence. Because it represented the ultimate chaos and distortion, it was the embodiment of extreme evil. Even for some evil spirits, evolving tentacles was a proof of identity. And more importantly, those with long tentacles are perverts. Attack. The densely packed werewolves rushed out of the dark forest, their eyes blood-red, like beasts on all fours, quickly charging towards the monster on the ground, the one who was pulling their companions. A blood-red light burst from the eyes of the werewolf leader. He almost instantly flashed behind Lin at lightning speed. His sharp claws cut through the air, fiercely reaching for Lin's neck. But just at the moment when he was about to fall on Lin's neck, a hand suddenly appeared in front of him. Ding! The palm of that hand suddenly revealed a set of white teeth. He was instantly shocked, but it was already too late. Whoosh! That hand suddenly bit his hand, performed a 360-degree spin, and threw him out directly. Leader. Seeing this scene, the werewolves rushing up were shocked, but the longer they exposed themselves under the blood moon, the more ferocious and bloodthirsty they became. And the dozens of werewolves rushing out of the forest had already surrounded Lin. They launched a fierce attack on Lin as he faced the approaching monsters. It's a bit too much. Lin stared with his eyes wide open, like an innocent teenager. He decisively abandoned the dozen or so werewolves entangled with the tentacles. At the moment when the werewolves violently attacked, the tentacles behind him lifted his body, allowing him to leap tens of meters into the air. Looking down at the ground where the ferocious werewolves were flooding in like a tide, Lin said seriously, "I warn you, speak nicely. Don't provoke me. I've taken drugs today, and I'm afraid of my own brutality." Just as he finished speaking, his body suddenly sank downward. He looked astonishingly down at his feet and immediately saw that the werewolves were starting to bite the tentacles supporting him on the ground. Crunch! The bloody fangs instantly bit the tentacles, forcefully pulling them outward. Lin warned, "A gentleman doesn't use his hands." Apparently, his words had no effect. Lin suddenly reached out his hand, facing the werewolves below. He said seriously, "Everyone, don't blame me. Ding, would you like to activate random diagnosis on the designated target immediately?" Yes. In an instant, Lin's gaze focused on the nearest werewolves. Random diagnosis instantly activated. Ding, you have diagnosed diseases for the target, severe itching all over the body. Ding, you have diagnosed diseases for the target, angina pectoris. Ding, you have diagnosed diseases for the target, severe prostate ulcer. Ding, you have diagnosed diseases for the target, abnormally strong mating desire. With the prompts in his ears, Lin's gaze quickly shifted targets, continuously assigning various diseases to one werewolf after another. And the werewolf at the forefront, who was biting Lin's tentacles, pulled forcefully, only to be shocked to see that his pull not only didn't break the tentacles, but left all his teeth on the tentacles. With a wipe of his hand, gums ulcerated, he was shocked, not knowing what had happened. He immediately turned around and looked around, but this look immediately made him shiver all over. Not knowing when, the werewolves around him fell to the ground one by one, writhing in pain. Some werewolves' fur quickly fell off, some kept dry heaving, and some screamed in itching, tearing at their own skin. What is this? He was extremely shocked. And at this moment, he suddenly felt an abnormal sensation in his own body. He subconsciously looked down. His 20 rotted. It rotted. In an instant, one werewolf after another around him fell to the ground in pain for various reasons. Seeing this terrifying scene, the werewolves on the periphery trembled, and a trace of fear flashed in their eyes. They quickly retreated. Curse. It must be an evil curse. That guy is not human. He is definitely not human. In an instant, the hundreds of werewolves who had just come to kill had all fallen to the ground, wailing. The werewolf leader trembled, standing alone there, swallowing hard. All the fur on his body stood up, because this terrifying scene was the first time he had seen it. This has already exceeded the physical level. In his eyes reflected the mysterious human who seemed like an urban legend, with the crimson blood moon projecting a bloody light behind him, making him look like a weird final boss. He regretted it. Why did he mess with himself for no reason? Damn it, he seemed to have provoked a monster that spreads plagues and curses. His hair stood on end. Fortunately, it seemed that he hadn't been cursed yet. He could still run. Without saying a word, he immediately turned around, took big steps, and was about to escape. But just at that moment, ding, you have diagnosed diseases for the target, jet-type diarrhea. Under the shocked gaze of the werewolves lying on the ground around him, like the blooming of a bud, it was as if a high-pressure water gun had been twisted open. Puff, a sound of ultimate blooming explosion. The werewolf leader, terrified yet exhilarated, arched towards the sky. In an instant, it was as if golden flower petals were falling like rain, resembling countless brilliant chrysanthemum petals in the warm night sky. All the werewolves stood still, mouths wide open, their eyes reflecting that beautiful scene, as if autumn had arrived. Autumn rain moistens everything. Big brother, stop it. Please stop it. Big brother, turn around. Quickly turn around. At this moment, every werewolf erupted with the greatest strength of their lives, crying out and reaching towards the direction away from the flower rain. Finally, after the last werewolf struggled to escape the range of the flower rain, they panted heavily, finally able to catch their breath. And the Wolf King, who was frantically spraying the flower rain, also stopped for a moment. Move away. The second wave is coming. But it was already too late. Big brother, don't keep facing our direction. We can't hold on anymore. We really can't hold on anymore. Everything has become the color of our leader. Finally, after releasing more than a dozen waves of golden flower rain, the Wolf King, pale-faced, collapsed as if exhausted, revealing a face that, although weak, unexpectedly showed a hint of relief, because it had been a long time since he felt so carefree, able to pour out so smoothly. Weak, but happy, and from all directions, in the golden petals, one werewolf after another fell to the ground, their long tongues hanging out, bubbling with white foam. Some fell on the spot, some fell on the migration route. Some, because they were too close, were directly swept away into unconsciousness by the unknown AoE. No one was spared. Special Wonder Achievement. Triggered when more than 100 targets are adorned in golden armor in your sight. Not recommended for the host to actively complete. You have gained a permanent increase, mental power +1, endurance +1, willpower +5. Left, it seems like they've been wiped out. What should we do? Left, who had already put on a mask at some point, extended a finger and pointed forward, saying with a playful expression, catch them. After about 15 minutes, Lin found a stream in the forest, turned his tentacles into a vacuum, and stretched it to the roadside, spraying a high-pressure water gun at the dozens of werewolves lying unconscious with foam. Finally, after a simple cleaning, all the werewolves were purified to some extent. However, although their bodies were purified, the spiritual pollution was not something that could be cleansed in a short time. Speak. Why did you attack me for no reason? Was it premeditated, or did you have another motive? If you don't talk, I'll let your leader moisturize you properly. Lin pointed to the Wolf King, who was once again spraying flower rain into the distance, trembling in fear. The werewolf instantly shivered all over and said, no, please don't moisturize me. I'll talk. I'll tell you everything. Not a long-planned scheme, nor any other ulterior motive. It's just that you happened to be on the route we were attacking that small town, so we thought to take care of you on the way. Who knew? Lin, with dead fish eyes, said, who knew we hit a snag? The werewolf sobbed, his body twitching, almost on the verge of tears. If they had known that this seemingly harmless young man was a cursed and perverted level curse spreader, they would have been crazy to provoke this guy. Moreover, it was under the blood moon. This was simply a major stain on their wolf lives. Stop crying. Lin calmly pointed at the werewolf's head, saying, I'll ask you again. Why did you attack that small town, and what's the situation here? If you tell me nicely, I won't trouble you. After all, I'm not a devil. The werewolf spat out and said with fear, "That town is called Silent Town. Inside, there's a group of survivors from the sacred world. About 300 years ago, the army from the sacred world opened a passage to this world and descended here." Lin, listening, pondered, "Oh, what are they doing here?" The werewolf widened his eyes, saying, It seems they are here to search for their lost heritage in that world. According to what I know, their world suffered a catastrophe about 3,000 years ago, causing their civilization to fall into decline. 5 of the 13 sacred relics they revered fell to this world. So, 300 years ago, they launched an expedition to this world. Lin was stunned, then fell into contemplation. 3,000 years ago. Again, 3,000 years ago. Adding the little family discovered by the Demon Association, the technological civilization, and this so-called expeditionary force from the sacred world. There were already 3 civilizations that faced a crisis 3,000 years ago. What happened at that time? The little family lost their heads. Technological civilization shattered. The sacred world fell into a different era. And all this indicated that, at the node 3,000 years ago, there must have been an unimaginable event in each major world. Since you said it's an expeditionary force that arrived 300 years ago, what happened next? Lin squinted. The werewolf stared, saying, "They all died." The werewolf dumbly continued, "I'm not very clear about the specific situation, only that shortly after they opened the teleportation gate, they encountered a source-level creature in this world, and then they were scattered. The current town is one of the survivors left by that coalition at that time. They have a sacred relic in their hands." Lin's heart moved. "What about you? You seem to know a lot. Do you have some connection with them?" Lin asked. The werewolf hesitated for a while, then said, "Our ancestors were members of that coalition before the transformation." Seemingly recalling something, he suddenly raised his head, eyes burning with anger, revealing sharp fangs, and resentfully said, "They expelled us. Just because we were cursed with lycanthropy, they heartlessly expelled our ancestors, letting us fend for ourselves in this dark world. So they deserve to die. We will definitely tear them into pieces and..." Snap! Lin closed his eyes and raised his fist. The werewolf immediately lowered its tail like a husky, hugging the package on its head, saying, "I'm sorry." After this guy's confession, Lin roughly understood the situation here. In short, due to curses and ideologies, the coalition that was dispersed years ago had split again, and this cursed leader was the descendant of part of the coalition scattered years ago. Lin stood up, knocked on his temple, squinted, and said, "One last question. Do you know about the Night Doctor?" At this statement, the werewolf instantly shivered, astonished. "Night Doctor? Hugh, why are you inquiring about them?" Lin smiled faintly, leaned in, and said, "Looks like you know something, but you don't need to understand. Just answer my questions obediently." The werewolf stammered, Night Doctor, I know. They are a group of lunatics, and they are very interested in the curse inside us. When we just arrived here, we did encounter a doctor wearing a bird mask. He was very elegant, saying that they were a group of doctors dedicated to healing and redeeming this land, and were willing to help us remove the curse and diseases inside us. He swallowed a spit, terrified, and said, We believed his nonsense. At first, everything was fine. That doctor did help us treat many troublesome diseases and old injuries, and really helped several of our elders get rid of the werewolf curse. But he seemed to recall something terrifying, and his whole body shivered. But after healing the curse for those elders, they still insisted that we were still sick, and not lightly ill, needed more in-depth treatment. They cut us open, used many strange potions on us, then sewed us up until they declared we were healed. We ran away overnight. Lin was extremely surprised. It's right. It seems I've found the organization. Where are they? Lin asked seriously. The werewolf was stunned and said dazedly, I don't know exactly where they are. They always have mysterious movements, but there seems to be one of their bases nearby. The people in that town knew about it and wanted to seek refuge with the Night Doctor. Lin hesitated. Since you are so afraid of those doctors, why do you insist on causing trouble for that small town? As soon as these words came out, the werewolf immediately became resentful, grinding his teeth and saying, Fear is one thing, but hatred is another. We will definitely tear those people into pieces. Before achieving this goal, we will never back down. Lin smiled slightly, stood up, turned to look at the small town shrouded in the night, and said, Understood. Silent town, with the blood moon hanging high. Before one construction site after another, the eyes of the dark and vigilant survivors were filled with some confusion and incomprehension. because it was already deep into the night. However, the group of werewolves still hadn't appeared, which was truly strange. During the time of the high-hanging red moon, it was the most ferocious time for those werewolves. They would never miss the opportunity to attack. But tonight seemed unusual. Mayor, have those monsters given up? It's so late, and they still haven't shown up. Something doesn't seem right. The dark young man holding a hunting rifle turned his head, looking at the elderly man with white hair doubtfully. The mayor frowned, gripping his staff, gazing solemnly at the dark night outside the town, saying, "No, they won't give up unless something unexpected happens." Before he could finish his sentence, they immediately saw mysterious figures emerging faintly from the depths of the black mist. Alert! Almost instantly, everyone entered a state of readiness, staring intently at the thick fog. Cold sweat dripped from their foreheads. They appeared. Indeed, those cursed beasts had not given up on attacking them. Silver-made hunting rifles aimed at the dense black fog. Howl, howl, howl. Long wolf howls echoed from the darkness. But after hearing those howls, everyone was stunned, looking at each other, because those howls were completely different from the intimidating and violent ones they had heard before. There was no hint of ferocity and cruelty in the sound. Instead, it seemed to carry a hint of grievance, like the pitiful and aggrieved cries of violated lowlies, as if the red moon narrated their misery. Mayor, the young man widened his eyes, saying, "These howls sound a bit strange." The mayor's expression became serious, saying, "Don't be fooled by these cries. Werewolves are cunning, and they might be plotting something. Stay vigilant." Everyone nodded, focusing intently. Time slowly passed. The figures in the black mist approached, and in the next moment, they suddenly saw a young man walking out from the black mist. Instantly, dozens of hunting rifles aimed at Lin. Wait, the mayor suddenly frowned. A human. All the people around showed expressions of shock. Although their skin colors were different, it definitely looked like a living human. However, how was this possible? Since they settled here, they had never seen any other beings in this world. Lin smiled, raising his hand, saying, "Please don't shoot, I'm just a passing doctor. I mean no harm, I'm friendly." The people around looked at each other, more alert than ever, because in this wilderness, how could there suddenly be a harmless human? Is it an illusion? Lin maintained a friendly expression, saying, "Don't be nervous. Fellow humans don't harm each other. You can rest assured." The people in the town frowned, still pointing their guns at him, not relaxing their guard. At this moment, the dark young man noticed the figures behind him and shouted, "What's behind you?" Lin smiled, saying, "Spoils of war." Saying that, Lin slowly retracted the tentacles behind him. And in the next moment, when the people in the town saw the figures slowly emerging from the black mist, fear and shock appeared on their faces. "Those are monsters. Werewolves. Open fire." With a shout, bullets shot towards Lin and his group. But Lin could instantly tell that they were using very old flintlock guns, both in terms of firing speed and power, incomparable to modern firearms. In a glance, in an instant, he unsheathed the Demon Slayer. Clang, clang. Bullets and blades collided, sparking bursts of sparks. Lin intercepted the silver bullets with dazzling speed. Seeing this scene, everyone firing was shocked. The dazzling swordsmanship formed a pitch-black blade curtain, blocking all the bullets they fired. Cool and gorgeous, dominant and enchanting. In an instant, the night demon blade pointed towards the ground, emitting a dazzling light. Everyone was shaken by the imposing aura. Lin smirked. "Everyone, calm down." The people around were stunned, their guns subconsciously lowering. They swore this was the first time they had seen such a scene. Lin raised his head and smiled slightly. "Can we talk now? After all, peace is precious. What do you think?" His left hand absent-mindedly raised to touch the smiling head and then looked puzzled at the blood oozing from his body. She tentatively extended a finger, plugging a bleeding bullet hole. Crackle, crackle, blocked on one side, and another side started bleeding. His left hand quickly extended a finger, but with only 5 fingers on one hand, it was impossible to block all the bleeding holes. Lin smiled, seemingly completely unaware of his bleeding body, saying, "Don't be afraid, these werewolves are all my prisoners. You can send someone to check, their current condition might not be able to harm anyone." As soon as this was said, several sharp-eyed young people immediately noticed. Those werewolves behind the human were entangled with crimson tentacles, and their conditions were getting worse one by one, as if they were suffering from a serious illness. Some werewolves even lost all their fur. And not only that, they seemed to emit an indescribable fragrance of night. Everyone looked at each other. "Mayor." The dark young man sought answers in astonishment. The mayor looked at the weakened werewolves, then gestured for a priest to come forward for examination. The priest carefully observed their condition. then turned his head, hesitatingly saying, "Mayor, they seem to be suffering from some serious illness." Everyone in the town was stunned this time. All eyes fell on the handsome, smiling young man's face. A few minutes later, town square, several dozen humans and dwarves, armed with rifles, surrounded the bound werewolves in the square, vigilant and serious, preventing them from causing harm. Torches illuminated the town square brightly. On the other side, at an open-air table, several priests and gunmen stood behind the mayor, watching the smiling and warm young man on the opposite side with caution. The mayor stroked his white beard, looking at Lin on the opposite side with hesitation, and said, "So, you're saying that all these werewolves were subdued by one person?" Lin smiled, and replied, "Ah, it was a piece of cake. I was just peacefully walking down the road when suddenly attacked, so I had no choice but to act in self-defense." A priest glanced at Lin, quickly walked to the side of the old man, and whispered, "I just checked. All these werewolves are suffering from various diseases and are in a weakened state, unable to put up a fight. And," he lowered his voice, "judging by their reactions, they seem to fear this person a lot, as if all these ailments are caused by him." With these words, the mayor's face showed a hint of seriousness. Almost instantly, a terrifying name popped into his mind. If the night physicians were extreme in their pursuit of eradicating all illnesses from the biological beings in this world, then the plague doctors were their opposites. They were a mysterious group dedicated to spreading plagues and curses in various worlds. No matter where they appeared, they would bring dreadful plagues and curses. They were an extremely chaotic and evil group of distorters. Could it be? The mayor subconsciously glanced at the young man sitting across from him, looking at his gentle smile, feeling a palpitation in his heart. Dare to ask. The mayor hesitated. "Are you?" Lin smiled and introduced himself. "Let me introduce myself. I'm Lin, a doctor. I came here to seek knowledge because I heard that the night physicians often appear near this town. So I decided to pay a visit." Lin was very polite, but after hearing his words, the mayor was shocked, and the people around him changed their expressions. "Night physicians? Is he here to find those lunatics? What a joke. Because I heard that the night physicians are the most skilled medical group in this world. I have been longing to meet them. However, I couldn't find an opportunity to contact them, so it's been a bit of a dilemma. Do you know where I can find the night physicians?" Lin was polite, like a gentleman, and in front of him appeared the mayor's information panel. "Lawful good. Extremely strong holy power. One of the accompanying priests of the Holy World Expeditionary Force." After the expeditionary force was dispersed, he led some followers to wander around the dark world and eventually establish Silent Town in the Cursed Territory. Due to accidentally obtaining a sacred relic, he has been seeking a way to return to his own world. Mayor Carmen stabilized his thoughts and looked deeply at Lin, saying, "First of all, thank you for subduing these werewolves that attacked us. I can also see that you are not an evil person. But if you want to contact them to seek more advanced medical knowledge, I advise you to dispel this idea as soon as possible because those people are not friendly at all." With these words, Lin immediately approached seriously and asked, "So, you know where they are?" The old man frowned, obviously reluctant to answer the question. But finally, he shook his head and said, "No, I don't know. But our town is indeed within their activity range. Every time the blood moon descends, after those werewolves launch attacks on us, 1 or 2 night physicians often appear in the town, helping us remove the curses on the werewolves." Lin exclaimed, "For free?" The old man was taken aback and said, "Well, for free." Lin muttered to himself, so enthusiastic. With these words, the young man behind the old man suddenly became agitated, slamming the table and saying, "Enthusiastic? What a joke. They are a bunch of lunatics. They claim to be healing you, but in reality, they're torturing you. They. Lin looked at the young man. Immediately, he noticed that on his dark skin, there were hideous sutures crawling up. The young man looked at his hands in distress, saying, "They cut me open. Although I broke free from the werewolf's curse, they turned me into this stitched monster, and they actually claimed that I was healed. I. The old man took a deep breath and signaled him to step back. He looked at Lin with solemnity, saying, "He is the child of my old friend. During the last blood moon, he was infected by a werewolf's curse. Although the night physicians helped him eliminate the effects of the curse, they also turned him into this half-human, half-ghost appearance." He shook his head and said, "He has no good feelings toward the night physicians, so please forgive him." Lin also immediately noticed, among the humans and dwarves around him, not just one, but several had sutures all over their bodies. Apparently, they had all undergone the night physician's healing. Lin thought for a moment, then smiled and said, "I see." He stood up, showing a calm smile on his face. "All right, as you can see, I am a doctor, and I happen to have some expertise in plastic surgery. If you don't mind, I can help you remove the scars on your bodies. How about it? With these words, everyone's faces around him showed astonishment. A few minutes later, Doctor, are you sure you can make Karen return to normal? These wounds are very special. If the sutures are removed rashly, he might turn back into a pile of flesh. Don't worry, I am a professional. The eerie sound of sharpening knives echoed through the room. The young man panicked. He instinctively turned his head to see Lin calmly sharpening the pitch-black blade in his hands. Under the dim light, it was a sight that sent shivers down one's spine. The young man asked, Doctor, for removing stitches, do you really need such a big knife? Lin raised the sharpened knife and effortlessly cut a hair into two. Snick, instantly divided into two. Lin smiled, precise cuts. A good surgery knife can be of any size. Don't worry, whether it's a big or small knife, it can perform surgery. The young man shivered. Is removing stitches always done without anesthesia? Lin was puzzled, then showed an apologetic smile, putting down the knife and taking out a bottle of anesthesia from the medical kit. Sorry, got a bit too excited. I'll inject you right away. The young man lay there in a daze. Could anesthesia be forgotten? Wasn't it an essential step for a doctor treating a patient? And, why did he say again? Why did he say excited when using a knife on someone? Wasn't that something to be excited about? He slowly felt that this doctor might not be as reliable as he thought. How is it? Completely paralyzed. Can you feel it if I poke you? Lin asked seriously. Karen, lying there completely numb, mumbled in a half-asleep state. The side effect of general anesthesia made him seem dazed, and he felt completely at ease. Following the normal procedure, he only needed to sleep, and when he woke up, the surgery would be done without feeling any pain. Looks good. I'll start now. A satisfied voice came from Lin, and Karen, half dreaming, completely relaxed. In an instant, an excruciating pain woke him up. Wait a minute. Something's not right. Why the hell is he feeling this pain even with general anesthesia? He immediately saw Lin's knife cutting through his stitched wounds, and he stared as the doctor meticulously cut left and right. He screamed like a slaughtered pig in his mind. But because of the paralysis, he couldn't make any noise. He could only scream in his mind. He trembled. What's going on? Why the hell is it still so painful with general anesthesia? Lin, who was removing stitches, looked at Karen's trembling body, then kindly and gently wiped the sweat from his face. Sleep well. Don't worry. After a nap, you'll be a healthy young man. Sleep well. Saying that, Lin accelerated the pace of removing stitches. Karen felt as if his whole body was tearing apart. Outside the door, the warriors who had been wary of Lin were now showing admiration as they peeked through the gap. Mayor, this doctor is indeed very dedicated. Just looking at how he administers anesthesia, he's miles better than those night doctors. Karen is shedding tears of gratitude. The mayor sighed and stroked his long beard, saying, That's good. I didn't expect to encounter such a dedicated and non-perverted doctor in this dark world. It seems there are still good people here. A few minutes later, inside the room, Lin examined Karen, who had already been partially unstitched. He carefully observed the seam between the two body parts and noticed a white, sticky substance adhering between the flesh pieces, just as his teacher had mentioned. Is this the strange potion that night doctors use? Lin wondered. System information appeared before him. A special potion only usable by night doctors. Applied to wounds, it can remove curses, maintain normal consciousness, and resist certain specific plague curses. However, the side effect is the loss of the target's self-healing ability. Lin was shocked. Epic quality. That's higher than legendary. Are night doctors really that rich? Can they casually use epic potions on others? It seems to be a specific antidote designed to remove certain curses. Could this be the reason night doctors cut people into pieces? Putting aside these thoughts, Lin dared not remove all of the potion. At least, he couldn't remove it entirely. Lin earnestly held Karen's trembling and tearful head, saying, Karen, I'm going to start stitching you up. Don't worry, soon you'll become a normal person again. Saying that, he took out the sutures from the medical box, smiled as he threaded the needle, and aimed at Karen's chest. His stitching method was quite simple. Since people only see the outer layer of skin, he just needed to suture the flesh under the skin normally, remove the potion from the skin, and then use a healing potion to quickly close it up. This way, there would be no visible signs of stitching from the outside. It was truly a genius idea. Finally, after about 10 minutes, Lin wiped the sweat from his forehead. He then took out a healing potion and evenly sprinkled it at the junction of his muscles and skin. Lin's face showed a satisfied expression. That's it, it's done. Ding. You have successfully completed the mission, Special Suturing. You received mission rewards, 500 skull coins, 500 basic experience. Lin smiled and said, Karen, the surgery was a perfect success. You no longer need to worry about your ugly appearance. And to make you look even better, I specially fixed the dark spots and pimples on your face. You've been healed. The mayor and others rushed up anxiously, asking, how is it? How was the surgery? Lin smiled and said, very successful. He has completely recovered now. He's a healthy child. Saying that, Lin invited them in, and the mayor and others instantly saw the body lying on the table, completely clean and without any visible seams. The surrounding girls were all amazed. Wow, there's really no scar at all. So smooth. Just like a baby. Certainly, like a baby, because it has been peeled and repeatedly cleaned, and soaked meticulously with special chemicals. It has given the epidermal cells a rejuvenation. Dr. Lin, you are indeed a true angel in a white coat. Lin smiled. It's a small matter, nothing worth mentioning. The eyes of the surrounding townspeople were full of wonder, and their gaze towards Lin became admiring. It's like this, doctor. In our town, it's not just Karen who has been operated on by the night doctor, I mean. If possible, could you also help some other people, especially a few girls? The impact of scars on girls is far more significant than on others. Several veiled, slender girls lowered their heads, nervously and urgently looking at Lin, their eyes filled with hope. Lin hesitated. Wouldn't that be a bit inappropriate? Those girls immediately rushed over, surrounding Lin, pleading and hoping with raised heads, saying, no, there's nothing inappropriate at all. Doctor, please help us. As long as you can remove the scars on our bodies, we can promise anything you ask, even if it's something challenging. We won't have any reservations, and we'll cooperate with you completely. Even the mayor gave him a serious and pleading look, saying, Doctor, it's really troublesome for you. I know your medical skills are superb. I believe you can bring redemption to these children. You can rest assured, I'll take care of their scars. Healing the wounded is a doctor's duty, and I won't stand idly by. Those unrelated, please leave. Line up one by one. Who among you wants to receive my treatment? Those girls immediately raised their hands in unison, saying, this one wants to go first. Doctor, pick me. Doctor, I'm petite and easy to handle. Choose me first. Karen lying on the table trembled. This doctor, he ignores resistance to anesthesia. But it was completely useless. In the midst of tears, Karen was carried out by a few people. The crimson moon hung high. In the town, black mist surged, and most people's attention was drawn to the room where Lin was. On the square, among the weakened werewolves guarded by several guards. Boss, how are you feeling? The werewolf leader covered his buttocks, expressionless, lying there without saying a word. Apparently, the explosive diarrhea earlier had caused unimaginable damage to him. Not only physically, but also mental trauma, because in the wolf pack, he had always been an imposing image of a fierce and ruthless alpha male. But now, all his images were destroyed. His gaze was empty. Boss, my condition is not that severe. After a little recovery, it's much better now. I think I can escape. As long as I can contact the other brothers, we still have a chance. Are you sure you have the strength? The werewolf with rashes gritted his teeth. Yes. Taking advantage of the moment when the guard's attention shifted, hundreds of wolves immediately rioted. Run! In an instant, the werewolf with rashes, with unimaginable speed, gritting his teeth, rushed into the darkness of the town without looking back, heading towards the distant woods. With their wild instincts, as long as they could enter the dark forest, with their familiarity with the environment, no one could catch up with them. Crack, crack, the sound of gunfire echoed from the darkness. Accompanied by powerful holy spells from several priests, those rioting werewolves were suppressed within a few minutes. Their bodies weakened by illness, they were no match for the townspeople. In the darkness outside the town, the werewolf with rashes was panting, running on all fours, heading out of the town at the fastest speed, towards the distant mountains. With their wild instincts, as long as they could charge into the dark forest, with their familiarity with the environment, no one could catch up with them. Crunch, stepping on a branch of a large tree, the werewolf suddenly leaped down, landing on a vast grassland. But just as he wanted to continue forward, suddenly, a chilling breath swept over his body suddenly, making his scalp numb. He stood there in shock, looking ahead, only to see white mist billowed from the front, black fog, surging in waves, black and white intertwined, appearing particularly eerie. And in that mist, a dark figure faintly emerged, holding a staff, wearing a tall hat, and a long bird beak mask. In the surging white mist, the figure appeared and disappeared, giving people a creepy feeling. That is, the werewolf retreated with a pale face, his whole body freezing. Clang, clang, the sound of bells ringing from the darkness, making the surrounding atmosphere even more eerie and cold. Outside of town, The hunters who had just been tracking the footsteps of the werewolf abruptly looked up and instantly heard a sharp scream coming from the forest. A crow flew up from the forest. They were all shocked. An indescribable uneasiness swept over their bodies. White mist. A hunter looked up, with a slightly pale face, staring at the rising white mist in the forest, instantly thinking of something, and his body trembled slightly. Night Doctor. Yes, there was absolutely no mistake. It must be them. It must be because they sensed the presence of the werewolves that they were attracted here. In the town, accompanied by one anesthetized girl after another being carried out of Lin's clinic. Lin's surgery was also approaching its conclusion. At this moment, the hunter who had gone out chasing the werewolf hurriedly ran back. They quickly whispered a few words in the mayor's ear. The mayor's brows furrowed tightly, saying, "I overlooked this. Those lunatics are very interested in the curses inside these werewolves. If there is a large gathering of werewolves, it will definitely attract their attention. But I didn't expect them to come so quickly." He dared not delay and immediately turned around, saying heavily, "Immediately notify everyone to move to the underground of the church. Without my order, absolutely do not come out. Dr. Lin, is your surgery finished?" Creak. Lin opened the door, threw the blood-stained gloves aside, and smiled, saying, "It's almost done." What happened? The mayor walked in quickly, closed the door, and said with a serious expression, "Our scouts just got news. They found the movements of the night doctors outside the town." At these words, Lin's eyes lit up. They finally appeared. Outside, on the open square, one after another, people looked palely toward the north. The thick white mist slowly and strangely began to engulf the outskirts of the town, gradually spreading towards them. And not only the residents of the town. Even the weakened werewolves on the square also showed expressions of fear. That is, the Wolf King finally regained his senses, tremblingly staring at the rolling white mist. Night doctors. A hunter's lips trembled, all the hair on his body standing on end. And just at the next moment, "Run!" A loud roar. The guards and townspeople around the square immediately panicked and rushed towards the church in the town. Even the werewolves on the square, in a state of panic, dragged their weakened bodies and fled in all directions. They feared the night doctors more than anyone else, because once the night doctors encountered them, they would undoubtedly dissect them and then reassemble them. If successful, it would be fine. But if it failed, they would become monsters neither alive nor dead. This was even more terrifying than death. "Quick, doctor, come with me to the church to hide. Whatever your considerations, just survive this first." But just as he pushed the door open, the rolling white mist instantly spread in. Several werewolves rushed in fear, completely ignoring the fact that they were mortal enemies. Faintly, one could hear the constant sound of falling outside. Obviously, many werewolves failed to find shelter in time, being knocked down one after another by the dense white mist. Len looked out the window, and in an instant, the system's introduction appeared before his eyes. Contains a special medicinal vapor with formidable toxicity. Large doses in contact can cause the target to lose mobility in a short period. Due to certain strange ingredients, even puppets, machinery, and undead will be affected indiscriminately. So, this is how the night doctors make their entrance. The mayor said solemnly, "It's just one of the ways. If they think there are a large number of creatures that need their treatment and are not cooperating, they will use this method. Doctor, I must remind you, they really aren't as good as you imagine. In their eyes, all living beings need treatment, even those labeled healed by them. If you encounter another night doctor, there's a high probability they will diagnose and treat you again." The mayor slowly clenched his teeth, saying, "They are a group of self-righteous, evil lunatics." Lin pondered upon hearing this, leaned against the wall, and raised his head. "Let's observe the situation first." The mayor held onto Lin's wrist urgently, took out a few small bottles from his pocket, and handed them to Lin, saying, "Doctor, take this. If the night doctors find us, you must drink it immediately." As soon as he touched them, the introduction of these bottles appeared before Lin's eyes. Liquid extracted from the body of a slime containing deadly poison. The mayor said seriously, "Poison, it's the potion we use here to deal with the night doctors. If you encounter them, make sure to put yourself in a near-death state as soon as possible. In this way, the night doctors will go all out to heal you. After they heal you, they probably won't doubt whether you still have other diseases. If you attract them without being sick, you better pray you really have some illness." He clenched his teeth, because facing them, having an illness was far more terrifying than being healthy. Because with an illness, they would treat you, but without an illness, they would find one for you. And the process of finding an illness, that was truly worse than death. A deathly silence. In this moment, the people inside the house suddenly heard, as if not far from the house where they were hiding, faint sounds of cutting. It was as if someone was using a knife to dismember a corpse, one cut at a time. The few werewolves hiding inside instantly became stiff, their eyes trembling, holding their breath, not daring to move, because they probably knew those must be the werewolves who didn't manage to hide inside and were discovered by the night doctor undergoing healing. Their comrades, but they dared not make a sound, nor did they dare to rush out, because the night doctor's methods were swift and violent. It might take only a few minutes for them to dissect you and then reassemble you. Hold your breath, they're here, the mayor urgently reminded. Everyone in the room covered their mouths and noses, trembling against the walls. Outside, mysterious footsteps gradually approached. The shadow of a beak slowly reflected from the window into the room. Plop, plop. The entire room fell into a silence. Only the intense heartbeat could be heard. They could all feel that at this moment, the night doctor was just outside the window, only a wall away from them. Clearly, during this time, the werewolves who didn't manage to hide inside must have been healed by the night doctor. Slowly, as they trembled in anticipation, the long shadow cast from outside the window moved slowly and then disappeared from their sight. Everyone in the room couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But just as they were about to relax, dong, 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 3 slow, rhythmic knocks came from the direction of the door. The hearts of the people around once again rose to their throats. Right outside the door, the night doctor was right outside. The surroundings fell silent. Everyone held their breath, not daring to say a word. After the knocks, the outside fell into an eerie silence again. Slowly, they heard the sound of footsteps moving away. It continued until the footsteps faded away. The werewolf leaning against the opposite wall trembled and asked, "Did the night doctor not find us?" But just as he finished speaking, a hand wearing black leather gloves suddenly extended from above his shoulder like a ghost, and then firmly gripped his cheek. Whoosh! The werewolf let out a terrified scream. But before he could reach out, his whole body, like a ghost, was instantly pulled out of the wall by that hand. The people in the room all had a drastic change in their expressions. Oh no! From the other side of the wall quickly came the sounds of chopping and cutting, accompanied by the sharp screams of the werewolf, intensely stirring the nerves of everyone present. At this moment, the remaining 2 werewolves, less affected by the mist, finally lost their composure. They forcefully got up, pushed open the door, and anxiously rushed into the white mist. Run quickly, but obviously, fear made them make a terribly wrong decision. Just a few steps outside, they heard the thumping sound of falling. The mayor quickly rushed over, gritted his teeth, and forcefully closed the door. And without a second word, he immediately took out a potent venomous liquid and drank it directly. He shouted, "Quick! They've found us, drink the potion." The guards also turned pale, hurriedly took out the potions, and were about to drink them. But one guard's hand trembled. The potion slipped from his grasp, falling to the ground, and the black liquid quickly evaporated. His mind went blank, but his excellent reflexes allowed him to make a decision immediately. He gritted his teeth, pulled out a blade, and stabbed his chest with several quick thrusts. Lin, ruthless. This was undoubtedly a ruthless person. Almost at the moment he stabbed himself, the sounds of cutting and stitching outside the door also ceased. The entire room was suffocating. Then slowly, a hand emerged from the wall. Under the trembling gaze of everyone, a tall figure wearing a black leather outfit, with a high top hat and a bird mask, slowly walked in from outside the wall like a ghost, appearing in their sight. Ding 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 ding. Notifications appeared, indicating a significant drop in sanity. Finally, Lin could see his appearance clearly. Stitched human. Lawful good. A doctor who walks in the dark, not fond of combat. A group of doctors walking in the dark, dedicated to saving all suffering creatures in the dark world. They protect, they heal, they redeem. They are enemies of plague and curse, embodiments of goodness and love, excellent surgeons who can heal all your diseases. Lin was amazed. The executor with the bird mask glanced at everyone in the room, and a dark atmosphere spread around. Then his gaze fell on the pale mayor and the guards who had taken the potent poison. "It is a sin to mistreat your body. You made me feel shame and anger for you, but I will still heal your wounds." A gentle voice echoed from the bird mask. Then he floated to the front of the pale mayor, extended a sharp finger, and pierced the mayor's stomach. A sound of flesh being penetrated. The mayor trembled violently, gripping his staff tightly. But faintly, it could be seen that the black aura on his face was slowly gathering towards his stomach. Strands of black, viscous liquid climbed up the night doctor's finger, peeling off from his body. Pain is a healing medicine. It keeps you awake. Along with the last strand of black aura being drawn out by the finger, the black aura on the mayor's face finally completely faded away. Watching this scene, Lin's eyes widened in astonishment. Thank you. The mayor trembled and cleared his throat. The executor with the bird mask withdrew his finger, and in the mirrored lenses of his mask, blood flowed down from his stomach. No one saw how he moved his hand. Just a slight movement of his finger. The mayor's chest and abdomen were precisely slashed open, and it was in the pale and trembling gaze of the mayor that the night doctor took out a sharp needle and thread. At a dazzling speed, he quickly stitched up the wound on the mayor's stomach. It wasn't until the stitching was complete that the mayor could finally relax, trembling. Your body has the protection of divine power. The dark curse has not eroded your soul. You are pure and immaculate. The night doctor extended his hand and lightly touched the mayor's shoulders and chest, expressing respect. Elegant and terrifying. The pale mayor said, "May the Lord bless you, amen." Amen. The night doctor didn't linger, turned around, and used the same method to heal another guard who had taken the potent poison. Then, his gaze fell on the warrior who had stabbed himself more than a dozen times. "Are you afraid of me? So you mutilate your own body. I disdain you for that, but I will still heal you, not just your knife wounds." He crouched in front of the trembling guard, extending sharp nails and tapping on his forehead. "Your wounds are obvious, and besides that, there is a hidden tumor inside your skull. It makes you tired and irritable. You have been injured by werewolves, and the curse has started spreading in your body. It's just that you haven't discovered it yet." As these words came out, the guard turned pale. "You are sick and need healing." Before the guard could speak, the finger tapping on his forehead gradually pierced into his skull, and crimson fresh blood gushed out. A scream of extreme misery. But under the bird mask of the night doctor, a white mist sprayed out instantly, silencing him quickly. "Pain is proof of your existence. Be at ease, and you will be healed." Under the pale gaze of the surrounding people, the night doctor's finger slashed open the guard's skull from his forehead. Rising heat surged from the brain. The finger moved gently. The brain was moved aside, finding the small tumor mentioned in his mouth. With exquisite precision, the night doctor cut off the tumor, applied medication to assist, and completed a perfect cranial surgery without any unnecessary movements. Lin was stunned. Perfect, outstanding, flawless. Indeed, what the teacher said was true. The night doctor is undoubtedly the most skilled medical organization in this dark world. He didn't even use a knife. Just a few careful steps, and he completed a perfect cranial surgery. Crack, crack. The two sides of the skull were slowly closed by him. Silver white threads, like tiny insects, intricately climbed and spread rapidly on his scalp, perfectly sewing the skull back together. Then, his gaze fell on his right foot. Stab. A movement of the finger. The guard's entire pant leg and shoe were instantly split in two, and immediately, it revealed the densely packed black wolf fur. Seeing this scene, the expression of the mayor also changed drastically. The curse has not completely spread. The divine power in your body has restrained the werewolf curse from further invading you. But the dark world has already marked you with a sign of disaster. You need healing. A flash of blood. The guard's left leg was instantly severed. A scream that echoed through the sky. Under the horrified gaze of everyone, the wolf fur on his left foot was quickly removed, revealing a festering wound on his foot, evidently the position where he was cursed. The night doctor extended his sharp finger, rapidly engraving a complex rune at the wound, accompanied by the flickering of the rune, injecting it into the wound. And surprisingly, that already transformed left foot quickly transformed back, ultimately becoming a living human foot. But immediately after, a horrifying scene unfolded. The night doctor actually pulled out a surgical knife from his waistband and, in front of everyone, began chopping the foot into pieces. The sanity values of the onlookers plummeted. Then Lin saw the night doctor take out a bottle of white, bone-like liquid from his pocket and evenly applied it to every piece of broken flesh and bone. Lin instantly recognized the epic-level potion. Following the night doctor's rapid stitching, the left foot was once again restored in a stitched manner. "You have been healed." The lenses of the bird mask calmly reflected the pale face of the guard. Then, he turned his head, and his gaze fell on Lin, who was obviously different from the surroundings. Eye contact. A brief silence. "Colleague." The night doctor hesitated. "Colleague." He squinted his eyes, not saying anything, but slowly extended his sharp hand, pressing it on Lin's pulse. In an instant, his fingers trembled slightly. Then he stared deeply at Lin, saying, "Fellow colleague, you are quite ill." Lin smiled earnestly. "How so?" The night doctor frowned, saying, "There are abnormal severe mutations in your body. A mysterious consciousness has born in your left hand. Extreme distortion of flesh and blood genetics, severe after effects of heavy drug use, a significant reconstruction of the body. The heart is not originally yours. There is also an abnormal curse within, and mentally, there's a bit of pathology." The night doctor stared deeply at him. Even traces of evil spirits linger on your body. As soon as this statement came out, everyone around was shocked, looking at Lin with incomparable astonishment. The night doctor squinted, saying, "You are the first patient I have seen who combines mutation, curse, evil spirits, parasitism, and flesh transformation all in one body. You are not lightly ill. You are like a humanoid squeezed out of an illness." Lin closed his eyes. "Thank you for the compliment. To receive such a professional evaluation from a night doctor, I truly admire it." Then he opened his eyes, smiling. "I know your code of conduct as night doctors. To be honest, I came here this time to seek an opportunity to join you." As soon as this statement came out, the mayor and others behind him all trembled. He actually said it. Didn't the terrifying treatment of the night doctor earlier dissuade him from this idea? The night doctor's gaze remained calm, indifferent, overlooking him. "Oh, what ability do you have that makes you think you can join us?" Lin raised his head, smiling. "I can learn other abilities, but there's one ability I believe I might not be inferior to you, or I might even surpass you." Polite and confident in his smile, the night doctor squinted, the lenses reflecting his cheeks, saying, "Oh, what is it?" Lin smiled. "Diagnostic ability." Instantly, the surroundings fell silent. Everyone held their breath, choking as they looked at the teenager who dared to confront the night doctor. After a while, the night doctor squinted, saying, "Diagnosis. Are you joking?" Lin smiled. "No, I'm not joking. In fact, when you touched my wrist just now, I diagnosed several illnesses on your body, quite a few of them. You are not less sick than me." The night doctor suddenly felt a great insult and anger, but he wasn't angry. Instead, he squinted his eyes. "Oh, I'm curious. My entire set of equipment isolates me perfectly from the outside world. I want to hear how you diagnosed me and where I'm sick." His gaze became somewhat dangerous. Lin curled his lips, saying, "My diagnostic method is simple. As long as we've had contact, and if I'm willing, I can diagnose all the illnesses on your body." As soon as this statement came out, a sneer sounded under the night doctor's mask. Obviously, he found Lin's words extremely absurd. "No need to hurry. Let's start with a few small ones." Lin picked up his notebook, using a feather pen to record. "Have you felt any discomfort in your stomach recently? Is this your diagnosis?" "Sorry, I haven't needed the digestive system to support my digestion and movement for many years. So, unfortunately, I have to remind you that there is a large cyst growing on your intestines, and it is spreading continuously. It's very dangerous." As soon as these words were spoken, the night doctor burst into laughter as if he had heard the funniest joke. "A cyst? You're saying I have a cyst? Fellow professional, even if it's a fabrication, please be more professional. The digestive system is a sensitive organ, and any discomfort would quickly manifest with various symptoms. If I had any issues, why don't I feel anything?" Buzz, almost at the moment he finished speaking, his eyes suddenly became hollow, because he immediately felt it. A severe pain instantly shot from his abdomen to his brain. "This is impossible." He trembled. Lin smiled. "I suggest you take a look for yourself." The doctor, filled with hesitation, had cold sweat dripping down his forehead inside the mask. He stared at his abdomen. He extended a sharp finger. Stab. His abdominal skin and flesh were cut open in an instant. And at the moment he pulled out his intestines, his pupils suddenly contracted because he actually saw cysts appearing on his small intestine. He stood up abruptly. "This is impossible." Trembling, he looked at the cysts on his intestines and said, "Even if there were any abnormal changes in my body, I would have noticed them immediately, and cysts like these cannot form in a short time. I just had a full body checkup 7 days ago." He turned abruptly, glaring at Lin. "Did you do something?" Lin remained calm. "Please calm down. As for how the cysts appeared, I'm not sure. I'm only responsible for informing you of my diagnosis. Since we are both doctors, you should know that accusing your fellow doctor without evidence is very impolite." Honestly, he indeed had the ability to directly induce symptoms, as it was one of his abilities. However, similar to the last diagnosis for the lizard person, he only used the passive effect of his random diagnostic technique and didn't actively induce it. In other words, if his diagnostic technique was accurate, these were his own medical conditions. The night doctor, biting his teeth, sat back down, swiftly removing the cysts from his intestines, treating and suturing himself in a fast and urgent manner. "The first symptom seems like you can handle it yourself. Let me tell you about the second symptom I diagnosed. Your second illness is severe alopecia." The night doctor, in the process of sewing his intestines, stiffened. The surroundings fell silent. The mayor and others sat there in a daze, unable to utter a word. You're kidding. The night doctor was furious. Lin calmly said, take a look first. If I'm wrong, you can kill me later. Alopecia. You say I have alopecia. The night doctor was genuinely angry this time, grabbing his bird beak mask. Fine, I'll show you whether I have alopecia or not. He was really angry this time, because this was ridiculous. Before the trip, he had just taken care of his perfect hair. Not to mention alopecia, even a single strand breaking was absolutely impossible. In a fit of rage, he grabbed the mask and hat, unzipping them. Instantly, countless hairs scattered. Under the dim light, a shiny bald head reflected faint glimmers. It's really bald. The mayor was astonished. The night doctor, in a daze, stiffly sat there holding the bird beak mask. He instinctively reached out to touch his head. Smooth. Accidentally touching his eyebrows. Eyebrows fell off in an instant. His gaze instantly became hollow. This is impossible. Now let's talk about the third symptom. This illness may be a bit tricky, so be mentally prepared. The night doctor blankly, what? Lin looked at him seriously. A certain part of your body seems to have undergone some minor changes. It seems to have its own thoughts. Just when the night doctor wasn't sure what she meant. Suddenly, bang, a muffled sound. The night doctor instantly. And then, bang, another loud noise. Everyone around looked bewildered. Only the night doctor stared blankly, and cold sweat dripped rapidly from his face. What's that sound? Lin hesitated. The night doctor, hollow-eyed, said, I'm wearing iron underwear. Time passed quickly. Soon, half an hour later, creak, the door suddenly pushed open from the inside, only to see the night doctor with the bird beak mask trembling, using a crutch to move his body with difficulty, supporting himself on the doorpost. He walked out laboriously. Compared to the mysterious and powerful figure when he first arrived in the town, he now looked visibly weakened. Don't go. Wait for me. I'll call someone. Wait for me. Wait for me to call someone to deal with you. The night doctor gasped, using the crutch, moving as if he were a patient on the brink of death, limping. Lin, sympathetically wanting to help. Don't touch me. The night doctor widened his eyes, trembling, swiftly avoiding 2 steps to the side as if dodging a plague. Lin worriedly said, do you really have to go back? I'm genuinely concerned about your health. Don't worry, these diseases won't be fatal. The night doctor impatiently moved forward, pale, quickly advancing. To treat the illnesses he diagnosed for himself, he had used up all the potions he brought and even resorted to cutting himself. But there were still 4 or 5 conditions unresolved. Plague, perfectly fine before the diagnosis, and now so many diseases after a diagnosis. Who could tolerate this? There must be a problem. This guy must have a big problem. He had to hurry back, call more people from the base, and preferably bring all the equipment for anti-curses and anti-diseases. You wait. If you have the ability, just wait. Wait until I call someone. Wait until I call someone to come and deal with you. He hurriedly walked forward, uttering threats continuously. In the room, the mayor and others stared blankly at this scene, mouths wide open, unable to say a word. Because this was something they never expected. Because the night doctor was always a mysterious and powerful figure in their eyes. And today, they actually saw a night doctor being scared away. And in their own professional field, they turned to look at the smiling young man by their side, and their brains buzzed. Dr. Lin, do you really want to stay here? Didn't you hear him say he's going to call someone? Of course, I have to stay, because I still need their approval. How can I become a qualified night doctor like them without their recognition? The mayor's mind buzzed, subconsciously swallowing saliva, but he always felt he already was one. A few dozen minutes later, in the center of the square, in the distance, black mist surged. They suddenly trembled and immediately saw, in the direction outside the town, 4 figures slowly emerging. All wearing bird beak masks, all with black hats, all in black robes. They're here. The mayor's face turned pale. 4 night doctors. All the townspeople subconsciously took a few steps back, as they were seeing so many night doctors in one place for the first time. A strong wind surged. Those 4 night doctors appeared on the square like ghosts, and in the blink of an eye, they were on the square. Lin's mouth curled up. Welcome, please have a seat. It's him. The mask of the night doctor at the back emitted a gnashing sound. He extended a hand wearing black leather gloves, pointing at Lin in front of him. Facing the 3 tall bird-beaked figures in front of him, he said in a deep voice, "This guy is very strange. I was perfectly healthy, but after he diagnosed me, my body suddenly developed dozens of symptoms. My body was fine. If I had any hidden illness, wouldn't I have noticed it? It must be him doing something to me when he touched my body." He gritted his teeth, full of anger and rhetoric, pointing firmly at Lin. "My 20 is not behaving now." Bang! A muffled impact, echoing his words, made his body jump. This has been going on for a while now, and it's getting worse. His colleagues advised him to just cut it off, but he couldn't swallow this anger. Brief silence. The leader of the bird-beaked night doctors remained silent. Night Doctor, Raven. Race, Crow person. Alignment, lawful good. Level. The introduction was similar, but obviously, this night doctor's level was higher than the previous one, because there were subtle differences in both address and attire. I heard that you cursed and plagued our people. The Raven sat slowly in the chair opposite Lin. A slightly sharp yet steady voice emanated from his mask. His gaze was very dangerous. You can't just say that. I am a principled doctor. How could I do such malicious things? Just because a doctor diagnosed you with some conditions you don't want to accept, you can't just slander your doctor. Lin's words were logical and well-founded. Those who listened couldn't help but be convinced. Nonsense. The executor night doctor, embarrassed and angry, slammed the table heavily, saying, "You don't need to pretend. I can see at a glance that you are not human. I know you are a plague doctor. You came here to show off your power to us, didn't you?" Lin was startled and said, "Plague doctor? What's that?" Seeing Lin's confused look, the Raven night doctor slowly extended his hand, gesturing for the night doctor beside him to step back, and stared quietly at Lin's face. His tone was calm, not as impulsive as the other night doctor, explaining, "A group of traitors who were once members of our night doctors. They betrayed their ideals, split from the night doctor group, and no longer saved the world. Instead, they spread terrible plagues and curses across the land." The lenses on his mask reflected a dark and mysterious light. "They are constantly trying to divide and destroy us, so please don't take my colleague's suspicion to heart. He is just doing his duty." "I see. I didn't expect that there would be such evil existences in this world. Doctors who don't focus on treating and saving people, but instead poison and harm them. It's simply unforgivable." Some werewolves in the distance were trembling, almost about to cry. The Raven squinted his eyes, looking at Lin's cheeks, and said, "It seems you don't understand this. To be honest, I rarely travel far, and my information is a bit limited. I came here because I heard that being a night doctor is a profession dedicated to bringing happiness and well-being to everyone. So, can you provide me with an opportunity to become a night doctor?" Lin was very polite. The several night doctors glanced at each other, facing each other. The executor, with an angry expression, whispered, "Mr. Raven, don't agree to him. This guy is very strange. I think we should take him down first, investigate his identity, and then..." But before he finished speaking, Raven calmly interrupted. "Enough. Executor, have you forgotten our principles?" The executor trembled, then lowered his head, pounding his chest with one hand, his gaze flickering. "No, Mr. Raven, I remember it well. The earth needs healing. The eternal night needs to end. We heal, we protect, we redeem. We follow the justice in our hearts and give healing to every creature, never allowing prejudice and arrogance under our surgical knives." Raven gazed deeply at Lin, saying, "If you want to join us, it's not a simple matter. We must determine if you have the qualities and abilities to face the invasion of this dark night. I heard he said you have a very strong diagnostic ability. Even just by touching the other party, you can discover all the symptoms in their body." Lin became serious, sitting upright, smiling. "Not necessarily all, but most should not be a problem." The executor closed his eyes, grinding his teeth, visibly upset. A glint of depth flashed in Raven's lens. He lightly tapped the table with his fingers. "All right, I am willing to give you a chance." The executor shook suddenly, astonished. "Mr. Raven." Raven extended his hand to stop him and lifted his bird-beaked mask. He slightly raised a finger, and a faint light flashed from his fingertip. He calmly said, "I just released a virus into my body. This virus is very secretive. If it hides in the human body for a long time, it will have a very bad impact." He placed his hand on the table. "Since you claim to have a special diagnostic ability, I am willing to give you this chance. Within 10 minutes, as long as you can accurately state the location of the wound where I injected the virus, the distribution of the virus, and the adverse reactions caused by the virus, I will acknowledge your qualification." He took off his gloves, revealing long claws that seemed to be a combination of crow and human hands, with only 4 fingers and sharp nails gleaming mysteriously. This was not just a test, but also a challenge, because for a normal doctor, diagnosing only by touch and pulse, without blood tests or other verification methods, was simply unbelievable. And more importantly, the virus he just injected into his body had not fully manifested its effects on various aspects of the body. This undoubtedly increased the difficulty of the diagnosis. "So, as long as I can diagnose the virus accurately, I can become a member of the Night Doctors," Raven said calmly. "Young man, don't aim too high. But if you really can, I will recommend you in my name." This statement was made. Lin said seriously, "Okay." Lin reached out, calmly placing her hand on his wrist. Almost in that instant of contact, before the surrounding people could react, Lin frowned, then quickly relaxed, retracting her hand, saying seriously, "The results are out." As soon as these words were spoken, all the townspeople behind him were in awe. Even the two night doctors behind the Raven were momentarily stunned, then looked at each other. "Are you sure?" A night doctor hesitated and said, "I advise you to think it over. This is your only chance." The virus is named Leech. This is a virus extracted from the venom of a highly toxic swamp blood leech in the dark world, combined with the secretion of evil spirits, diffusive spore dust, poisonous death noodle vine, and more than a dozen mysterious substances. This virus is highly secretive. Small doses of infection won't have any impact on the host, but it can quickly spread to the target's brain over time and hide. If some special catalysts are added, this can even become an extremely secretive weapon. Through a specific triggering method, sometimes just a snap of the fingers can make the virus inside the recipient go into full-blown chaos. It's not just a virus, it's also a powerful weapon for killing. Listening to Lin's eloquent speech, the expressions of the two night doctors behind the Raven became more and more shocked, and even instinctively took a step back. Even the executor, standing there in astonishment, couldn't say a word. Only the Raven stared firmly at Lin, waiting for him to finish. The basic introduction of the virus is complete. Now, let me explain the questions you specified just now. First, the location where you injected the virus is 3 inches above your right wrist joint. You didn't inject much virus, but it concentrated on that area of the skin on your arm. So, the virus accumulation caused you some adverse reactions. The location where you injected the virus on your right arm has already developed slight red rash. It makes you feel unusually itchy and stinging, am I right? Silence enveloped the surroundings. Behind him, the townspeople all stared with gaping mouths at the courteous and confident young man. They didn't understand, but they felt that he was impressive and very professional. Ding. Congratulations, you triggered the achievement, Professional Lecturer. You gained 200 basic experience points. Special achievement, Professional Lecturer. There is a chance to gain this achievement by flawlessly reciting the text provided by the system in a fluent manner on any occasion, while maintaining a mysterious and professional appearance. Lin maintained a calm smile on his face, but if you looked closely, you could see the veins pulsating on his temples. But those night doctors didn't notice this. They all looked towards the Raven, their breaths slightly hurried, seeking answers. "Sir," what he said. The Raven squinted his eyes and said, "Exactly right." Buzz. All 3 night doctors behind him were shocked, their eyes showing obvious disbelief and shock. What kind of joke is this? Because they were very clear that this virus was a special one developed by Mr. Raven recently, and it hadn't even been reported yet. Even they only knew about some of the purposes of this virus. And this human actually, did he really just touch Mr. Raven's body and see so many details about the virus? The Raven lifted his head, narrowed his eyes, and said, "Impressive. Indeed impressive. It seems that the executor was right. You do possess unimaginable diagnostic abilities." Lin smiled and said, "You flatter me." But before he could finish his words, the Raven's tone changed, becoming indifferent. "However, you clearly missed some symptoms. I'll tell you the truth. Besides the itching caused by the rash on my right arm, my back is also experiencing intense itching and stinging." He stood up, indifferent. "You underestimated the spreading ability of this virus and its adverse reactions. It seems your diagnostic abilities still need further refinement." He slowly put on his black gloves, pressed down his top hat, and was about to turn around. But as soon as he turned around, Lin's smiling voice sounded behind him. "Mr. Raven, my diagnosis didn't miss anything because what I said earlier was just specifically about diagnosing the virus you injected yourself with. The intense itching and stinging on your back are not entirely caused by this virus." Buzz. The Raven's body suddenly froze in place. He picked up the quill, opened the notebook. "What I said just now was only the first symptom I diagnosed for you, the virus you injected yourself with. Next, let me explain the second symptom I diagnosed for you." He briskly began to record, speaking confidently. "Perhaps because you often experiment with the virus named Leech on your own body, you may not have noticed it yourself, but the hair follicles on your skin have already shown latent lesions and necrosis. And the widespread itching and stinging on your back is because the virus you injected yourself with just now triggered the toxins hidden in the hair follicles on your skin. Like a catalyst, an incentive, causing those toxins hidden in your body to be rapidly awakened. If I guess correctly, is the itching on your back already starting to spread to new areas, such as?" Lin calmly shook the quill. your buttocks. The two night doctors next to the Raven instantly stared blankly. They looked at the stiff Raven in amazement, murmuring, "Mr. Raven." Lin smiled. "This is the second symptom. I suggest you immediately remove the virus you injected into your body just now. Otherwise, the necrosis of the hair follicles on your back is a minor issue. If you let the virus sneak into your brain in hiding, then it will be troublesome." The Raven stiffened all over. Silence enveloped the surroundings. The next moment, he abruptly reached out, his fingers trembling, hurriedly and quickly unbuttoning the buttons on his leather jacket, quickly pulling it open. Facing the three night doctors beside him, he shouted anxiously, "Quick, help me take it off." As soon as he said this, the three night doctors were shocked all over, finally realizing that something was wrong. They immediately rushed forward, quickly taking off the Raven's all-black leather clothes, revealing the body covered with densely packed black feathers. And one of the night doctors immediately saw it. Under the feathers on the Raven's back, there were indeed numerous tiny red dots, and the originally glossy and beautiful feathers had also become dull and lusterless. "How is it?" The Raven immediately frowned and asked. The three night doctors were anxious, because they were indeed accurately predicted by that human. "The situation is very bad, Mr. Raven. The red dots on your back are rapidly spreading, as if it is indeed the adverse symptoms caused by the leech virus. Sir, you need treatment." Upon seeing this scene, the three night doctors clenched their teeth and immediately reached out, grabbing the feathers on the Raven's back. They nodded to each other with determination. In the next moment, pluck, 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 a sudden, unexpected, and terrified scream of pain. The Raven spread his arms, his entire body spasming from the unexpectedly violent feather plucking. For avian beings like the Raven, plucking feathers was a kind of indescribable torture. The Raven trembled, but he didn't lose his composure. He quickly gritted his teeth, removed his bird beak mask, revealing a strange face combining human and crow features. Gurgle. He quickly drank a bottle of potent medicine to suppress the leech virus. He gritted his teeth and turned, saying, "Immediately take the topical medicine from my medical kit. Quickly." Yes, the three night doctors, at this moment, displayed excellent medical skills. They swiftly took out ointments and syringes, placed the Raven on a bench, exposing his back. One of the night doctors gritted his teeth and said, "Mr. Raven, the situation is urgent. We need to start, endure it a bit." Squirt, squirt, squirt. Under the astonished gaze of the surrounding townspeople, one of the night doctors, with unimaginable speed, injected the antivirus medication into the Raven's back, puncturing one needle after another. "Sir, we also need to further remove your feathers. Endure it a bit more." "Wait. Pluck, pluck, pluck. Even if there were residual toxins of the leech virus in my hair follicles, why did it suddenly erupt when you diagnosed me? Did you curse me?" "Sir, I can swear to the heavens, it's definitely not me playing tricks. This is a hidden ailment I genuinely diagnosed in your body, because I came to join the night doctors, not to cause trouble. If I really played tricks on you, what would I gain? It wouldn't benefit me at all." The Raven, enduring the pain of having his feathers plucked, bit his teeth tightly, but upon careful consideration, what he said did make some sense. Moreover, when he touched himself, he indeed didn't find any signs of curses or plagues invading his body. "Although I know it's not the right time, let me tell you about the fourth disease I diagnosed. This disease is not very serious, and originally I wanted to cross it out. However, I felt that it might be a bit unprofessional to do so. The fourth disease is pluck." At the same time, the night doctor took off the Raven's two boots, and precisely at the moment of taking off the boots, an explosively strong and pungent foot odor, like a gas bomb, suddenly rushed, instantly sending the night doctor who took off the boots flying more than 10 meters away. Wow, because he didn't expect such a thing. His bird beak gas mask didn't activate, and under such a close impact, the strong foot odor rushed into his mask. Whoosh, like being instantly bathed in gas that had undergone prolonged fermentation. This smell. His body heavily fell more than 10 meters away. Lin took out a clip, pinched his nose, and thoughtfully said, "Explosive foot odor, because the smell is quite intense, so I don't recommend showcasing it in crowded places." Everyone on the entire square was not spared. Their faces turned purple, all vomiting out their overnight meals at once. On the spot, the three recovered night doctors bit their teeth, glaring at Lin as if he were their father's enemy. That look almost wished to tear him into pieces. "I can't take it anymore." The executor clenched his fists tightly, tremblingly looking at Lin in the distance, saying, "Let me kill him, let me avenge Mr. Raven. Don't be impulsive. Even if we kill him now, it's just a physical elimination. There's no way to suppress his arrogance this way. Killing him will only make us look like we can't afford to lose. At this moment, they no longer considered that the guy had come to seek to join their organization, because it was obviously here to stir up trouble. Undead skeleton. Lawful neutral. Killed too many, now reformed. A corpse that fell from an unknown world to the dark world. The flesh has long rotted. Only the skeleton remains. Once slaughtered countless dark creatures, later converted by the Night Doctor group, became a Night Doctor dedicated to bringing happiness and beauty to the world. Due to his unique body, he once became the vanguard against epidemic doctors. The flames in his eyes burned. He hoarsely said, "Prove your abilities by diagnosing me with some diseases." Lin looked at his panel and then shifted his gaze to the figure in front of him, rubbing his somewhat tired eyes and letting out a sigh. Undead. Turns out, it's an undead Night Doctor. He helplessly shrugged and smiled. "Senior, that's not quite right. It's not that I diagnosed you with an illness, it's that you have an illness, so I was able to diagnose it. The sequence is crucial." Brain. Her voice echoed in Lin's mind. "During this time, have you been using your ability to inflict diseases on them?" Lefty's voice was filled with doubt. Lin smiled, turned his head, and looked at his left hand, saying in his mind, "Why would you say that?" Lefty seriously asked, "Because I think what he said is not entirely wrong. They are Night Doctors. Shouldn't they easily notice the health conditions I diagnosed for them? So, I'm asking, are you intentionally playing with them?" Unexpectedly, Lefty received a denial. "I'm not that bored. I've always used the passive effect of my diagnostic ability. I haven't inflicted diseases on them. It's just that there are too many hidden illnesses in their bodies, and I happened to diagnose them." Lefty was taken aback. Lin continued seriously, "So, I think this group of Night Doctors might not be as formidable as we imagine. I even find it somewhat amusing that they can't even detect diseases in their own bodies. How can they heal others? I'm starting to feel that coming to find them was a mistake. Don't you think so, Lefty? Their comical expressions when I discovered the illnesses in them were really funny." He revealed a smiling expression. Lefty, for some reason, shivered. Blackskull said deeply, "You can start anytime." Lin's face immediately showed a brilliant smile. "Good, I'll diagnose you now." Just as Lin was about to touch Blackskull's wrist, the executor's mind was suddenly filled with Blackskull's hoarse voice. "I have set up countermeasures against curses and diseases within my body. You observe him. Pay attention to his movements and changes in his body, especially regarding curses. See how he's inflicting diseases on me." The executor was shocked. Yes, without any hesitation, the lenses on the bird beak mask immediately switched to another mysterious mode, narrowing his eyes, staring fixedly at Lin. And it was precisely at the moment Lin's fingertip was about to touch Blackskull's wrist. He instantly saw a bizarre scene through the lenses. In that extremely short moment, the tip of the finger touching Blackskull's hand abruptly traced a fleeting halo. That should be a sign that his diagnostic ability was activated. But strangely, almost at the same time as that halo flashed, he was suddenly shocked to see a fleeting humanoid silhouette appearing on the smiling youth's body. A crying black and white clown. Ding 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 ding. A series of more than 10 prompts echoed in Lin's ears. Lin coughed and raised his head. "Esteemed senior, it seems like you are quite ill." The black-skulled figure suddenly stiffened. Almost the moment his hands touched the target's wrist to complete the diagnosis, he felt the abnormal changes occurring in his own body. He subconsciously moved his wrist slightly. Crack, a crisp sound of a joint breaking echoed. "Diseases." His gaze suddenly became hollow. Even though he had just activated various counter-curses and disease prevention measures in his body, he still had abnormal symptoms diagnosed. The countermeasures he initiated were not triggered. A leather jacket he wore, which significantly reduced curses and magical interference, showed no reaction. In other words, he genuinely diagnosed diseases in himself, not curses or interference. But how is that possible? And behind him, under the mask, the executor's face turned pale, because he saw that was a curse. But the curse didn't affect his target. It affected himself. When diagnosing Blackskull, that fleeting curse interfered with and altered his abilities. Blackskull said deeply, "Impressive. This is something I didn't expect. Even though I used anti-curses and anti-disease measures, you still managed to diagnose me with so many diseases without me realizing. Does causing pain and disease to others truly bring you satisfaction?" Lin's smile froze in place. "Clearly, it's your own diseases. Clearly, I found the symptoms for you. Clearly, you're really making me dislike you." Crack. His finger pressed into a hole in Blackskull's hand bone. "What are you doing?" The executor shouted, sharp fingers immediately thrusting towards Lin's wrist. Lin quickly withdrew his hand, the smile on his face even more dazzling, raising his hand. "Ah, sorry, just a small accident. Please don't mind." Suddenly, as if there was a momentary glitch, his smile froze in place like a painting. Then, he seemed a bit tired, furrowing his brows, rubbing his temples. A hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. "Sorry, I seem to have done something wrong just now. Perhaps it's due to excessive mental energy consumption. I apologize if I've caused any harm." "Senior, are you okay?" he asked seriously. Black Skull hoarsely replied, "I'm fine." Lin walked over, sitting at the table, rubbing his temples, continuously dropping eye drops, saying, "Senior, where is your companion?" Black Skull hoarsely replied, "He went to take care of the doctor you diagnosed with a disease. He'll be back soon." Lin, still rubbing his temples, asked, "So, do you still think I inflicted diseases on you?" Black Skull solemnly said, "No, it was too straightforward earlier. You are indeed outstanding. Your diagnostic ability has indeed discovered many malignancies that were already present in my body." Lin's smile became even brighter. "It's truly wonderful to hear your approval and understanding. I thought you might be as stubborn as the two before. What about the other night doctors? When will they arrive?" Black Skull hoarsely replied, "They are on their way. If possible, they are also willing to let you diagnose them." "That would be great." Lin continued to rub his eyes, his smile even more radiant. Time passed slowly. 10 minutes quickly went by. Lin sat in front of the chair, still vigorously dripping eye drops into his eyes. However, compared to before, his movements were noticeably restless. It was clear to see that a large amount of eye drops was flowing down his cheeks. "I feel like I'm sick. I'm very tired, very restless." He raised his right hand, scratching his forehead. Black Skull asked, "What are you restless about?" Lin vigorously rubbed his eye sockets and said, "Too many unhealthy patients. I feel like staying here is a waste of time. I should let more people know that they are sick. If you're sick, you need to be treated. They need to find a doctor, and you're a doctor. You can definitely cure your own illness, but others can't." Lin's eye-rubbing actions became more and more intense, more and more restless. "I seem to be sick too. It feels like something crawling in my brain. I think I need to diagnose myself too." "Wait," Black Skull immediately said heavily. "If you feel uncomfortable, I can help you diagnose." "No, I can do it myself." Lin grinned. In an instant, the aura of the random diagnosis technique flashed and disappeared. Ding ding ding. A series of system prompts echoed in his ears. "It seems like I've changed a lot. I'm becoming a bit confused." He suddenly grinned in a psychotic manner, vaguely opening his own character panel. Chaotic evil. Confusion, unable to display. Confusion, unable to display. Past and present clerk of the Bloodsaw Apothecary. Chaotic abyss, a kind and chaotic human apprentice. Eternal silence of sinking. Confusion, unable to display. Sure enough, I've changed. I shouldn't waste time here. I have more patients who need my diagnosis. I can't waste any more time." He turned around suddenly, looking at the bewildered townspeople in the square from a distance, revealing a smile that made people extremely uncomfortable. "I think everyone needs my diagnosis." Black Skull's eyes suddenly burned with raging soul fire. He hoarsely said, "But I think you'd better stay here." In that moment, bone hands suddenly grew from under his feet, grabbing his legs like vines. In an instant, his body was bound in place. Lin tilted his head, looking at Black Skull. "What does this mean?" Black Skull hoarsely said, "Your diagnostic ability has been cursed, and that curse has affected your mental state. Your current condition is extremely unstable. Can't you see that?" Lin stood there like a statue, as if those words had touched him. But suddenly, he smirked. "Are you joking?" Almost in an instant, his legs suddenly swelled, directly shattering the bone hands that bound him. Crimson tentacles grew from his shoulders, extending rapidly and entwining Black Skull's body tightly. His body leaped effortlessly and landed on top of a nearby building. His smile was mad and pathological. "I really find you annoying again. The curse inside you is deepening, and your cognition has severe confusion. I originally wanted to wait for our people to come and then subdue you, but it seems I have to take action now." Lin smiled in a deranged manner. "Sorry, I don't have time to play games with you now. I have many patients who need my diagnosis." In an instant, his gaze suddenly locked onto the townspeople in the square. Countless tentacles, amidst his chaotic smile, swarmed towards them. Enough is enough. Almost not giving him any chance, the undead Black Skull opened his mouth suddenly, emitting terrifying soul screams towards Lin's direction. Bang, bang. The tentacles Lin shot out instantly burst, and Lin's body suddenly fell from the eaves, twisting and clutching his head, letting out screams of agony. That was a powerful mental interference and soul scream. Black Skull's gaze was indifferent, saying, "It seems I can only detain you first and wait for Mr. Raven to wake up before thoroughly investigating the curse inside you." He didn't hesitate at all, quickly approaching, and reached out to subdue Lin. But almost in an instant, a frantic voice suddenly resounded in his mind. He took a mental enhancement potion. He's not afraid of your attacks. He's plotting against you. Black Skull's pupils suddenly contracted, but it was already too late. On the ground, Lin, writhing in pain, suddenly turned his head, his face showing an elegant smile, with no trace of pain. And what was horrifying was that his right eye was rolling blood, and that eyeball was no longer a human eye, but a dark abyss-like evil eye. Buzz, at the moment he was seen by that eye, he instantly felt something was wrong. Give you a curse, give you a blessing, you annoying guy. Lin smiled and gently tapped his temple. Countless dark viscous substances instantly spread out from those black pupils, attaching themselves to him in an instant, grotesquely surging into his soul. He immediately retreated in shock. In the distance, there came Lin's painful cries and laughter. It hurts so much. To be cursed is actually this painful, but I can endure. Lin covered his right eye, smiling as he leaped from the ground. Tentacles extended, pulling his body up onto the roof of the church. Mr. Undead, you always said I was cursed. I think you should deal with the curse in your own body first. Heta. Black Skull immediately rushed forward, this time without any reservation. He released numerous spiritual waves, intercepting the tentacles extending from Lin. But the next moment, his pupils suddenly contracted, because he immediately saw that all his attempts to intercept the tentacles had invariably deviated. His spiritual blades didn't hit a single target, and he immediately saw that the mental attack he launched against Lin had, for various reasons, failed to affect him. He was greatly shocked. Curse? Could it be? Was this the effect of the curse he had just applied to himself? And in the next moment, under Lin's maniacal smile, the tentacles that shot out touched the terrified villagers who were fleeing in all directions. Rather than piercing through as imagined, the tentacles only slightly touched them, then immediately changed direction. His goal wasn't slaughter at all. He was diagnosing. He was spreading ailments. Left shouted loudly, finally breaking free from Lin's tentacle bind. She sprang up from the ground, tentacles extending rapidly, entwining his body tightly. Snap out of it. Can't you see that something's not right with you anymore? Left, we're good friends, and you're bothering me like this. Left coiled around like a snake, gritting her teeth. I don't want to talk to the current you. If you still have your normal awareness, immediately remove the curse in your body. I know you have that ability, she yelled. In an instant, she surged towards Lin like a winding snake. If you don't want to remove it, today I'll wake you up. Lin, reaching into his pocket, said, really? Left, I know your weakness. Are you sure you want to attack me? Lin suddenly pulled out a bottle with a skull emblem from his pocket, opening the cap with a wooden sieve. Left, rushing towards him, was shocked. Could it be? Lin's face showed a sinister smile. Then he tilted his head back, raised the bottle, and poured it into his mouth. Pesticide? This guy actually carried pesticide to deal with her. Almost as Left was about to reach Lin, her long arms and palms softened, and the tentacles quickly retracted to their normal size. She spat out her tongue all at once, vomiting heavily. Lin caught Left's wrist, swaying it up and down vigorously until after spitting stars, he stuffed it into his pants pocket. Easily dealing with Left. With a slight tilt of his mouth, he leaped to the top of the church again. But at this moment, he suddenly saw black feathers falling under his feet, raised his head in astonishment. At an unknown time, in the thick black mist above, black crow feathers fluttered down, floating and fluttering. He saw a tall figure wearing black leather clothes and a bird beak mask. Mr. Crow, have you recovered? I'm really happy for you, Lin exclaimed. Crow lifted his head, indifferent. I already understand your situation. Do you need my treatment? Lin smiled faintly. I can cure my own illness. You don't need to bother. I have more important things to do. Sorry, I have to go. In an instant, he leaped. But as soon as he leaped a few meters, a feather left a blood mark on his cheek. Crow, cover his eyes. There's something strange about his right eye. Be careful, he might curse you. Black Skull's soul shouted from a distance. In an instant, Crow squinted. The black feathers instantly covered Lin's eyes and cheeks. Mr. Crow, do you want to treat me? Lin, blindfolded, bound all over, exposed his white teeth, smiling and asking. Crow stepped forward, expression indifferent, fingers quickly sketching out golden runes in the air. After I suppress the curse inside you, we can have a good chat. The arriving Black Skull shouted anxiously, Mr. Crow, don't relax your guard. This kid's abilities are too strange. If you're not careful, he'll seize the opportunity. Lin grinned, that's why. My mouth should have been sealed. Heta. In an instant, he suddenly opened his mouth, smiling towards Crow, sticking out his tongue. Crow, who was targeted, immediately felt a chilling sensation rising from his body, as if his ears were filled with countless wailing and howling of evil spirits. The next moment, his skull suddenly split from the middle, and countless thorny tentacles surged out of the crack in his skull. Crow, cover his eyes. There's something strange about his right eye. Be careful, he might curse you. Black Skull's face turned pale. That was a curse. It was a chaotic curse of the aggregation of evil spirits. Crow suddenly knelt on the ground, and the constructed runes in his hand pressed against his own skull, starting to suppress the curse in his body. He gritted his teeth, saying, "We underestimated this kid. I didn't expect him to have so many strange abilities." Black Skull hurriedly rushed to his side, frowning. "Do you know what kind of curse is inside his body? I always feel that it's not an ordinary disorder." Crow's gaze flickered. "The executors have already told me." If the executors did indeed see the outline of a clown in his body, then the curse they saw inside him is indeed very similar to some curses he had encountered before. But this curse, even in the Night Doctor's records, is not well documented. The only record is on a case file from decades ago, describing a scene when a Night Doctor traveled to a city shrouded in mist. In the record, it described that the ancient and mysterious presence released in that dark world city led to chaos due to a city-wide curse. Thousands of creatures were cursed and driven insane, and among them was this kind of clown curse. Every person cursed would gradually become mentally confused over time, and under the influence of the curse, they would gradually become crazed and agitated, triggering the medium in their bodies under the curse, causing the curse within them to continue to spiral out of control. And if they couldn't break free from the curse's influence before it went completely out of control, the out-of-control negative emotions would slowly form a completely new and insane will within the host, and then completely take over that person. Black Skull turned his head, looking solemnly at the Crow, and said hoarsely, "Chief, if it is indeed the curse you mentioned, how should we deal with it?" The Crow said in a deep voice, "Firstly, you must understand that most curses can be counteracted by divine power. The curse within the young man's body has just shown signs of losing control, indicating that he hasn't been cursed for a long time. In that case, we can find a way to remove it." Black Skull hesitated. "Divine power? You mean? In other places, it might be tricky, but not here." The Crow raised his head, gazing far into the central church of the town with profound eyes. "This town has a relic from the divine world." Inside the church, the mayor stood with a heavy gaze, leaning on his cane, and behind him were hundreds of anxious residents of the small town. Most of the residents had taken advantage of the previous gap and moved to the church. Those who had been infected by the young man and contracted a terrible disease had already been properly accommodated. "Mayor, what's going on? Why did Dr. Lin suddenly become like that?" And everyone touched by Dr. Lin has various abnormal symptoms. The surrounding townspeople were pale and uneasy, because they found that the diseases Dr. Lin imposed on them were very similar to the types of diseases on the subdued werewolves before. But they couldn't understand. Clearly, he was friendly just a while ago. The mayor raised his head solemnly, saying, "This is the dark world. Nothing is impossible here." Maybe he was influenced by something. Perhaps he was originally an evil spirit spreading diseases. Regardless of the situation, all we can do is try to preserve ourselves. In the spacious hall, candlelight flickered. And at this moment, suddenly, above the church's main door, two figures with bird beak masks appeared abruptly. They were like ghosts, directly ignoring the obstruction of the door and stepping into the church. "Be on guard." A loud shout. Click, click, click. Several shotguns were instantly aimed at the two Night Doctors who appeared suddenly. "Don't be nervous, we're not here to harm you." The Crow extended his hand, and a hoarse voice came from under the bird beak mask. The frightened residents in the hall were all on edge, with pale faces, looking at them with extreme vigilance. The mayor, holding his cane, reached out to stop the guards around him and said warily, "What business do you two have here?" The Crow's mirrored lenses reflected the faint candlelight inside the church. He said hoarsely, "You must have seen the condition of your doctor. We found a curse inside him, and that curse has affected his cognition, causing severe abnormal behavior. He is still lurking in your town, and because of the curse's influence, he will undoubtedly seek to diagnose more creatures, thus increasing the spread of the disease. And you are the best targets for him in this town." With these words, the townspeople were all shaken, and their faces turned pale. The mayor's gaze tightened, and he said solemnly, "Do you want us to be his bait?" The Crow hoarsely said, "No, we are here to seek help." After hearing the Crow's explanation, the faces of all the townspeople present turned pale. The mayor furrowed his brows and said, "So, you want to borrow our sacred relic to help Dr. Lin?" The crow hoarsely replied, "Any sacred object containing divine power is an antidote to curses. We are night physicians, we cannot ignore anyone cursed. Therefore, we need your help." The mayor looked troubled because the sacred relic was almost their only hope in this world. If anything went wrong, all their efforts over the centuries would be in vain. Seeing his hesitation, the crow continued to persuade, squinting and saying, "I understand that you may have some misunderstandings about us night physicians. However, you must also understand that we have no aversion to the divine world. In a sense, our leader used to be an ally of your sacred world." This statement shocked the mayor. He stared at the night physician in front of him, unable to speak for a moment. His face turned pale, and he asked, "Who is your leader?" The crow squinted and said nothing. Slowly, he reached into his robe and took out a metal pendant. On the pendant was engraved a 12-winged, upside-down angel bound by numerous chains. In an instant, silence enveloped the surroundings. The mayor stared in shock at the pendant depicting the bound angel, murmuring almost instinctively as he took a step back. "A 12-winged archangel. Could it be?" he muttered, recalling the ancient paintings in the sacred world about the last generation. Angels falling into hell, the sky burning like blood, countless eyes overlooking all living beings, and chains dragging the gods into the eternal night of purgatory. In that ancient legend, the 12-winged archangel was one of the 12 ancient gods they once worshipped. He shivered suddenly, his gaze falling on the lenses of the crow's mask, staring directly into his eyes. Could it be? Could that legendary being still fetch the sacred relic immediately? Almost at that moment, the candles in the entire church flickered violently, and in the next moment, a cracking sound came from the glass on the top of the church, and a shadow suddenly reflected in their vision. The faces of the surrounding townspeople turned pale. "He's here," the crow shouted loudly. The mayor raised his head solemnly and asked, "Do you need our help?" The crow said gravely, "No need. You go prepare for the awakening ritual of your sacred relic." He turned abruptly, looking at Black Skull, and said, "Black Skull, the curse inside you significantly affects your combat abilities. Stay here and protect the residents. I'll handle that, young man." Black Skull hoarsely replied, "All right. Be careful." The crow nodded with narrowed eyes. In an instant, the cawing of countless crows echoed. His body instantly transformed into a swarm of pitch-black crows, flapping their wings, rushing towards the direction where the glass had shattered. "Your game ends here." The indifferent voice of the crow echoed around. "This time, I won't hold back. I will completely remove you from his body before you replace this young man," he shouted. In an instant, the countless crows that were circling launched an attack towards Lin. "Mr. Crow, have you already suppressed the curse I gave you?" "You're truly a powerful doctor, but you're wrong. Your targets shouldn't be me. All these people here are sick. As doctors, shouldn't we heal those who need our help first? They are suffering, and yet you're chasing me. You've really disappointed me." Lin sneered, pressed against the wall, took out a bubbling potion from his pocket, and threw it towards the flock of crows. Boom! The potion exploded, releasing numerous greenish mist, enveloping the entire crow flock. He smirked. "Mr. Crow, I apologize. I can't let you stop me. They must receive help, and I really can't endure it any longer." In an instant, he laughed wildly and pulled out a pitch-black and hideous arm from the system's space. A huge dragon head attached to the end of the arm looked ferocious. The eyes of the giant black dragon's head lit up with furious light, as if molten magma was flowing within. "Enjoy the flames. Head, are you awake?" Lin was startled, but almost in an instant, his expression once again became distorted and chaotic. Then he hastily took off the dragon's breath arm, throwing it into the system space. "A small mistake, sorry, I have to go." Mr. Crow, taking advantage of the distraction caused by the scattered crow flock just now, they suddenly surrounded him from all directions, enveloping him. "It seems your will hasn't completely gone astray, meaning you still have a chance to recover." "Suppress." He squinted. In an instant, the magical circle centered on Lin expanded hundreds of meters. Invisible chains shot towards Lin in the midst of the crow flock. Whoosh! Lin's limbs were instantly bound by those chains. "I'm really fed up with you, you crow." Lin's expression was grim. Under the immense pressure, a tentacle suddenly grew from his chest, winding abruptly around his neck. The end of the tentacle suddenly opened a pitch-black vertical pupil. A pitch-black focusing pupil. Left was shocked and exclaimed, "Be careful." But it was too late. Almost at that moment, under the gaze of the focusing pupil surrounding him, the crow flock that surrounded him fell in large chunks, starting to dissolve. Mr. Crow immediately felt a chill rising in his heart, his expression greatly shocked. He suddenly took out the inverted 12-winged angel from his chest, pressing it on Lin's forehead with his thumb. "Holy Son, Holy Father, Holy Spirit," he chanted quickly, fingers pointing over Lin's forehead and shoulders. Amen. The pendant of the inverted 12-winged angel in his hand suddenly emitted a dazzling golden light. On Lin's grim face, numerous black capillaries suddenly climbed, and the human figure in his body seemed to flicker like the ghostly image of an old TV. A strange and extremely eerie scream suddenly came from Lin's mouth. The black mist spread out from his body. Annoying, annoying, annoying. Lin grimly clenched his teeth, and dozens of tentacles suddenly erupted from his body, entwining Mr. Crow heavily. Ding, you have discovered the target disease, skin ulceration. Ding, you have discovered the target disease, bone necrosis. Ding, you have discovered the target disease, muscle atrophy. Terrifying symptoms once again swept through Mr. Crow's body, making his eyes suddenly blurry. And taking advantage of this opportunity, Lin's tentacles suddenly lifted him off. In an instant, his tentacles took out one bottle after another from the system's space, like blood-like potions. And at the sight of those potions, Left was horrified. No good. But it was already too late. Lin's tentacles instantly wrapped around those potions, crushing them with a snap. The crimson liquid instantly covered his body. Flesh and blood growth potion. It was Lin's biggest trump card. The last large-scale use had created Left, and it had already put his body in a state extremely prone to mutation. And using it again, the probability of a high-level mutation was definitely 100. This was also the reason Left knew she had to control him, because if Head truly went crazy, or forced him to the brink, he would definitely not hesitate to use the flesh and blood growth potion on himself. His skin began to swell, cysts appearing one by one. His body started to expand, arms and legs suddenly rioting out of his body. Mysterious and eerie screams one after another echoed from his flesh. It was a sign of complete loss of control over his flesh. Seeing this scene, Mr. Crow's face turned pale. He turned around urgently, shouting towards the direction of the church. Holy relic. At the same time, on a distant peak far from Silent Town, a butcher with a pig's head carrying a blood-red cleaver watched the towering light curtain. On his shoulder, there sat a black and white clown, rocking a music box only as large as 2 palms. Ding ding dong, ding ding dong. The music box emitted a continuously pleasant melody. Ha. The black and white clown froze with a smile on his face, and his body produced strange, puppet-like creaking sounds. Pig-headed monster, you wicked fellow. So, this is the purpose you requested that curse for. Ha, you're probably going to ruin that little devil, aren't you? Ha. The pig-headed butcher replied indifferently. He is too restrained. I thought that by throwing the kid from the blue star in front of him, invoking his sense of homeland, it could further accelerate his recovery. However, it seems the effect wasn't significant. The black and white clown smiled mysteriously, saying, so, you used my curse. Ha. The pig-headed butcher said flatly, that's the only purpose I let you out for. The black and white clown rocked the music box and laughed. But aren't you afraid that he'll be completely done in by my curse? Ha, you should be aware, since the moment the curse is activated, chaos has already begun. When he starts becoming crazy and paranoid, things will get out of control. The pig-headed butcher said indifferently, do you really think he hasn't taken precautions against this? The black and white clown tilted his head, revealing the springs inside his neck. The pig-headed butcher continued, this place is called the Curse Realm, which inherently has the power to enhance your curse. I have deliberately strengthened the influence here. Otherwise, when he bestowed diseases upon those werewolves, he would have already determined the effects of your curse. With his personality, he would not hesitate to suppress that curse and ensure it never has a chance to erupt. The black and white clown emitted eerie laughter, and the hand rocking the music box increased its frequency. Ha, so what? The curse is out of control now. How is he going to counter it? You should be well aware, although the divine power can suppress my curse, at the same time, it will make my curse even more uncontrollable. Don't tell me you want them to rely on those night healers. Ha. The pig-headed butcher lifted his head and said, it depends on him, whether he can accept the distortion of self, at least up to now. Because so far, the curse has only magnified the impact on him in a few aspects. It made him more extreme, more self-righteous, more paranoid, and more prone to violence. However, these things did not truly touch his bottom line. The black and white clown smiled and said, what is his bottom line? The pig-headed butcher closed his eyes and said, prying open doors. The black and white clown maintained the smile, and the hand rocking the music box suddenly stopped. The pig-headed butcher, carrying his cleaver, raised his head and said, also, human lives. Silent Town. Town Square. The outbreak of the flesh-burgeoning elixir caused Lin's body to wildly inflate, and distort. Countless chunks of flesh and screeching limbs continuously grew in the spreading mass of flesh. The screams made all creatures in the entire town painfully cover their ears. Quick! He turned around and shouted towards the direction of the church. Finally, the doors of the church opened with a resounding noise. Amidst the crowd, the damaged Holy Grail emitting boundless light was thoroughly awakened. The mayor was shocked by the almost mountain-like mass of flesh before his eyes. What is this? He quickly rushed to the front, grabbed the sacred relic, and rapidly casted spell after spell with both hands. In the midst of a raging storm, gritting his teeth, he forcefully levitated the sacred relic in front of him. His gaze was fixed on the swelling mass of flesh as he chanted exorcism prayers. Regnatari, cantate Deo, salai dominaque fortisupercalum caliad orientum exidabit vossa sui vos virtudes. Behind him, the mayor and the priests all closed their eyes. For a moment, the Holy Grail emitted boundless light. The black fog over the entire town was instantly dispelled. "You annoying pests!" An angry and insane voice echoed from within the mass of flesh. Countless tentacles exploded from the massive flesh, wildly shooting in their direction. But it had no effect. Under the immense holy light, the terrifying purification effect instantly turned the tentacles into countless points of light as they approached the Holy Grail. Holy Son, Holy Father, Holy Spirit. Everyone closed their eyes, continuously chanting prayers. Step by step, they approached. The halo of the sacred relic became more and more intense. The chaotic mass of flesh began to be purified bit by the divine light, slowly shrinking and evaporating. Finally, after several minutes of continuous prayer, the massive flesh had shrunk enough to reveal the struggling human figure within. In the center of the magic circle, Lin's head suddenly struggled out of the mass of flesh, sharply clutching his head, his face full of ferocity and madness. The curse inside him had indeed undergone significant purification and suppression. But for some reason, there was no sign of it being completely dispelled. Instead, it seemed to be boiling more violently the more it was purified. There must be something wrong. Do you really think you can dispel me? You'll only make me suffer. You'll only make me lose control. You annoying clown. He let out a sharp scream. In an instant, accompanied by crackling electrical currents, he suddenly lifted his hand from the broken flesh. A silver revolver instantly aimed in his direction. Bang! A gunshot rang out. At that moment, everyone present showed expressions of shock, trembling as they looked at the bullet that shot out from the barrel. Ignoring the constraints of the magic array, ignoring the suppression of the Holy Grail, grazing past the radiance of the Holy Grail, his pupils suddenly dilated. Crimson blood splattered from his chest, staining the Holy Grail suspended in front of him. The Holy Grail fell heavily to the ground. The surging holy light extinguished in that instant. Without the blessing of the holy light, the pendant of the 12-winged archangel finally exploded with a loud bang. Bang, bang, gunshots. Lin advanced madly step by step. Noisy. He kept firing, and bullets burst into blood flowers on his chest. Everything seemed silent at that moment. But it seemed that no one could restrain his furious anger. Crimson tendrils suddenly burst out. "I want you dead." "Head," Lefty almost screamed, her voice on the verge of breaking. Because she knew, if he really killed someone, then he would lose all chances of redemption and completely deviate from the principles he adhered to. Because the young man from the blood-saw shop would never indiscriminately kill the innocent. Click. But at that moment, Lin still pulled the trigger. Bang! A gunshot. On the distant mountain peak, the black and white clown sitting on the shoulders of the pig-headed butcher revealed a cruel smile, saying, "Aw, pighead, you failed." This shot not only took the life of the night doctor but also crossed his bottom line. "He finally couldn't resist my curse. Haha." Saying that, he jumped down from the pig-headed butcher's shoulder, poked his red nose, and walked down the mountain with a sly smile. But before he could take 2 steps, the indifferent voice of the pig-headed butcher came from behind. "Aren't you going to continue watching?" The black and white clown chuckled and turned his head. "Is there anything else interesting?" Witnessing the birth of a new clown, the pig-headed butcher said indifferently, "Perhaps it's not as you expected." The gaze of the black and white clown suddenly condensed. In the next moment, he turned around abruptly, looking in that direction. Silent town. The entire square fell into a deathly silence. On the ground by his ears, a bullet was embedded there. He could even smell the smoke from the barrel, and he was prepared for death. But it didn't happen. The bullet didn't hit his forehead but landed by his ears. Lefty shivered, looking at this scene. A horrifying clown face suddenly appeared on his cheek, and he forcefully controlled the hand holding the gun. But this time, no matter how hard he tried, the finger on the trigger couldn't be pulled. How could you? How could you? The face of the clown on his cheek trembled madly, a great unease sweeping through his heart. And it was in the next moment he trembled to see the hand holding the revolver lifted slowly, then, under his trembling gaze, pressed against his own chest. In an instant, the whole sky became so quiet. You had enough. A voice sounded. Exactly in that moment, the finger pulled the trigger. Bang! The gunshot. The bullet penetrated from his back, and a dark silhouette suddenly flashed in that shot, almost instantly revealing its appearance. Bang! The second shot. Bang! The third shot. With each pull of the trigger, a dark, whistling clown shadow could be seen being stripped away. And it was in the moment the fourth shot rang out. The screeching black shadow, in the continuous flickering, was almost reduced to only the black veins still connected to his body. And it was in that moment, Lin calmly reached out, a broken spear instantly appearing in his hand. He turned abruptly. At the moment when the shadow was about to return to his body, the spear pierced its chest, pinning it to the ground. You are the reflection magnified from my heart. You should understand, right? Lin slowly opened his calm eyes. In his hand, the revolver was slowly aimed at its forehead, and the rolling spiritual power slowly condensed a bullet in the revolver. The aura of curse elimination radiated a halo, gathering on his revolver. I, Lin, no matter how cruel, absolutely won't indiscriminately kill the innocent. I won't spare every person I find bad, but I won't slaughter everyone who is good to me. You can't replace me. Bang! Lin calmly pulled the trigger. Rolling black smoke emanated from the muzzle. The bullet hit the clown's forehead precisely. A strong wind swept through. The entire square fell into silence. The black shadow of the clown stared at Lin blankly, and the pitch-black outline slowly dissipated in the dazzling glow. Cursed item. Greatly increases agility and dexterity. You can never see the face behind the clown mask, whether it's smiling or crying. You can also never see the heart behind the mask, whether it's kind or evil. But when you put on the mask, you become the smiling clown on the stage. Lin calmly retracted the gun. Thank you. You truly deserve the title of Night Doctor. You actually broke free from that curse yourself. Lin stood calmly there, the wild wind blowing across the desolate ground. This curse came so unexpectedly, and when he truly realized the impact of the weeping clown, the curse had rapidly affected his cognition. I've caused a lot of trouble for you and everyone. I will do my best to make amends for my mistakes. Please believe in me. I shot you so many times just now, causing you to bleed so much. I feel guilty. I don't want to see you now. Go as far away as you can, understand? Lin rubbed his eyes, shook his head, and said hesitantly, but I really feel guilty. If I just walk away like this, I think I'll feel guilty for the rest of my life. Plop. Lin lay there, his face full of fatigue and emptiness, and then his vision gradually blurred. Hey, Lin. In a daze, it seemed to hear the urgent sound of the wind in his ears, as if, in a dream, in the darkness, as if a bright light was scanning the blurry vision. Faintly, faces with bird beak masks seemed to be visible, exceptionally hallucinatory. Surgical knife, pliers, hemostatic potion. One after another, very familiar terms kept coming into his ears, and his consciousness quickly plunged into darkness. Over the next few days, monitoring Lin was officially put on the agenda. Lin Observation Report. Day 1, 5 a.m. Observation Record. The target gets out of bed, suspected sleepwalking, goes to a corner of the house, performs some mysterious actions in the bushes for 2 minutes. Afterward, due to unknown reasons, severe physical conflict erupts with his mutated left hand, but ultimately reconciles. 7 a.m. Requests a delicate non-human flesh meat dish and a cup of any milk, approved after organizational research. 10 a.m. Observation Record. Target escaped through the chimney earlier and disguised a dummy on the bed to deceive the observer. Observer has been disciplined. Target was located in an abandoned house in the town at 9:52 a.m. and urgently contained. Appendix. During that time, the target was performing surgical treatment on a neglected werewolf. The werewolf exhibited intense fear and pain reactions after the surgery crossed out, but post-surgery, the werewolf responded well, fully recovered from various diseases, and insisted on eating a lamb, which was denied. 11:24 a.m. Observation Record. Target is in a relaxed state, in good spirits, communicates with a human lowly through the window. 1:13 p.m. Observation Record. Target shows excessive anxiety and guilt, renews request to join healing actions for town residents. Preliminary approval after organizational discussion, but requires accompaniment by 3 night doctors. 2:10 p.m. Admits to having 7 brothers, 9 sisters, 4 younger sisters, 5 uncles, 3 godmothers, 2 aunts, 1 riding mount, totaling 31 relatives. 7 p.m. Observation record. Target apologizes to Chief Crow, engages in a 40-minute drowsy conversation. At exactly 7 p.m., Chief Crow requests a temporary halt to the record and a private conversation. Granted permission. Chief Crow, surprisingly, regains his physical form and warmly escorts the target back to his room. Chief Crow's attitude toward the target has changed from distant to friendly for unknown reasons. 9 p.m. Observation record. Target in a pleasant mood requests an adult book. Denied after organizational discussion. Note, similar proposals will not be considered. 9:46 p.m. Observation record. Target in a good mood expresses warm greetings to the observer, requests permission for casual chat, granted since harmless. 5:59 a.m. Observation record. Warning. Starting today, observers in contact with the target will be strictly limited to males. Observer number 1 was monitored in the target's cabin for a whole night, during which strange sounds and laughter were heard. When the shift changed in the morning, observer number 1 was reported to have an obvious red face and a shy gaze. P.S. This incident will be reported to Mr. Crow after organizing the information. 8:32 a.m. Observation record. Multiple undead night doctors hurriedly went to the location of the target, seemingly following Chief Skull's orders. Strong white light appears again inside the target's house. 9:12 a.m. Observation record. Continuous crying is heard from inside the target's house, shocking and unimaginable. All undead night doctors have unexpectedly regained their physical forms, as if it were a miracle. 8:32 p.m. Observation record. The target proposes to organize a bonfire party to express gratitude to the townspeople and night doctors for their care during this time. 7:21 a.m. Observation record. Deputy leader angrily arrives at the target's confined cabin. 7:26 a.m. Observation record. Stern reprimands and questioning voices are heard from inside the cabin. 7:41 a.m. Observation record. Once again, there is a white light inside the cabin. A loli in a beautiful pink dress walks out of the house with a flushed face. Before leaving, she bids farewell to the target shyly. Through her forced features and the night doctor attire she's holding, it can be preliminarily concluded she seems to be the deputy leader who entered earlier. 12 p.m. Observation record. I don't know if I should record this. 5 p.m. Observation record. The night doctor group proposes whether to suspend the observation and scrutiny of the target. 8:43 p.m. Observation record. Oh, Mr. Crow. Mr. Crow, come back soon. The target has successfully infiltrated our organization's internal affairs. In front of them, a night doctor wearing a beak mask held a form, scanning all 10 of them, and said indifferently, "Are all present? Next, I will call your names, and when called, respond." "Yes," everyone shouted in unison. "Copper Man, here," a mechanical synthesized voice responded. "Skeleton, here," a hoarse voice from an undead. "Blood Source, here," a playful voice of a vampire. "Good Doctor, Peace Ambassador, here," Lin shouted confidently. Instantly, all 9 members directed their curious eyes at Lin. Even the night doctor in charge of the assessment looked over. An indescribable awkwardness filled the air. The night doctor snapped his fingers again, and a door behind them slowly opened. Looking at his watch, the night doctor said calmly, "You have 2 minutes to choose your tools in that room. Don't worry, none of them are normal. Now it depends on your surgical skills. Time starts now. Go." "Yes," everyone shouted. Without a second thought, the 10 dark creatures immediately turned and quickly rushed into the open door. Soon, 2 minutes passed in the blink of an eye. The 10 apprentice night doctors successively found their suitable tools and walked out. The night doctor glanced at the mechanical puppet labeled number 1. Not bad. Besides a surgical knife, this was the best surgical tool. Then he looked at the tools of the undead labeled number 2. He nodded, relatively satisfied. Next, he set his eyes on the vampire number 3. Small, but if used well, it could be a good surgical tool. Then, he turned to the 4th, the good doctor number 4. "Where is your tool?" The night doctor hesitated. Lin replied seriously, "Here." Ching, ching. Lin picked up the rusty electric saw placed behind him, pulling it out with a sparking sound, emitting thick smoke from the old electric saw. Night Doctor Chief Examiner trembled as he looked at the rusty saw Lin held in his hand, clearly capable of causing tetanus at level 10. He said, "Where did you get this thing?" Lin earnestly replied, "I found it in the corner of that room, tried it out, and it worked, so I brought it out." The Night Doctor Chief Examiner was astonished. "Are you sure you want to use this thing for surgery on your predecessors?" Behind them, the patient lying on the 4th bed turned pale, beads of cold sweat dripping down. reporting, instructor. A true night doctor must be able to proficiently use any tool available in any environment to save lives and provide assistance. Please rest assured, instructor, using a saw for surgery is one of my professional skills. I will surely excel in the operation on the instructor. Lin stood tall and shouted confidently, displaying great spirit and determination. The saw in his hand emitted pungent smoke. He appeared to be an excellent and passionate young man no matter how you looked at it. The night doctor chief examiner took a deep breath and said, "You are very confident and courageous in challenging yourself, which is commendable. However, there's something I must tell you. Our surgery this time is not an open chest surgery or an amputation. It's just a minimally invasive procedure. And the patient you're responsible for merely has some spores with a diameter of less than half a centimeter on the prostate. Are you sure you want to perform surgery on him with this giant tool?" The night doctor chief examiner scolded sternly. The patient on the fourth bed gulped and looked at him with a mixture of fear and hope. Obviously, he did not want to undergo surgery with such a tool. Lin thought for a moment, raised his head proudly, and said loudly, "Reporting, instructor. You mentioned that a true night doctor must be proficient in using any tool to save lives and provide assistance. In certain extreme situations, we may not have many tools to choose from. Therefore, I believe that using a saw for minimally invasive surgery is also a skill that night doctors must master. We absolutely cannot abandon our patients just because we lack suitable tools. That is a very irresponsible attitude. When necessary, not only a saw, but even a meat grinder should be used. Seize opportunities even if you have to create them. I've said my piece, sir." As soon as these words were spoken, the night doctor chief examiner was shocked. What he said was so invigorating. Using a meat grinder, seizing opportunities even if you have to create them. Isn't that exactly the virtue night doctors should possess, right? In extreme situations, where is the room for being picky? He turned abruptly, looked at the remaining 9 students, and shouted sternly, "Did you hear that? What does it mean to be professional? This is what it means. Look at what each of you is holding. Blades, fruit knives, bone fragments, diversify your thinking." The chief examiner knocked his temples rapidly, angrily pointed his finger, and said, "Go back and get new tools. Follow the example of student number 4. Do you understand? Act now." "Yes," the crowd roared. Seeing this scene, the other patients who were initially reveling in the misfortune of the fourth patient became terrified. 2 minutes later, the other 9 students also came out solemnly. The chief examiner looked at the tools in their hands and showed a satisfied expression, nodding repeatedly. Various mechanical sounds echoed continuously inside the trial hall. Thick smoke billowed. All the patients were holding rusted cutting machines, damaged electric drills, angle grinders. Even more outrageous was someone holding a hand-cranked metal fan. They really all followed the example of student number 4. The chief examiner looked at his watch and said loudly, "Good. You have half an hour to perform surgery on the patients. Within half an hour, you must complete the operation. If anyone exceeds half an hour, they will be eliminated. If you understand, start." With the chief examiner's command, the 10 students gritted their teeth, holding their smoking tools like fearless warriors, charging toward their patients. All the patients kept moving backward with pale faces. Although they were night doctors too, it was inevitable for them to feel frightened in such a situation, because these 10 individuals were not doctors who had received professional training like them. If they made a mistake, it would be difficult to handle. In front of the fourth bed, the fourth patient, trembling, looked at Lin who had stopped in front of him. He grabbed the bed sheet tightly and said, "Young man, how about we make a deal? You put down the saw, pretend to be professional, and I'll perform the surgery on my prostate myself. Then I'll give you a perfect score. What do you think?" Lin looked calmly and seriously at the fourth patient, saying calmly, "Senior, you don't need to worry. I'm different from them. I'm a highly professional expert in using the saw. Patients who have survived in my hands have given me very high praise and recognition. So far, my positive feedback rate remains at 100%. I quit. The fourth patient struggled, got up, and turned to climb out of the bed. "I don't want this money. Whoever wants it can take it. I am." But before he could take a few steps, Lin injected a dose of anesthesia directly into his buttocks. Pressing down on the struggling fourth patient's neck, calmly waiting for the anesthesia to spread, Lin swiftly carried him back to the bed. Then, skillfully and quickly tearing off the bedsheet, he securely tied the patient's limbs to the 4 corners of the bed. The fourth patient muttered as he felt the effects of the anesthesia, saying, "I don't want to." Lin calmly tied him up, pulled open his clothes, put on gloves, moved aside his soft and limp part. "Don't worry, I'm a professional. For me, dealing with gastroenterology and prostate is a piece of cake. And as you've seen, they don't even give anesthesia to their patients, which is simply an irresponsible approach. Although I know night doctors don't have the habit of using anesthesia, frankly, I didn't either. But later I found out that anesthesia is indeed a good thing because it prevents the patient from moving. That's the best use of anesthesia. Poof. The sound of a chainsaw cutting into flesh. Wait a moment. He should have given me anesthesia, right? It should be. It can't be wrong. But why does it hurt so much when I insert it? It hurts like a damn mother. He opened his mouth and tried hard to scream. But due to the spread of anesthesia, his tongue gradually became paralyzed and he was unable to make a sound. He lowered his head tremblingly and watched Lin working on him with a rumbling electric saw. He could even clearly see his penis trembling under the loud rumble of the chainsaw. The blade precisely cut through the spores on patient number 4's prostate, perfectly detaching the spore from the body. The attention of the 9 students performing surgery on other patients was immediately drawn to him. They stared in shock at Lin, who was dancing with the electric saw. So fast, incredibly fast. Even every time they saw the sharp saw about to break through the bladder of patient number 4, about to cut off the patient's thing, the blade passed by with millimeter precision. They were stunned. For a moment, their attention was completely captivated by the dazzling saw technique. In just under 2 minutes, under the precise electric saw, the spores on the prostate were perfectly removed, and the saw, in Lin's hands, spun several times before plunging into the ground. White smoke emerged from the prostate of patient number 4, as if a beautifully presented dish had perfectly completed its final touch. The gentle flick, elastically smooth. Your popularity in the night doctor camp +1. Ding. Congratulations. You triggered a special achievement, Electric Saw Expert. You gained 200 basic experience. Electric Saw Expert, a special title achievement, obtained with a probability after successfully performing a high-difficulty surgery with an electric saw. This indicates that you have gradually mastered the professional technique of the electric saw. You gain a permanent bonus, Electric Saw Proficiency +1, Pretentious Success Rate +1, Patient Fear Value +1. The examiner walked over with satisfaction, diagnosed the 4th patient lying on the bed, and then turned to Lin with undisguised admiration. Not bad, not bad. To use an electric saw for such a minimally invasive surgery so quickly, it's beyond my expectations. I see potential in you, child. Lin solemnly shook hands with the examiner and said, healing the sick and saving lives is the duty of a doctor. As a white-robed angel, it is our obligation. He turned to the 4th patient and smiled. Number 4, give this young man who operated on you a score. I believe witnessing such a perfect and pleasing surgery must be extremely gratifying for you, right? But the 4th patient in state couldn't speak. At this moment, in his mind, echoes of the opening and closing of the electric saw, and every scene of narrowly avoiding contact with his 20. Each time was precise to the millimeter. Each time made you think it had touched, but it hadn't. Like jumping back and forth on the edge of life and death. He felt he had transcended. If there's a word to describe this feeling, it would be health +50, mental damage +99. Number 4, can you hear me? The examiner leaned in doubtfully, listening carefully, but didn't hear any sound. Maybe the anesthesia hasn't worn off yet. The examiner waved his hand, smiling, and had someone carry the 4th doctor down for rest. Then, he shook hands with Lin. Since number 4 needs rest, I'll be the one to give you a score. Undoubtedly, your performance can only be rated 10 out of 10. Congratulations. Peacekeeper, thank you. Lin extended his hand. Soon, half an hour of surgery passed in the blink of an eye. Time was extremely tight. No rest was given to them. Now, enter the assessment for the 2nd item. The chief examiner paced back and forth with a hoarse voice, looking at the remaining 8 members. Outstanding adaptability is undoubtedly essential for you in the medical field, but at the same time, a strong mental resilience is crucial to become a qualified night doctor. When you were treating your patients just now, I noticed that many students didn't administer anesthesia to their patients. So, you should also know how to write the word pain, right? Yes, he shouted loudly, his voice suddenly rising. Having endured suffering oneself, one is compassionate to others. Similarly, if you cannot bear pain yourselves, do not expect your patients to endure it. Pain is the remedy for awakening, and as qualified night doctors, you must also have the highest pain resistance. This is what we are going to test next. We will examine your tolerance to pain. As soon as these words were spoken, except for the mechanical puppet of number 1, Lin of number 4, and the undead number 2 and number 9, the other 4 students all trembled. Obviously, pain is a product unique to flesh and blood creatures. The large door behind him opened, and 8 mechanical creations were pushed out, each with a seat in the middle. Above the seat hung an inverted helmet, faintly flashing with electricity. The chief examiner sneered, "This is the best device crafted by our city's top mechanical master specifically for this stage of the test. As you mentioned earlier, due to differences in race and body structure, the pain tolerance of each person varies. But I didn't say we would inflict pain on your bodies. This machine can simulate the sensation of pain directly in your consciousness. As long as you are a creature with thinking ability and self-awareness, it can simulate it 100%. The crowd was shocked. This was an absolutely brutal machine. The being that invented such a thing must die. No more nonsense. The chief examiner's gaze sharpened, sneering, "Choose a machine and sit on it. We will categorize the intensity of pain into 200 levels. Only if your pain tolerance reaches 50 will you pass. In the end, we will rank you based on your performance. The higher the rank, the higher the score you'll get. It depends on yourselves." Next to Lin, the vampire number 3 turned uneasily and said, "Hey, good doctor, you must be human, right? The pain tolerance of you humans should be the lowest. Aren't you afraid at all?" Lin sighed and shook his head, furrowing his brow. "Afraid? Of course, I'm afraid. I've been afraid of pain since I was little." The vampire finally breathed a sigh of relief, secretly glancing at him, feeling a bit reassured. After all, he was human. Although his skills seemed excellent, in terms of psychological resilience, he was definitely inferior to the monsters of the dark world. The worst pain tolerance should be him and the other 2 dark elves. With this in mind, even if his performance was poor, with the 3 of them as a baseline, he could feel more at ease. Then, machine activation. 3, 2, 1, start. With the chief examiner's loud shout, their machines started rumbling, and they could clearly feel the vibrations produced by the machines. And in the next moment, a large number appeared above their heads. 1. This represented the most basic pain perception. At this stage, the pain was something that almost any creature could endure. As time passed, this number would gradually increase, providing the students with an adaptive process, similar to boiling a frog in warm water. The chief examiner sneered at them, saying, "Of course, if you're not afraid, you can adjust the pain level yourself. Only upward, not downward. See the button in front of your left hand. As long as you press it once, the pain level will increase by 1. Those who are not afraid of death can directly raise the pain to level 60, and you'll pass immediately." Just as he finished speaking, ding, 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 the 2 undead and the mechanical puppet instantly pressed the button in front of them. The 2 stitched monsters were not to be outdone and continued to raise the pain level. "Too much," complained the vampire. Soon, the 2 undead fixed the pain level at around 30, their soul flames flickering wildly. Apparently, the sudden pain made them struggle a bit. The mechanical puppet was stronger. It steadily pressed the button. It didn't stop until it reached around 44, then quickly began cooling its core. The 2 stitched monsters closely followed at around level 30. Seeing these few creatures quickly distancing themselves, the 2 dark elves couldn't stand it. They also started pressing the buttons. The level of pain kept rising. The vampire's eyes flickered. Glancing at Lin, he saw him with closed eyes, relaxing completely, showing no intention of pressing the button. Did he give up? Indeed. For humans, pain tolerance is an inherent disadvantage compared to other monsters. He really didn't need to struggle like the others, but he had to be in the top 4. So, she gritted her teeth and pressed the button again. The chief examiner stood at a distance, squinting at the students, then shifted his gaze to Lin, who had his eyes closed. Was he going to give up on this test? Indeed, because compared to other monsters, humans had the worst pain tolerance. Even after artificial cultivation, it was challenging to surpass those naturally born monsters. But he still felt it was a pity. With the surgical skills displayed by number 3, he really didn't want to see him eliminated like this. But rules are rules. I can only wish him good luck. He looked at Lin with a heavy gaze. On the machine of number 4, Lin sat there with his eyes closed. What no one noticed was that one of his fingers lightly tapped the armrest, showing a very comfortable expression. "Hey, left's voice sounded in his mind. Aren't you thinking of giving up? Only 18 levels of pain now. This is not your limit. You used to cut yourself without even blinking." Lin closed his eyes, enjoying. "No, I just think the pain at this level is very helpful for relaxing the mood. And I can't even find the source of pain. It's quite enjoyable." Lin closed his eyes, saying, "It's fine, no need to be so worked up. Why rush to push it to the top? Anyway, there are still 10 minutes left." Left was amazed. "You don't seem to be in much pain." Lin lifted his head with a dejected expression, closing his eyes. Well, I used blood flesh catastrophe to tweak my brain a bit. I added some pleasure to the pain. Left was astonished and asked, pleasure. Lin closed his eyes, immediately recalling the ambiguous little game he played with the blood-dressed lady. Left exclaimed, are you thinking of some strange scenes in your mind? Your heart seems to be beating intensely. Lin shook his head. No, I'm adapting to this change. When the last 5 minutes arrive, we can make a final push. Soon, the time reached the last 5 minutes. The pain tolerance of puppet number 1 had soared to 70, and the 2 undead also reached over 60. Obviously, the rankings were fixed, and they didn't bother to push further. Lin took a deep breath and closed his eyes. And when he opened his eyes again, he was ready for the final strong push and deep penetration. Meanwhile, not far away, the chief examiner glanced at his watch, looked at the remaining less than 5 minutes, and then turned to look at Lin's still less than 30 tolerance. He shook his head and sighed. He felt regret for this young man he had high hopes for. But there was no way, because becoming a night doctor required more than just adaptability and good skills. In the last less than 5 minutes, it was absolutely impossible for this young man to reach the passing line. After all, the pain in the subsequent stages was more intense. If he rushed up without buffering, the tremendous pain would be absolutely unbearable. The young man quickly pressed the button 3 times, and the pain level displayed on his head suddenly soared to 31. Apparently, his actions also attracted the attention of other students around him. Their eyes were immediately drawn to the sound of the button being pressed. The other 5 students' gazes fell on Lin, who had closed his eyes. Could it be? Is he trying to make a final push? Puppet number 1 and the 2 undead just glanced and ignored it, because the result was already fixed. The 3 of them would achieve the top 3 results and get high scores for this exam. Because no matter how hard the human worked, it was unrealistic to surpass them in the last less than 5 minutes. But even so, the pain level on Lin's head continued to rise steadily. In almost an instant, it froze at the critical level of 100. The mechanical puppet and the 2 undead behind him became anxious. They firmly bit onto Lin's tail, quickly raising the pain level to 91, 87, and 86. However, the malignant reactions caused by the intense pain were already evident. Smoke billowed from the head of puppet number 1, and tiny sparks burst forth. The flames in the eye sockets of the 2 undead, like candles in a storm, swayed violently. Quick, go check on his condition, the chief examiner shouted with a grave expression. See if he has fainted, see if his actions are unconscious. If so, get him out urgently. Yes, 2 night doctors immediately rushed to his side. But as soon as they approached, they felt something unusual. A rolling heat wave emanated from the young man in front of them, and wisps of white vapor rose from his body, as if he had just experienced a 100°C sauna. His skin had turned uniformly red, and he lowered his head. Although his expression couldn't be seen, his harsh panting could be heard. Clearly, he was still conscious. Hey, number 4, can you still hear me? One night doctor immediately rushed to him, reached out to touch his forehead, but her hand immediately recoiled as if touching an electric shock. Her gaze became urgent, because it was scalding, like touching a boiling furnace, and for some reason, his whole body seemed to exude a strong male hormone scent, as if he had just undergone an unimaginable intense workout. Her gaze subconsciously looked down. In an instant, her gaze became vacant. As if seeing something incredibly powerful beyond cognition, she widened her eyes, covered her mouth, and her face turned unimaginably red at an alarming speed. Instinctively, she clamped her legs together. Something's wrong. Something's wrong. Although through the fabric, she seemed to feel waves of heat coming at her, experiencing the strong and offensive impact. Is he really just a young human boy? She covered her mouth, and her trembling pupils reflected a word on the left and right, like a stereogram. Hey, why are you standing there stupidly? What's his situation? Another night doctor urgently checked the conditions of the other students, then saw the female night doctor standing dazedly in front of number 4. He immediately ran over in haste. His gaze then looked at Lin. Buzz, his gaze instantly became vacant too. Ding, target's inferiority complex plus 20. Oh my god, what did I see? Player 4. Player 4 is actually getting excited. He looks so high. It seems that this kind of pain is giving him a stronger stimulus. He is getting more and more excited. The eyes of all the female night physicians around widened in amazement. Accelerate. Keep accelerating. Because I'm already too excited. Hurry up. Player 2 fainted. Player 2 withdrew from the competition. The first place has been decided. It's player 4. Wait. Player 4 still hasn't stopped. He's still accelerating. He's on top. He seems unable to stop being high. He is still rising. Left shouted, brain. Can you stop now? I also feel strange. It seems that the weird feeling from your brain has spread to my consciousness. Lin, out of control, laughed wildly, grabbed his head, and said, hold on. We've come this far. If we don't break the record incidentally, it's a bit of a shame. Left yelled, but it's so weird. I also have a strong feeling I can't take it. Finally, when the pain tolerance level reached the limit at 200, the entire machine exploded in an instant. Boom. With a loud noise, the fourth machine burst open. There it is, the first student in history who blew up the machine in the pain tolerance test. With a roar. At this moment, Left finally hung down his tongue, and his arm finally flipped over. Lin walked out step by step from the sparks of the explosion, his figure tall, with a pain tolerance of 200. He had already broken the highest record during their night physician trainee period. This is simply the limit that only a pervert among perverts can achieve. The last assessment tested your pain tolerance, and this time, we'll be evaluating your psychological resilience. Psychological resilience. A stitched-up monster puzzled. The chief examiner's expression gradually became sinister and mysterious, laughing coldly. Yes, because this is the dark world. As traveling physicians, you will inevitably encounter various terrifying events. Your ability to maintain a calm mind amidst endless terror is crucial. Do you see those 6 doors? Each door is a copy, and you will experience various fears and temptations in each of them. There are 5 levels in total. As long as you can perfectly pass these 5 levels, you will complete this assessment. Then he smiled mysteriously. Remember, this is not an illusion. If you lose the key, you will be forever trapped there, living worse than death. Number 2. The undead said hoarsely, the undead don't fear. The chief examiner smiled. No, not just fear, but also your weaknesses. Now, who wants to go first? Everyone looked at each other, and then all eyes fell on Lin. Lin was surprised. Me. Everyone nodded unanimously. You are the most formidable among us, of course, it's you, Lin. But Lin didn't mind. He stood up, smiled, and said, Instructor, then I'll go first. I believe I can pass this test. Under the gaze of everyone, he strode to the door, took out the key from his hand, and opened the door with a click. Creak. The door slowly opened. Just as he was about to enter, the mysterious voice of the chief examiner came from behind. Kid, don't let your guard down. Many students have died there unable to withstand temptation and fear. Lin nodded. Then he pushed open the door and entered. The first thing that came into view was darkness. Lin did not dare to relax his vigilance. Fear, temptation, weaknesses. It seems I don't have any, right? Lin squinted, saw the light ahead, and walked briskly toward it. The door closed behind him. In the next moment, her seductive eyes gazing at him. She was a woman perfect in every aspect, awakening primal desires in any man, whether through her gaze or her figure. Lin finally understood the meaning of this level, temptation. For a normal male, this was an extremely challenging level, as it played on biological instincts and impulses. Lin remained composed, maintaining inner calm, realizing that all of this was an illusion. Even if a stunning woman sat in his lap, what difference did it make? As Buddha said, form is emptiness, emptiness is form. After this test, everything would be revealed as illusions, nothing would be left behind. More importantly, Lin focused his mind, closed his eyes, and ignored the enchanting woman in his lap. Don't you want to take a look, little brother? This isn't a test for you, it's a reward. You probably haven't tasted the flavor of a mature woman yet. Enchanting words echoed in Lin's ears as the woman coiled around him, continuously stimulating his mind. Lin abruptly opened his eyes and saw the pink fog surrounding him. It was an aphrodisiac mist. Now, Lin finally understood the sinister nature of this test. Mental resilience dropped rapidly. Succubi, truly fitting their name. These creatures were nightmares for almost all male beings, possessing an inherent charm that could directly influence one's mind with just a glance, a word, or a gesture. Thank you for watching. Subscribe and enable notifications so you don't miss the next chapter.